जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा। विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा। तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे। गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Good morning all. I welcome you all to the first International Conference on Technology, Innovative Educational and Multidisciplinary Skills in the 21st Century Research, ICTEMR 2021, organized by Faculty of Education, Institute Innovation Technology, Educational and Research for Eastern Institute of Technology, Suvarnabhumi, EITS, Thailand, in association with Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP. The primary goal of the first International Conference on Technology, Innovative Educational and Multidisciplinary Skills in the 21st Century Research, ICTEMR 2021, is to shed light on the hurdles linked to the practical administration of all the most modern information being produced in educational research from a multidisciplinary perspective. The international conference has been specifically designed with the intention of delivering outstanding outcomes and challenges in the 21st century. It intends to bring collectively researchers, scientists, and technicians and scholars in all fields of educational research for the propagation of original research conclusions, new approaches, and developmental practices that yield real results.
Welcome to IFERP, a forum where innovations and research interest could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interest. In this video, we want you to dive into our world, giving yourself a clear insight into IFERP. But first, who are we and what do we do? Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP for short, is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations operating under the Techno-Elite Research and Development Association, TRADA, meant for research and development in the field of engineering, science and technology. We are one of the largest professional bodies for engineering professionals in India and across the globe, established in 2014. We extend to every part of the globe, with more than 28,000 professional members and 34,000 student members. Our growing membership at IFERP has led to an increase in members from Europe, Asia, Australia, Africa and the USA, fostering networking opportunities that strengthen ties within and across countries and technical communities. The mission of IFERP is to connect professionals at an integrated platform for growth to divert knowledge and skills towards the sustainable application of professional education and more. And our vision of digitalizing innovation processes through our professional networking services and more has pushed us forward to our achievements today. With our mission to make our academic services reach the top and grassroots level of institutions, we are funding colleges to organize conferences and scientific events, enabling researchers incubated at different areas of our country to directly contribute towards the transformation of India. IFERP simply connects engineers, exchange global innovation, and acts as a bridge between researchers and academics by organizing international conferences, world conferences, faculty development programs, webinars, seminars, providing membership, and more. Some of our conferences include WCASET Malaysia, WCASET Jakarta, ICAS ETAM APU Malaysia, and many more. We've also organised scientific events in association with renowned universities done in the past, with over 28,593 journal publication services, creating opportunities to get your research paper published in high impact factor journals such as Scopus Indexed, Web of Science, Google Scholar Index journals, ESCI, UGC approved, L Compandax, ISI, Chimago Index journals, and many more. To make our operations smoother and more perfect, we have been supported by our associated organisation, Association of Cloud Technologists, Global Association of Nanotechnology, International Association for Big Data Analysts, International Association for IoT, International Wireless Network Association, and World Association for Structural Engineers. We have also worked alongside several clients and partners both nationally and internationally like University Malaysia Sabah, APU Malaysia, UNJ Jakarta, MC University Thailand, Ajman University Dubai, PUP Philippines, IIUM Malaysia, ISU Philippines, FCPC Philippines, WCC Philippines SRM University, Galgotia University, Amity University, and much more government and private organisations in different countries. At IFERP, we believe that there's always a better way to treat professionals, and that is what we do. If you would like to see more or go deeper on IFERP, you can visit our website at www.iferp.in.
Next, I would like to welcome all our honorable dignitaries. Assistant Professor Dr. Phungfakwat Phungphong Chason, the Director, Institute Innovation Technology, Educational and Research for Eastern Institute of Technology, Suvarnabhumi, Thailand. Mr. Rudra Banu Satpathy, the Founder and Head of IFERP. Assistant Professor Dr. Yotha Chai Voramankul, Eastern Institute of Technology, Suvarnabhumi, Thailand. And our eminent keynote speakers, Dr. Thanarak, Santhuenkaew, Advisor Director of Center for Industrial Curriculum Design Innovation, Eastern Institute of Technology, Suvarnabhumi, Thailand. Dr. Shauli Mukherjee, the Director, School of Education and Dean, Student Affairs at MS University, Kolkata, India. Professor Dr. Rashid Mahmood, the Professor of Big Data Systems and Director for Research, Training and Consultancy, King Abdul Aziz University, Saudi Arabia. And the session chairs, Dr. Singham Jayantu, the Professor, Mining Engineering Department, National Institute of Technology, Rourkela, India. J. Saranya, Assistant Professor from VLAB Department Coordinator, Department of ECE, Rajlakshmi Engineering College, India. Dr. Shalini Agarwal, Associate Professor, Finance at Chandigarh University, alumni of IIM Ahmedabad. Professor Dr. Muhammad Israr, the Professor from Department of Mechanical Engineering, Purnima College of Engineering, Rajasthan, India, for joining us even during this pandemic situation and imparting their expertise with us. I would also take this opportunity to welcome all our presenters from across the globe who have spared their valuable time in enlightening us with their latest research studies. I would also like to welcome all our attendees in joining us today. I welcome Assistant Professor Dr. Yota Chaivaramankul, the Director for Language Center of MCU Buddhapanya, Sri Tavaravati Buddhist College, and lecturer from Graduate Program in Buddhist Studies, Buddhapanya, Sri Tavaravati Buddhist College, Mahachulalongkorn Rajavidyalaya University, Thailand. He was graduated in Advanced Dhamma Education, Pali Education Grade 6, Bachelor Degree, Major in English and Master of Arts in Buddhist Studies from International Program IMAP, MUC Wat Mahatat Class and PhD from Assumption University, Bangkok, Thailand in 2014. He was invited more than 12 times as visiting English instructor and coach to various campuses of MCU around Thailand and chaired the oral defense of MA students at Mahidol University, Salaya campus. His works on teaching materials were Basic English for the Professional Conversation, Buddhism and Social Work, Intermediate English for the Professional Conversation and English Using, Advanced English, Buddhism and Sustainable Development, English for Political Scientists, Business English, English for Working in Digital Era, Business English, English for Marketing in Digital Era, and his best research was the Buddha's integration for elder service of local administration organization in Nakhon Pathon province, and the synthesis of indicators of active aging enhancement according to Buddhist integration for the retired elderly in 2018. His international performances were the presentations of his articles in Vietnam twice in 2018 and in India once in 2019. He directed English certificate projects, English talk training for AEC in 2014, English front row, Thai speaks English for the better Thai, Business English, English for working in digital era, Business English, English for marketing in digital era in 2019, English talk at Talk My Way in 2019 to 2020, and online English Talk My Way at Worldwide Talk in 2020.
Hello everyone, good morning, also Sawadee, organizing committees, professors, other guests, friends, students, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Assistant Professor Dr. Yota Chaivaramankul. As Chairman of Hospitality Committee of ICTEMR 2021, the first international conference on technology, innovative, educational and multidisciplinary skills in the 21st century research, running program on 27 to 28 of March 2021, organized by Institute Innovation Technology, Educational and Research for Eastern Institute of Technology, Suvarnabhumi, Thailand, in association with Institute for Engineering Research and Publications, or IFERP. It is indeed an honor and privilege for me to welcome you to participate in this conference. Now, I'd like to start by starting the scope of ICTEMR 2021's conference. The aim of organizing this committee will focus on establishing the bar for effective future inclination with engineering, applied sciences, technology, and management, including with the 21st century skills and innovative function and technology to heal the world. By now, the crisis of coronavirus or COVID-19 make people suffer and hard to living in daily life. But people learn to share the new innovation to live together in the new normal societies. So now, I hope this conference will make you reflect yourself with state of the art and provide opportunity to discuss various educational issues and challenges, including other sciences with multidisciplinary aspects. With best regard, thank you.
Next, I welcome Assistant Professor Dr. Santhuenkaew, the Director, Center for Educational and Research Technology Innovation for Eastern Institute of Technology, Suvarnabhumi, and Course Instructor, Educational Administration, Innovation College of Management Innovation, Rajamangala University of Technology, Ratanakosin. Dr. Santhuenkaew is the Director from Institute Innovation Technology, Educational and Research, Eastern Institute of Technology, Suvarnabhumi, Thailand. He graduated with a Doctor of Philosophy in Educational Administration from Faculty of Education, Burapha University, Thailand. There are research results published in the National Database, TC1 and ACI, a total of 67 international databases, and received the Best Research Award and have been selected to be evaluated into the database corpus. He is interested in conducting research in education and educational innovation and technology engineering.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Assistant Professor Dr. Phumphongkhochasorn, Director Institute Innovation Technology, Educational and Research for Eastern Institute of Technology Suvarnabhumi, EITS. Welcome to International Conference on Technology, Innovative, Educational and Multidisciplinary Skill on the 21st Century Research ICTEMR 2021. As present education and research have undergone tremendous change both for the requirements of technology and from the epidemic situation, forcing many people to make adjustments to the organizing learnings and research development plan in accordance with the current situation. Our future speaker invited speaker to the stage. Thank you very much.
Next, I welcome Mr. Ranjan Subra, the Chief Technical Officer from IFERP.
Very good morning to the distinguished guests, eminent scholars, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of IFERP and EITS, it's a great pleasure indeed for me to welcome all the delegates and speakers, session chairs, committee members, academicians, young researchers, participants and students from all over the country, from different walks of life who came here to share their knowledge and vast experience in impressive first international conference on technology, innovative, educational and multidisciplinary skills in the 21st century research ICTEMR 2021, organized by IFERP with Institute Innovation, Technology, Educational and Research for Eastern Institute of Technology, Suvarnabhumi, EITS, Thailand. I hope you will have the most productive days of interesting, stimulating discussions. I wish the conference will be great, successful, not only as a chance to share the knowledge and experience in technology, innovation and higher education, but also as the beginning of a long and fruitful cooperations and friendship among fellow educators devoted to the most meaningful and worthwhile task of technology. Institute for Engineering Research and Publication is a non-profitable, global reputed professional association enriched with 62,000 plus members, world-class researchers, activities and publication in reputed Scopus Index Journal, UGC approved Web of Science, SCI, ESCI journals. IFERP based services like international conferences, publication assistance, research assistance and guidance, student, professional and institutional membership, institutional workshop, establishing chapters, guest lectures, faculty exchange program, short-term training programs, webinars, scientific conference management, etc. IFERP have stepped in and entrenched strong network in many developed and developing countries like Iraq, Maldives, Malaysia, Thailand, India, Indonesia, Singapore, Philippines, Indonesia, Taiwan, Vietnam, UAE. IFERP have already marked the milestones with more than 62,000 members, 4,000 plus conferences, more than 112 virtual conferences and webinars, 23,000 plus publications, more than 320 collaborations, more than 36,000 delegates attendance and many more. On this special occasion, I am very grateful to our Chief Veteran Assistant Professor Dr. Phumphakot Phumphokhason, Director Institute Innovation, Technology, Education and Research, Eastern Institute of Technology, Suvarnabhumi, and patrons Dr. Lampong Klomkol, Acting Director for Research Information, Academic Services Division, Asian Studies, MCU, and Dr. Parfalad Somshai Demnon, Palishuka Mudagasha campus, Nakhon, Pathum, MCU. Next, I would like to take this opportunity to express my deep appreciation to our keynote speaker, Professor Peter McCaffery, Interim Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Royal Agricultural University, United Kingdom. Dr. Kamle Misra, Vice-Chancellor, Rishihood University, India. Dr. Thanarak, Santhuenkaew, Advisor Director of Center for Industrial Curriculum Design Innovation, EITS, Thailand. Dr. Sauli Mukherjee, Director School of Education, Dean Students Affairs, Adams University, Kolkata, India. Professor Dr. Abbas Alvekri, Chancellor, University of Information Technology and Communications, Iraq. And Professor Dr. Rashid Mahmood, Professor of Big Data Systems and Director for Research, King Abdulaziz University, Saudi Arabia. I express my sincere gratitude to all the session chairs, advisory boards, and organizing committee members. I am very happy and grateful to all participants who are waiting to share their knowledge and experience and explore better ways to educating our future leaders. Thank you all. Good luck.
Next, I invite Dr. Thanarak Santhuenkaew, the Advisor Director of Center for Industrial Curriculum Design Innovation, Eastern Institute of Technology, Suvarnabhumi, Thailand. Dr. Thanarak Santhuenkaew graduated in BSc Computer Science, Uttaradit Rajpat University, Thailand. Graduation in Diploma Teaching Profession from Ramkhamhaeng University, Thailand. MS Technology in Education Computer Technology from King Mongkut's University of Technology, North Bangkok, Thailand. Masters in Education, Educational Technology and Communication, Ramkhamhaeng University, Thailand. PhD in Education Technology from King Mongkut's Institute of Technology, Lat Krabang in 2019, Thailand. He also received journal publication, The Synthesis of the Concepts of Teaching the Practical Skills of Davies, Harrow and Simpson. The Synthesis of Computer Practice Skills Instruction using Flipped Classroom Techniques, Improving Thai Students' Digital Media Skills and Exploratory Learning Model, the Implementation of Innovative Models in Teaching and Education Management under the Postmodernism Concept, and Innovation in Tertiary Education, Siam Technology College.
As everyone has seen, at present, education and research have undergone tremendous changes, brought from the advancement of technology and from the epidemic situation, forcing many people to make adjustments to organize learning and research development plans. In accordance with the current situation, one of the problems that educators raise concern is that we hope produce young people with 21st century learning skills through national policies, education plans, curriculum and teaching, and learning programs. But the major obstacle that we might forget is that the teachers who write curriculum and teaching and learning are older generations. Therefore, the knowledge that has been studied is outdated. The use of technology in teaching and learning must be learned along with the learner. In terms of the knowledge provided to students, they do not respond to society in the present. Because society is complex, economy, health, wealth, communication are more unified, even if research to solve problems or develop education cannot be viewed as a particular subject or perspectives. It is probably not possible because the career that support the youth in the future do not rely on individual knowledge or rely on expert people. It is no longer a matter of education, so people need development historically or make people with integrated learning skills. Therefore, whether it's education or research, I propose that the key skills that teachers and researchers should develop are as follows. Learning skill means a skill that will open up to new things, to be ready for trial and error, and improve one's mistakes or ignorance for one, to become more knowledgeable or competent. For example, teachers with learning skills are constantly expanding their knowledge and constantly improve their author skill. Thus, when new innovations or technology become available, they learn, use and improve those tools for students, research, to cognitive skills that provide a wide range of analytical perspectives. Learn to ask questions and find answers endlessly. This learning ability is the same as we put into a robot until system is born. AI is, in fact, human beings have these skills from birth. Furthermore, there are many different things as we can better of computers, and it's that people can choose to learn what they should know, what they should not know, including being able to verify what they have yet to know and what they need to seek knowledge of. Sometimes they may learn things that can be utilized and the time, which is called reserve knowledge. Second, teamwork skills. Teachers and researchers should also develop teamwork skills because the integration of the knowledge, management of learning and research require people from many fields to work together, and the ability to work in the outer will greatly help. One thing, the human loss of technology is that technology, computers, for instance, are programmed to work collectively. Computers have different components and devices, but if those devices are connected together, then the computer will operate successfully. Third, computer science skill. This skill is combination of the ability to solve problems, design, systematic thinking, use of technology and creativity. This skill is also essential because of future world, whether it is society, a community, a culture, both offline or online, are all dependent on digital technology. Therefore, education amid forward of technology from teacher or researcher who is not just user but with expertise technology, who will be able to be a problem solver, a teaching planner or a research planner, a good designer of learning management, and research design as well. So, systematic thinking will lead to systematic work, Creativity will help lead to innovation on solving problems or developing the educational field effectively. I think that if teachers and researchers had these three skills, education and research would be full color, which could be applied in the real world. If both teachers, students, and researchers would be able to do so, then the joy of living together in this ever-changing world society is certainly possible. Thank you.
Next, I invite Dr. Shauli Mukherjee, who is the Director of School of Education and Dean of Students Affairs at Adamas University, Kolkata. Dr. Mukherjee had been the founder principal of Adamas World School and STEM World School, the first STEM school in West Bengal. Under her inspiring leadership, STEM World School had been ranked and awarded as the second best international day school in West Bengal by Education World. She has been the recipient of numerous awards and accolades including National Quality Excellence Award, Gem of India Award, Peerless ABP Pratibha Swikriti Award, Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan Award, Gurupnishad Samman, Guru Varya Samman, National Education Leadership Award in the category of Commitment to Excellence in Education, World Peace Award. As a highly prolific motivational speaker, she is regularly invited to numerous national and international conferences, summits, conclaves, and events to share her insights on the futuristic and transformative role of education.
Warm and hearty greetings from India. I am Dr. Shauli Mukherjee, Director, School of Education and Dean Student Affairs at Adamas University, Kolkata, West Bengal. Right at the very outset, I would like to convey my sincere and best wishes to the Eastern Institute of Technology, Suvarnabhumi, for organizing the first international conference on technology, innovative educational and multidisciplinary skills in the 21st century research. I'm extremely happy to be a part of this conference today, especially because I see it as a significant confluence of brilliant and innovative ideas and thoughts, sharing and exchanging of meaningful insights and knowledge pertaining to the multidisciplinary field of studies and research. Having spent more than 23 years exclusively in the field of school education, school leadership, teacher training, development, and empowerment, wherein I have set up and led a couple of premier international schools in India as the principal and currently working as the Director of School of Education, shouldering responsibility of nurturing and shaping young minds of the would-be 21st century teachers and PhD scholars in the field of education. I have always believed in the transformative power of education in bringing about visible and tangible differences in the lives of people around us. Through the ennobling power of education, we can nurture, empower, and significantly equip the young learners of the present generation to confidently address the emerging global complexities of the 21st century and at the same time enable them to evolve into the best, the truest, and the highest version of themselves. However, I would also like to mention that in the months since the world has been embroiled in a considerable global pandemic, there has been considerable dialogue and debate about how higher education should both cope with its immediate threat, while also considering pivots toward new models and innovations for the future. Thanks to the COVID times, which had actually caused major disruptions to our traditional thought patterns concerning education, and on the positive note, had actually compelled us to think out of the box and embrace considerable flexibility and adaptability, and devise innovative strategies and methods to significantly address the emerging complexities concerning the sphere of higher education. Now, if we consider certain statistics pertaining to the outcome of higher education, especially over the past 1 decade or so, we see that 50% of the graduates are unable to get a decent job. Employers would confirm that at least 80% of the ones who do manage to get a job are actually not skilled enough to retain that job and have to be reskilled, upskilled, and reoriented on the job front. So if one of the major aims of our educational system is to ensure a somewhat decent living after the completion of the formal higher education, we cannot help but agree to the fact that our current education system is miserably failing. One of the major reasons being the ever-widening gap between academia and industry expectations. Academia is undoubtedly failing to prepare the learners to match the industry standards, expectations, and readiness. And one of the major implications of that being the system increasingly churning out a lot of job seekers rather than job creators. Can we at all think of any significant educational innovation if we still continue to eulogize the standardized tests as one of the integral components of the learner's evaluation, which majorly relies on conformity and compliance and definitely not on one's creativity and innovation? Traditional educational norms force our learners to metaphorically color within the lines, that is, to comply, to conform, and to compete. Every learner is given the same amount of time to learn the same thing, and preferably on the same day. No wonder that the learners struggle a lot to realize their true potential. Aren't we forgetting something very basic here? That the real world beyond the confines of the fancy physical infrastructure of a higher education institution rewards those amply who can actually think out of the box and can carve their own path. And in order to sustain and thrive in the 21st century, ever increasingly complex workforce, the learners have to be oriented more towards collaboration and cooperation rather than cutthroat competition. And in order to address and challenge the emerging global complexities, we do not need mechanically trained minds with facts, trained minds loaded with a lot of facts and figures, minds which systematically formulated to think alike. But we require minds which are capable of divergent thinking and out-of-the-box ideation. We must allow the young learners more time which they can effectively utilize in following their curiosity, creating, sharing, exploring, and experimenting with their new ideas. We have to stop stigmatizing failures and mistakes and realize that they are essential components of learning. If we truly want the present generation to evolve into creative problem solvers, we must give them ample scope to explore the three essential P's, and that is play, passion and purpose. It is play, passion and purpose which make a person truly creative. And we must allow these creative minds to not only seek innovative solutions to the problems, but also to seek inherent problems in the existing solutions. And lastly, I believe that the learners should have the complete responsibility and ownership of their own learning, and in order to make it happen, they must have both choice as well as voice to determine and express what, where, and how they would want to learn. And in order to nurture such creative minds effectively, the education leaders, the educators, the educational policymakers, that is the entire educational fraternity, needs to redefine and reimagine their roles in driving this momentous shift towards empowering individual learners by maximizing their learning potential to ultimately evolve into self-motivated and lifelong learners. Both the educator as well as the learners have to wholeheartedly embrace the benefits of anytime and anywhere learning. And they have to stay committed to continuous learning, unlearning and relearning across all significant phases of their lives. In fact, one of the positive offshoots of the global pandemic happens to be the paradigm shift from teaching to learning. When it comes to the educators who we all presume would continue to inspire, motivate, stimulate, and at the same time facilitate the love for lifelong learning among the learners as well as among themselves. It is for all of us to realize and appreciate now more than ever that teaching is not a mechanical task of transferring facts and content from one to another. It is rather the most creative and most sophisticated profession, which helps to enable the young learners to evolve into a more confident, equipped, dynamic, and authentic version of themselves. I sincerely hope that our young research scholars, those who are attending the conference today, in the field of education would take due cognizance of the same and would collectively strive towards a more creative, innovative and personalized mode of education, better suited to the changing landscape of a globally complex and dynamic 21st century world. Once again, I wish today's international conference a huge success in terms of critical and creative ideation through an enriching knowledge sharing experience. Thank you so much.
Next, I invite Professor Dr. Rashid Mahmood. He is the Research Professor of Big Data Systems and the Director of Research, Training and Consultancy at the High Performance Computing Center, King Abdul Aziz University, Saudi Arabia. He has gained qualifications and academic work experience from universities in the United Kingdom, including Oxford and Cambridge universities. Dr. Rashid has 25 years of academic and industrial experience in computational modeling, simulations, and design using computational intelligence, big data, and high-performance computing. His broad research aim is to develop multidisciplinary science and technology to enable a better quality of life and a smart economy with a focus on real-time intelligence and dynamic system management. He has published nearly 200 research papers, including 6 edited books. He has organized and chaired international conferences and workshops, including Europecom in 2019, Nets Forecast 2010 to 2013, SCE from 2017 and in 2019, SCITA in 2017, and HPC Saudi 2018 to 2020. He has led and contributed to academia industry collaborative projects funded by EPSRC, EU UK regional funds, and Technology Strategy Board UK with a value of over 50 million euros. He is a founding member of the Future Cities and Community Resilience FCCR network, a member of ACM, OSA, senior member IEEE, and former vice chairman of IET Wales SW network.
This is the title of my presentation, Big Data, HPC, AI, IoT, Cloud, and Folks, the core ingredients for bringing innovation to smart cities and infrastructure. So my central point is that technology is very important. Of course, I understand the other elements in bringing innovation to smart cities, but I will focus on the technology side. Okay, so here is, before I go forward, here's a conceptual framework which we have developed recently together with some of our international partners, and we call it Responsible Urban Innovation. And what you see here is that we have local government AI systems. We look at whether this technology is explainable, AI is explainable, ethical, trustworthy, frugal, and we look at cost, benefit, risk, and impact of that, and we look at the policy for the local governments, and of course from local government it connects to the national government and it can be extended to internationally, and then we look at the community, what are their perceptions and expectations, and there is an interaction between these two elements, and basically this framework collectively looks at that. This is the outline of my talk. I have around 200 slides, and I know that I have 35 minutes, so I will go fast. So some of the slides I will go very fast, but I could have focused on one, two things, but the intention here was to show that how innovation is driven by many small projects or large projects, and many of these projects are conducted by students. And these things come together because if we want to bring innovation to institutions, to country, then we need to empower the students, we need to empower individuals, and collectively, if we allow them autonomy, then they can create collectively a large impact in terms of innovation. And as we know, in order to innovate, we need many minds, and these need to be autonomous. So the outline of my talk would be that I will talk about a COVID-19 study as a motivation, what we have done in this work, and then I will go through the technologies which are fundamental in developing these works, and then I will talk about some applications which we have been working on. So I need to go fast, so please forgive me for skipping slides. So here is a work on COVID-19, and this is done by a PhD student, Umari, here in Saudi Arabia. So what you see here is that there is a timeline, and this is detected automatically using Twitter data. And if you look at the bottom, you see that on 14th of March, we see COVID-19 start period here in Saudi Arabia. Then we start getting instructions about staying home, and then we start listening about prevention. There is some loan issues because now industry or offices are closed, so therefore people are finding difficult to pay their mortgages, for example, or run their daily things. So there is something connected to loan, and then there is hospital treatment because hospitals are not working in their full efficiency. On top of that, a lot of COVID-19 patients are coming. Therefore, there is issue about hospital treatment, particularly about blood donations, and then quarantine starts. Government start quarantine, and then we see that mobility has gone down. The curfew is imposed. Cleaning services are being used to clean the roads and other infrastructure. Government announces some salary incentives to help the private industry cope with the problems due to COVID-19 and closure of economic activities. Quarantine ends on this date around, so these are the dates I forgot to mention. So roughly mid of April, hospital treatment ends, so things get better because government start making people aware about the problems. And then COVID-19 ends, for example, around early June, and there are daily prayers issues in Saudi Arabia that they had banned them from going to the mosques. And then we have back to normal around early June. So these all timeline was detected automatically by Twitter data, and behind that there were a lot of technologies. So this is the same picture, but I made it in white background just in case color background doesn't come very well. Covariance between different keywords, different concerns. Again, I will not go in detail because the purpose is to show that what kind of things can be done. And here, this is the timeline, as you can see, from February to June. So our data was from February to June in this particular study. And what we see here is that we used LDA, unsupervised learning method, to detect some government concerns and government measures and public concerns. And here what you see is, for example, COVID-19 cases, supplications, quarantine, daily prayers, stay home, loan, cleaning services, hospital treatment, prevention. So all these were detected automatically, and this is a plot which is not very visible, but you can see the peak. For example, this peak I think is stay home, and then this yellow color back to normal this side, and this, for example, this light blue color for 5 daily prayers. So you can detect these events automatically. And then we divided these concerns into macro concerns, for example, daily matters, and these are the public concerns which are part of this macro concern. And then we plotted them and tried to look at them, that what is happening with these concerns or government measures separately, so we can look into it. And we also did some spatio-temporal visualization to see where these things are happening. What is the relative activity compared to different cities? So this is Saudi Arabia map. And what you see here is that there is Jeddah and Makkah, which is second largest city, Jeddah. And there is large activity here in relation to curfew. One of the reasons could be that Makkah is one of the holiest city for all the Muslims, and also in Saudi Arabia. So there is large activity here of discussions because people are concerned about not being able to go to the Makkah city. And this is COVID-19 cases reported, and you can see here that you have different size of circles which show the intensity of activities, and there are some more bigger circles here compared to the previous slide. And what you see is that this is Riyadh, this is Jeddah, so Riyadh is the capital. So you see large activities happening here. Again, my purpose is not to go in detail, so I will now try to go fast. So how do we do this? So this is this particular thing, we call it Iktishaf, which is a tool. And what we do, we collect data using MongoDB, JSON. We do data pre-processing. So there are different things here which we do, and then we do measures and concerns detection. And then we extract spatio-temporal information from social media. And then in the validation module, we try to validate the events using external news and other media, and from internally from Twitter, we try to find automatically if there are tweets which are supporting whatever events were found. So here's some algorithm. Again, I'm not going to go through it. And here we have plotted the time, the execution time for these experiments. So what you see here is that if we use 24 cores, then we need 164 hours, which is more than 6 days. And then as we start increasing the cores to 168, then the time start going down to 24 hours. So we ran around 30 to 40 times the experiments, and if we would have run on the same 24 nodes, it's not even one core, it is 24 cores, then we would have needed for 30 experiments, we would have needed 6 multiplied by 30, so more than 6 months. And by using more cores and parallelizing it, we were able to bring this to 1 day, so 30 to 40 experiments done in 30 to 40 days. So this is a big saving. And then by doing these experiments many times, we were able to tweak the algorithm, finding number of iterations for unsupervised learning for LDA, which will give us good enough results, but we don't need to use all the iterations. So we saw that, for example, this one with 5 number of iterations, we are able to run the same experiment in 3 hours. So if we do the same experiment 30 times, then it basically takes us 90 hours, which is like 4 days. So we are able to bring down that computational requirement because we run them many times, we try to tweak the algorithm and so on. So this establishes the importance of technologies in enabling us to run things faster, and therefore we are able to find more insight into what we are trying to do faster, and therefore it helps us to innovate. And as we know that innovation is not just about the ideas and things, the timeline is very important as well. Many times delays can stop the innovation because the technology or the environment is moving very fast. So smart city, so I will go through now some of the concepts and technologies very quickly. So smart city can be defined as smart. This is now not that new, but I would still like to make the point that smart cities are not just about technology, but we need investment in human and social capital, and we need to bring the traditional and modern infrastructure together, and we need to fuel sustainable economic development and a higher quality of life in order to attract people with a wise management of natural resources, because planet is becoming very important through participatory action and engagement. So here participatory action is very, very important. You need to bring people together in order to bring innovation and to bring more ideas and so on. So smart city is about human and social capital and working together, and technology these days is playing a very important role. But the main concern should not be technology, rather the people. Okay, so here's the definition of smart infrastructure. I will not go through it, these definition, and I will go to the next technology. So one thing I can say is that smart cities can be identified along 6 main axes. This is well known work done by some people. So smart people, governance, mobility, economy, environment, and living. And then there are, around these 6 dimensions, there are things, for example, for smart people, there has to be affinity to lifelong learning, social and ethnic plurality. These things are very important. And smart governance, participation and decision making is very important. In mobility, sustainable, innovative, and safe transport is very important. Smart economy, entrepreneurship is very important. Competitiveness is very important. Smart environment, attractivity of natural condition is very important. Sustainable resource management is very important. Smart living, quality of life is important. So for example, health condition and social cohesion. So another way of looking at smart cities is systems of systems view, which was originally presented by MIT, that a smart city comprises complex systems of systems. So these systems work together. So another way of looking at it is that we have reached to a ubiquitous converged infrastructure, we have many technologies and they have converged, and ubiquity of these devices, these technologies is increasing, and therefore we are able to control the cities through their microsystems or through their subsystems, and we are able to optimize the whole city. So here, this smart cities driver, this show that we have reached a stage in the development of infrastructure. So technologies have reached that stage, and an approach to inclusive and sustainable cities. So social sustainability and environmental sustainability has become very important, and strategy for creating a competitive environment, economic sustainability has become very important, and competitiveness helps people to work harder, people to work smarter and work together, and that helps a country to grow, and internationally it helps the international community to grow. So here's some background about sustainability, which I'm not going to cover, but you can look into it. So we can look at the societies. We are moving from industrial economy to knowledge economy to digital economy to intelligent economy to smart economy. So here, basically, we move towards digital first, and then we started looking at intelligence rather than just ICT, and then now we are looking at sustainability. So we are becoming smarter. So technologies, HPC, so the practice of aggregating computing power in a way that delivers much higher performance. So we bring multiple computers together and make things work in parallel and make things work faster. The importance of HPC is evident in this statement by Eric Isaacs, who is the director of Argonne National Laboratory. And what he said, the US cannot afford to take a backseat in computer technology to the Chinese or to anyone else. The nation that leads the world in HPC will have an enormous competitive advantage in every sector, including national defense, medicine, energy, environment, finance, manufacturing, and product development. So almost everything we need HPC to create a difference. And this statement was issued in a time when US was leading in high performance computing for several decades, and then China built its supercomputer, which was faster than any other supercomputers in the world, and it was stated at that time. And since then, things have changed. China is becoming better, but then other players have come as well. So here's a ranking of the top 10 systems in the world, and what we see is that the top supercomputer is Fugaku from Japan, and it is much faster than any other computer in the world. So the next fastest is Summit, which is in US, and you can see the teraflops of 442 and 148. So it is 3 times faster. Then we have different computers, many of them in US, and then in China, this one was one of their computer which became the number 1. And then you can see another one from China, and then Germany, Italy, United States, and even Saudi Arabia is now number 10 according to this international ranking. This computer is bought recently. Before that, there was another computer, Shaheen, which was number 7 when it entered the competition. So in Saudi Arabia, we are very committed. The government is very committed to build this capacity. And you can see here that Saudi Arabia is on number 7 from this rating. These things change every year, 2 times a year, because the new supercomputers comes and the ranking keep changing. But US, Japan have been dominating this space, and now China has entered. So HPC market and return, it is according to an IDC study. If you invest $1, then it can create $52 in return, and $551 in revenue. So it is an important technology to invest a country in, and it can build the capacity and innovate in the country. So I'm not going to go through this HPC. So big data, I think people know these days, and I will go to a figure to say. So big data can be defined by 4 characteristics. We call them V characteristics: volume, velocity, variety, veracity. So data is at rest, but huge amount of data. Data is fast because it's coming very fast. For example, from YouTube, from sensors in industry and so on. There is variety in data. There are many kind of data, structure and so on, and there is veracity in data. Data is okay. I hope that it's okay, because I thought that okay, I thought that it was disconnected. Are you able to hear me? Anyone can say yes? Hello?
Yes, sir, you were completely audible.
Okay, okay.
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, thank you very much. I need to go there now quickly. Okay, so I was talking of big data, so veracity. So data is in doubt because the data which comes to us, it might be missing data and there might be wrong data. So these four challenges are very important, and data value chain, that as the collectively data, its value goes higher, but individual items of data over time value goes lower. And then here there are different kind of analysis, interactive to exploratory, and their time requirement from milliseconds to hours. And here it shows that in every 60 seconds how much data we are generating. So you can see a number of sources, so Google searches, YouTube, and so on. I think this is well known. People know about this. Okay, so HPC and big data are coming together, and there are many analogies, many similarities in the work, but these were two different communities, and they are coming together. I'm going to skip things because I'm running out of time. So computational intelligence has become very important, as we know, and AI is part of it, and these three areas are converging now. AI is coming together, and we are talking about HPDA, high performance data analysis. IDC used this term, and that we need HPC resources for AI and big data, and that we do a lot of simulation and analysis, and we have data of all kinds, so we bring them together and we do high performance data analysis. Now, Internet of Things are becoming important because they allow us to sense our environment. So I'm not going to talk about it, but there are slides about, it's the market and definitions and everything, and different sectors which are important. Then connected mobility is very important. Now we are living in a different time because of COVID, that we move less. But before that, connected mobility was very important. And of course, we will go back to normal times, although there will be no more normal time per se like before. I think we will be doing more and more things online. But still, there will be a lot of mobility, and therefore connected mobility is very important. There's something called vehicular ad hoc networks or self-managing network. This is very important, in a city. So autonomous connected mobility, very important. And an example is this bus, which is a collaboration between IBM and another startup, and this is autonomously driven. And IBM Watson is used to communicate, interact with the passengers. And then, some news, for example, in Dubai, they announced some time ago that 25% of all transportation will be smart and autonomous, driverless by 2030. These autonomous buses running in Helsinki. So here, because we do a lot of HPC, so here a depiction that how an autonomous car works. You can see that through LiDAR, they are able to see that who is standing, what is happening around it. And again, this is, mapping technologies which are helping to develop high quality, very detailed maps. Behind them, there is NVIDIA is one of the players. They have developed this card which is fully autonomous driving. Intel is also working on technology for autonomous cars. Google car, famous, for a long time, many years. It has been driven many thousand miles, many hundreds of thousands of miles. And BMW concept cars. So all these players are coming now, and if you search, you will find many examples of futuristic cars being built, autonomous cars. Some study about how much trust people have in driverless cars, and Internet of Vehicles, how much savings you can bring. All these are acting as drivers for bringing autonomous cars. So broader area of autonomous cars is autonomous systems, and you can broaden that concept from autonomous vehicles to drones, for example, to autonomous ships, robots, androids, and then socio-technical system. For example, our devices are becoming more and more autonomous, and so on. And social and connected autonomous vehicles, personalized healthcare systems. So, for example, here we are going towards personalized healthcare in the sense that we are collecting data from our environment as well as on our DNA level, and we are creating personalized interventions in terms of pharma, lifestyle, and nutrition, rather than before where the medicine was for a population. And then other technologies, 3D and immersive environments. So virtual reality is becoming very important already. Was already very important, but now with COVID-19, there is more emphasis on it. We can do, for example, we can develop models of virtual models of dresses or of houses, and people can go inside the houses virtually, or they can wear the dress and see how it looks like to them. So the concept of digital twin and other things are coming together. So this is an important area. Then cloud computing is very important because it allows us to incrementally use resources on demand, and we don't have to invest things. And so the reference architecture for cloud computing, then mobile cloud computing, because a lot of data is generated from mobiles. So how do you bring the mobile and cloud computing together? And then edge and fog is coming in between to bridge the gap, because clouds are farther from the edge for mobile, from, for example, smart agriculture, industry, and so on. Taking the data from here to the cloud takes time and create high latency, so we can bring fog computing inside to bridge the gap and do things faster. So a lot of work is happening in this space. Some economic factors of economic drivers of fog computing and edge computing. So data management is important. We need to look at spatio-temporal management of data, data as a service, data fusion. Basically, we are moving towards the vision of Mark Wager, which he presented in '91, that technologies that weave themselves into the fabric of everyday life until they are indistinguishable from it. So in a way, we have reached to some level of this vision. People are more and more on their mobile phone, and we are getting ill as well. I think we need to think carefully what we are doing. And I'm not saying that whatever is happening is good, but what I'm saying is that technology is moving to a time where it is disappearing gradually in our environment, and we do many things autonomously, and these technologies are doing many things autonomously. So ongoing research, I will cover a few things. So this is done by another of our students related to healthcare and using Twitter data. So we collected information about the top diseases in Saudi Arabia. So we found that the top one is diabetes with 31%, and then dermal hypertension 27%, and then dermal disease 20%, and then heart related disease almost 16%, for example, cancer 2.63%, and some others. And then after cleaning the data and after removing some unrelevant data, because many keywords can be same from different areas. So for example, in Arabic, sugar means the same thing as the disease, and also a date kind is also same name as the disease, diabetes. So therefore, this kind of things, these are well known in data analysis. So we were able to clean up those data and found a more refined outcome, and divided them by cities and try to study that how different cities are behaving in terms of diseases. Again, I'm not going to talk about what diseases there are. Awareness and how much awareness activities different cities are doing, and nationally how much awareness activity is doing, and how much people are talking about afflicted diseases. So there's this shows the relationship between them. And this is the architecture of this, we call them Seha in Arabic, means health. And this is the analysis of machine learning algorithm, that how well they perform. Another work we did on 6th generation networks together with Internet of Everything. So here is a depiction. So this is another PhD student. Here we are working on this. So what we see is that 6G work has begun. I mean, at this time we are in conceptualization phase, but the main difference between 5G, because we know that 5G hasn't been realized fully, we haven't seen it everywhere. But in 5G, the focus was on the speed of data. But in 6G, the focus is on AI, that how do you provide AI to applications, and as well as how do you use AI to improve the quality of the network. So because of the time, I can't talk about this. All these works are published, and I'm happy to point to them. Anyone is interested, and you can find the details there. So we did the study with some focused case studies. So one of the study was on a newly built airport in Jeddah. We looked at different kind of sensors and how much traffic they will generate and how we can provide them support. And these are basically different modules in those studies. Again, as I said, that I will go faster. We looked at, for example, their energy requirement, their delays, their network requirements, and the cost saving which will happen if we use fog and edge computing. There's another smart city called KAIK, KEC in Saudi Arabia, and we modeled a district there as well and try to look at different sensing requirements and what kind of traffic and everything and cost savings we will get. And this is the detail. Again, these are published, so you will be able to see them. Okay. So the concept of this work was to provide distributed AI as a service. And as I said, that you can look at. Okay, there's another work here. We call it ICTEMR. This is traffic event detection. And this is the architecture of that. This is related to the COVID-19 work, but here we are using supervised learning. So here it shows that what kind of activities are happening on different events. So we were able to detect different events. For example, there was a fire. Without any prior knowledge, we were able to detect them. Weather condition, weather events, social events, and different events like road damage, traffic conditions, accidents, and so on. So here the depiction of the these events, where they are happening and how much is their intensity. So these colors show what these different events are there. Size of the circle, so how much is the activity, and then the location shows where they are happening in Saudi Arabia. Okay, then another work with Taha Muhammad we have done using reinforcement learning on creating a framework, UB PreSec, which means ubiquitous, previously enhanced and security enhanced quality of service enabling framework. And this was done with 5G. And we use deep reinforcement learning to optimize the network quality, and the fog and edge nodes were there as well. And here is some, and we used a well-known application, which is sparse matrices, which are fundamental to many applications, including deep learning. Another work with Dr. Furqan Alam from your university, Amity University, and he kindly put me in touch with you. That's how I'm giving this talk. So I thank him, and I believe we all need to thank him to create these opportunities. Dr. Alam has done this work where he has brought connected vehicles and autonomous vehicles together, and they are able to share their environment with each other and optimize the decision about their environment. So, for example, in extreme sunlight condition, we can have a mirage, and we might think that there is some water or something there. Similarly, in shaded region, gray region, we might not be able to see certain things. So by looking at cars which are in different places, we can avoid these situations. So this is very important work, and falls under AI and data fusion. So other works we are doing on disaster management, where we are able to use vehicle ad hoc networks and information dissemination to optimize the traffic flow. Here it shows green, here it shows more black-red, which means congested. And we detected some events in London. For example, one of the events we detected was related to economic activities and job hiring, and we located it that it was in Canary Wharf, which is the economic district in London. So this shows the power of AI and social media, and a lot of our work is to do with social media as well. Some more works about detecting events. I will not go through them. Some work we did in the using the US road network data, the whole US road network data. We use a large number of cores because we have a supercomputer here. So we are able to go large, and we did different works based on this US network data to understand the connectivity, to understand that if we want to move from point A to B and there are a large number of queries coming in the same time, how would we parallelize those queries and how much time it will take. This work is done again by Dr. Alam, and I'm not going to go through it, but this is related to the earlier work which I mentioned. A lot of our work is about using other traffic data, such as sensors data coming from the ground, the inductive sensors which are put under the roads, and we collected large data from 11 years data from US, because a lot of these data are openly available in the Western countries. So we use that one to optimize, to develop some forecasting. And we also did some work on traffic incident detection using the US data. And this is disaster management work as well, using GPUs and in-memory computing. And we did another work on London Metro to optimize the network flow in terms of metro and other modes of transportation. Again, all this work is published. Another line of our work is on DNA profiling, which can be used to find, for example, paternity, maternity, the father, the mother, and it can be found, for example, it can be used to find criminals, for example, from DNAs. So we have developed some work here which uses 10 unknowns, means there is a mixture in which there are unknowns, and typically the work done in internationally is 3 to 5 unknowns, but we were able to go up to 10 unknowns, and we were able to bring time from 5.8 days to 2.7 hours. This 5.8 days was interpolated because no one has done this amount of unknowns, because the problem is exponential, and with every unknown the problem goes very many times more in terms of computational complexity. We use more than 3,000 cores to do this work. We have done some work on smart pain management, some work on car-free cities, and we have done some work on traffic, that how much traffic it will generate if we run different applications like healthcare or learning application. UT-Learn, this work is also done by Dr. Alam from your university. I will not go in detail. I'm finishing. I'm just touching on things so that you are aware of the work. So UB Health, another work where we looked at healthcare related demand and to optimize the network to improve the security. Work done by an MSc student, and this is published in Good Journal as well, Q1 Journal, and this is available. So another line of work which is major activities on sparse linear algebra, and this is considered one of the 7 dwarfs by Stanford Berkeley, and you can see here this is sparse matrices, and these are different applications. So it falls with many applications, and as I said, that one of them is deep learning and machine learning. So for example, climate and weather, stellar atmosphere, so many applications it is central to. So for example, for CFD is very important application in designing aerodynamics, planes, cars, and so on, structures. So I will not go through it, but there are a number of works we are doing here to improve the speed of these computations on GPUs, on Intel MIC, on CPUs, on distributed nodes, and so on. So I will not go through it. I will go towards finishing this. So we are doing a lot of activity in terms of creating conferences to spread these these research as well as to bring people together and innovate. So this is some of the work on smart cities and society, some work on smart infrastructure. So HPC Center KU, our drivers are the level of expertise and infrastructure in HPC will determine the competitiveness of a nation and its global standing leadership. So our mission statement, we provide different services, particularly not only related to providing hardware access, but parallelizing the code, speeding up the code, and so on. This is information about what kind of nodes are available. The name of the computer is Aziz, and we have three kind of architectures. So Xeon Phi, which is Intel MIC architecture, NVIDIA GPUs and CPUs, Intel Xeon. So these are the architecture. I will not go through it, and some information about what kind of people are using it. The high performance computing, you will see that most of the people are using it, and social studies people are now turning towards that as well. So the conclusions. Smart cities provide next generation engineering approaches. Smart cities aim to exploit intellectual and social capital. Smart cities are driven by several independent trends. These include a pressing need for environmental sustainability and people's increasing demand for personalization. We need to develop smart infrastructure, and a key challenge in the realization of this infrastructure, which is fundamental to our cities and society, is to create an ecosystem of digital infrastructure that are able to work together and enable dynamic real-time interaction. So this is an important thing we need to achieve. And in order to do innovation, we need to bring technologies together and make it available to people so that they are able to use these technologies without much effort. Acknowledgement of my collaborators, students, and there are many more, and I should add them, sit down and add them, references, and thank you very much.
Next, I welcome our session chair for the day 1 of ICTEMR 2021, Dr. Singham Jayantu, Professor, Mining Engineering Department, National Institute of Technology, Rourkela, India; J. Saranya, Assistant Professor, VLAB Department Coordinator from Department of ECE, Rajlakshmi Engineering College, India; Dr. Shalini Agarwal, Associate Professor, Finance at Chandigarh University, alumni of IIM Ahmedabad; Professor Dr. Muhammad Israr, Professor from Department of Mechanical Engineering, Purnima College of Engineering, Rajasthan, India. Next, I welcome all the participants for the technical session. I invite Munira bint Ramli to discuss on the macroeconomic factors affect the electricity consumption, a case of Asian countries.
Hi, good morning. My name is Munira Ramli, and I would like to present our research paper, which is macroeconomic factors affect the electricity consumption, a case of ASEAN country. Okay, this paper actually have 3 main authors, which is me, Munira Ramli, Noriza Muhammad Sa'ad, and also Zulkifli Abdullah. We are from Unit 10, University Tenaga Nasional in Malaysia. So this paper is about the electricity consumption. We have seen that the ASEAN Center of Energy, ACE, aims to improve the electricity accessibility among all 10 members. Electricity consumption is concerned globally, since it is main intermediate input of the production in pursuing the economic growth in the East era. The motivation of this study is to examine the key elements that derive the electricity consumption in all associates of the Southeast ASEAN nation, ASEAN, from year 2000 to 2018. A panel data is utilized to investigate the relationship between the urban population, industrial structure, and financial development towards electricity consumption in kilowatt hour using linear regression model, which is pool OLS, a random effect, and also fixed effects model. The result found that the rapid growth of urban population gave a great impact to electricity consumption. Vietnam, Thailand have the highest interception using the fixed effect model. This finding suggests that the government need to explore new energy sources to meet the increased demand in electricity while balancing the environmental sustainability. So the transmission of the technology urged the consumer to demand more energy while adapting the expansion of population size and also the rapid economic expansion. We found that the issue facing by the ASEAN Center of Energy ACE, they concern to face the challenges in closing the energy access gap. We want all people can consume electricity, so we want to close the gap. And we want to improve economic recovery, enhance sustainable energy policy framework. So the gap of my study, I found that when we are lack to observe the urbanization changes, it will lead bias in examining the economic growth. For instance, in Kenya, we found that the power distributor have failed to address the electricity demand that influenced by the rapid urban growth. Second, the correlation of the industrial output and electricity consumption have strong relationship because we can see the role of input factor for all manufacturing production as the capital intensive industry. And third, the financial development is really essential to extend the credit, promoting the economic growth through the capital promotion. It's related to the second point. So this study aims to elaborate the factor attributed to the changes in the electricity consumption. So I get this data from the Energy Information Administration, EIA. The data explain the electricity net consumption trend for all 10 countries. So we can see the highest consumption is among the Indonesia, which have the largest population, and it followed by the Vietnam, Thailand, and also Malaysia and Philippines. The 5 countries consume more electricity compared to the other 5 countries. The other 5 countries have maintained less than 50 billion kilowatt hour for this almost 20 years. So to do the analysis, I use the panel data analysis. The panel data analysis consists of the cross-sectional and also the time series. The cross-sectional, which I would like to study about the 10 countries and compare within the 90 years as a time. The panel data analysis is more comprehensive and give more information because we have longitude and also time series. So I use 3 models to estimate this data, which is the pool ordinarily least square, POLS, random effects, and fixed effects. So these 3 estimated, I will choose only one, the best one. I will use the test, the Borch-Pagan-Lagrangian multiplier, and also the Hausman test. So basically, I have 4 types of variable, which is the electricity consumption, urban population, industrial structure, and also financial development. You can see the unit of measurement is like this. So from the analysis, I use the Stata software to run the analysis. We found that I need to use the FE fixed effects model because based on the Hausman test, we found that p-value is less than 5%. So I reject the null hypothesis and no correlation. So from this result, we found that urbanization have the highest significance to the electricity consumption, and we can see that the p-value is 99% positive relationship. We can say that this implies that the higher urbanization rate require more energy to fulfill the needs in urban, because we can see the urban people use more electricity, electronic in their daily life compared to the rural area. And second, the industrialization also have the positive impact, which is 1% increase in industrial structure will expected to increase 0.504 in electricity consumption. This reflects that although the flat curve in industrial trend among ASEAN countries, the electricity consumption still moving upward, associated with the urban population factors. And third, the financial development impact give the lowest impact to the EC. But we need to remember that the role of financial investment in expanding the technology lead to better energy efficiency. The previous study also said that interaction of financial development leads to the country to choose the high technology innovation, and it synchronized to the theory of ecological modernization. So the transformation of the traditional industry implies that major technology adoption while balancing between the environment impact. And second, we want to see the effect of the country's specific effects heterogeneity. So the method is used through the least square dummy variable, LSDV. As you can see from this result, Thailand and Vietnam have the highest positive intercept which is 6.0927 and also 6.3914 respectively. But Singapore was the lowest intercept, which is 1.4894, although the urbanization is 100%. So we can explain that the wealthier population tend to consume less electricity, consistent to the theory ecological modernization and urban transition. The model also explained that using the country dummies have greater R-square, which is 96% independent variable, influence the electricity consumption. So last but not least, I would like to sum up that this result explains the situation in ASEAN countries derive electricity consumption, and it is part of process in economic development to sustain vulnerable living. For the policy recommendation, we need to explore new sources of electricity production and ensure the sustainability of energy. We need to encourage more mixed renewable energy, and we need to expect to give a better energy access and reduce the cost of distribution transmission, especially in rural areas. So we can see the learning case from the case in Thailand and also Vietnam. They have a strong financial system to promote more energy efficiency in household and adoption in renewable energy technology, such that government should encourage more participation of the consumer, investment in self-generating electricity through the rooftop solar PV, like give tax incentive or subsidy or support to ease the burden buying the solar installation. Before I would like to end up my presentation, I would like to thank to my organization, my institute to give the fund for this research, which is Unit 10 Research Development Sendirian Berhad, University Teknologi Nasional Selangor. Thank you. All from me. I wish I can see you again. Thank you.
Next, I invite Thanarak to discuss about the sustainable development of sub-Khao Phano Dongrak with special reference to the Sangha's education.
May I pay homage to the Triple Gem, the Buddha, the Enlightened One, the Dhamma, his teaching, and Sangha, his follower. Lady, distinguished speaker, honorable guests, the chairperson, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed our most humble to have been accept the invite for presentation of the article at the International Conference on Technology Innovative Education Multidisciplinary Skills in 21st Century Research. So on this occasion, I would like to present our topic. Our topic today is the value of Buddhist art as depicted in Khmer clusters in Surin province. This paper presented by our group. Our group today is there are four persons. Number one, Dr. Thanarak. 2. พระครูปริยัติธรรมวงศ์ Associate Professor Dr. พระอธิวัตรธรรมวัชริ and the last one พระศักดิทัศน์แสงทอง Our group from มหาจุฬาลงกรณราชวิทยาลัย University Thailand. In this paper, the purpose of this article, there are two purposes which are as follows. Number one, to present the Buddhist arts as depicted in the Khmer customs. Number two, to explain the value of Buddhist arts as depicted in the Khmer custom. The research methodology of this topic. We use the historical documents and archaeological evidence we use. The result indicated that when Buddhism was spread into the Suvarnabhumi region during the 3rd century AD, there was a devotee and dedication to create art related to the Buddhism. Thus, this art is called Buddhist art. Among all the important civilizations in the world, the Khmer civilizations is the ones of important civilization in the Southeast Asia. The form of Khmer architecture or Lopburi architecture can be divided into three types as follows. Number one, Devalai or the temple. Number two, Dhammasala or accommodation for travelers or house with light. And the last one, Arogayasala or the chapel of hospital. Surin province is located in the northeastern of Thailand. There are a huge number of Khmer castles. In this province, the castle of Brahmanism and Buddhism has been settled. The Buddhist art has reflected through our architecture. This was indicated that this area used to have Mahayana Buddhism, although the Buddhist Mahayana says and the presence had the deteriorated. Historical evidence and values still exist nowadays. Thank you very much for your attention.
Next, I invite Patentya Singram to discuss about the structural model of adaptive capabilities, network capabilities, and community-based tourism innovation in the central region of Thailand.
Hello everyone. Please allow me to extend a warm welcome to my presentation on structural model of adaptive capability, network capability, and community-based tourism innovation in the central region of Thailand. Let me briefly introduce myself. My name is Pathantiya Singklam. I am Assistant Professor at the Faculty of Liberal Arts, Thailand National Sports University Chonburi campus. Let me start with the abstract of my research. This research aims to study and to propose a structural model of community adaptability and network management capability with community-based tourism innovation in the central region. The mixed methodology research are as follows. The quantitative research used the survey data from the questionnaire. The qualitative research used the in-depth interview method and focus group review. The results showed that the community adaptability in the central region directly influenced community tourism innovation. It indirectly affects on community-based tourism innovation through the central community network management ability. Next, I would like to give you some background about the literature review. The literature review consists of the following topics. Concept of community tourism adaptability. The ability to manage network in the context of community tourism. Concept of community-based tourism innovation. The next part is research method. Quantitative research study the effect of independent variables and dependent variables to construct the structural model and the network management capacity of the community with the innovation of community tourism in the central region. The qualitative research was conducted by using phenomenological method. The first step was an in-depth interview. The second step was focus group. Both steps were used to confirm the structural equation model. Population and sample. The population consists of 224 communities from community tourism network. However, 213 communities responded, thus they were used as a sample of this research. There was a total of 5 key information selected to provide the information. The 5 key informants were the member of Community Tourism Association Committee in the central region of Thailand and scholars in the field of community tourism. Hypothesis 1. The community adaptability of the central region community direct affect the community tourism innovation in the central region. In addition to this, it indirect effect on community-based tourism innovation through the central community network management ability. It was found that community adaptability has a positive direct effect on community-based tourism innovation with direct effect of 0.56 and the indirect effect through the community tourism network capacity of 0.66. The total effect was 1.22 with statistical significance at 0.05 level. Hypothesis 2. The community adaptability has a positive direct effect on the ability of the community-based tourism network management with direct effect of 0.62 and total effect of 0.62. Hypothesis 3. The ability to manage the community network has a positive direct effect on the community-based tourism innovation. The effect was 0.68 and the total effect was 0.68. The in-depth interview and focus group confirmed the effect of community adaptability network management capacity and community-based tourism innovation in the central region of Thailand in the following points. The adaptability of community tourism in the central region. Network management capability of the central community. Result of community-based tourism innovation in the central region. The confirmation and verification of findings from focus group. This can be displayed as an equation as follows. Finally, I would like to conclude the main point in the conclusion. The research results show that a community with a community culture is ready to receive new knowledge and ready to adapt to the new opportunity. They are ready for the threats that will affect the community. Thus, this allows the community to create strong innovation. Community-based tourism innovation arises from the organization's ability to continually adjust above its competitors, with its adapt from the ability to learn and adapt before other competitors, resulting in sustainable results. The network management capability of the central community directly affects the innovation of community-based tourism in the central region. This is consistent with Mendoza, Valajo, and Oliveira 2015 study said that a collaborative network helps organizations stand out. Collaborative network is a model for community to be more competitive, to innovation that create differentiated community products. One of the things that contributes to the success of community tourism innovation is organizational flexibility. For the succession, longitudinal study should be applied for future study. In future research studies, this research conceptual framework can be both to study control variables such as community size or characteristics of different communities. There are also other concepts involved and can be a factor in further studies. The key informants are community-based tourism operators, so they can further apply the research result to benefit their own. Community-based tourism. This model is a discussion of influential variables in network management that can promote community adaptation to create tourism innovation more effectively. This brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Our next presenter is Itsaranam Tapi, who will be discussing on an analysis of women's college mission statements.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Suvarnabhumi Tapi. I am an English language lecturer at the Language Center, Walayalongkorn Rajabhat University under the royal patronage, which is in the outskirts of Bangkok, Thailand. I am so glad to be one of the presenters at the first international conference on technology, innovative educational, and multidisciplinary skills in the 21st century research. And I'm here today to present my research entitled An Analysis of Women's College Mission Statements. Introduction. There are 35 women colleges in America as of October 2019. In the last 55 years, however, the number of women's colleges has drastically declined from 233 to 36. Some were closed down while others went co-educational. Many of them that still exist are struggling to fill their seats, and one solution to this problem is to have a strong identity that differentiates them from well over 4,000 co-educational institutions in the US. To achieve this, they marketize their institutions or brand themselves via websites, vision statements, action statements, strategic plans, and especially mission statements, either publicized on their own institutional website or a commercial one like the US News. Previous research reveals that women attending women's colleges have been shown to experience more academic and intellectual development than their peers at co-educational institutions. They are also reported to have greater self-esteem and leadership abilities. Taking all the post-college benefits together, it is worth seeing whether these elements will be included in the mission statements of women's colleges in the US. The research question is as follows. What elements recur within women's college mission statements, and how are they different from those elements that recur within co-educational mission statements? Methodology. As for data collection, a sample of 30 women college mission statements published on the US News website were analyzed. There are 8 baccalaureate institutions, 14 master's degree institutions, and 8 doctoral institutions. The mission statements of some universities were not analyzed as they didn't meet the research criteria. As for data analysis, I adopted the lens of analysis employed by Morphew and Hartley in 2006 to scrutinize elements that recur across mission statements of the sample institutions. I also focused on every element that appeared in the first 3 sentences of each women's college mission statement, as I believed that these elements received a greater institutional emphasis. Results. I was ultimately able to identify 48 distinct elements across all mission statements. The 3 most common elements that appear in the first 3 sentences among mission statements of all institution types are shown in Table 1 below. As you can see, the first most common element is women's college, which accounts for 90%. The second one, leadership, accounts for 77%. And the third one, fostering environment, which accounts for 50%. There appear to be 2 patterns of wordings associated with the women's college element. Some specify that their institutions were primarily for women in an objective, neutral way, as exemplified in Bennett College's mission statement below. Bennett College is a small, private, historically black liberal arts college for women. Many institutions used sentimental, inspiring wordings to specify that they were primarily for women. One clear example is from Mount Holyoke's college mission statement. Mount Holyoke College attracts ambitious, independent women from around the world who embrace complexity, cultivate curiosity and resolve to become agents of change. Leadership is the second most common element, appearing in 23 out of 30 women's college mission statements. An example is shown below. The college offers women an education conducive to excellence in scholarly pursuits, preparation for leadership roles in the workplace, society, and the world, and lifelong learning in a technologically advanced, complex global society. Fostering environment is the third most common element, and half of women's colleges shared it in the first 3 sentences of their mission statements, which included classroom atmosphere and other related elements. One clear example is from the mission statement of St. Mary's College. For over 175 years, St. Mary's College has been providing women with groundbreaking educational opportunities in an environment in which they can thrive. Discussion. From the findings, there are 2 issues worth a discussion. First, all the sample mission statements that mention leadership also associated it with other elements, such as workplace, global context, and different fields of the study of the society, politics, science, arts, business, to mention but a few. This backs up the fact that women are still underrepresented in many aspects of the global society. A recent report on the women's leadership also reveals that the leadership gap between men and women in America exists and prevails in various fields. Second, campus environment was another popular element included in the mission statements of many institutions. For example, Ricker Peel found that those who graduated from all-girls schools have stronger academic skills, greater academic engagement, higher self-confidence, stronger community involvement, higher level of cultural competency, and increased political engagement. Conclusions. From a sample of 30 women's colleges in America, I identify 3 commonalities that almost all of them share: women's college, leadership, and fostering environment. The latter 2 elements barely appear in the first 2 to 3 sentences of co-educational colleges' mission statements as investigated by previous research, but they prevail in the current study that limits to those of women's colleges only. I argue that leadership is prioritized by women's college as women in the current society are still underrepresented in almost every industry. Moreover, learning atmosphere matters immensely to women, and it is hinted in many colleges' mission statements. If you have any questions or concerns, you can reach me by my email, itzra@vru@ac.th. Thank you for watching.
Next, I invite Frapalat Surayantaru, who will be discussing on the Buddhism and health enhancement under the Arts and Culture Charter in Khao Sinaran District, Surin Province.
Good morning to everyone, distinguished speakers, honorable guests, the chairperson, ladies and gentlemen. This occasion, I would like to present my research article. My topic today is Buddhism and Health Enhancement under the Arts and Culture Charter in Khao Sinaran District, Surin Province. Represented by our group, number 1, Prapat Surayanataro, Assistant Professor, Dr. Number 2, Pramaha Visit Thirawangso, Klipmong, Assistant Professor, Dr. And third, Adikan Viengkiti Wano, Assistant Professor, Dr. And the last one, Rakru Pariyat Panyasopon Chai Borana, Assistant Professor, Dr. Our group from Hospital Longkorn Raja Vidyalaya University, Surin Campus, and Buridam Buddhist College. The purpose of this research, there are 3. Number 1, to study the content and potential of self-management in local social and health of community in Khao Sinaran District, Surin Province. 2. To study the process of creating a community charter in art and culture for the health in Kwasinerin district, Surin province. 3. To present a community charter for the health of the community according to the Buddhist principle in Kwasinerin district, Surin province. In this paper for the research methodology, we use the actual research and quantitative research. We use a research tool, interview form, and questionnaires. Data were collected from the deep interviews for group discussion, quantitative data from 13 key informants, analysis by use content analysis, real qualitative data collected from 322 simple analysis by use discriminative analysis. Results of the research. Results indicated that the villagers in this district are mostly female, 60 years old, average income 5,000 up to 10,000 baht, agricultural career, self-management potential in local art and culture of community. In this district, found that overall is very high. The process of creating a community statue on the art and culture for health along with the condition of welfare in this district has 7 steps as follows. The first one, holding a local or forum. Step 2, common responsibility. Step 3, establish community. Step 4, agreement rule for coexistence. Step 5, meeting to revise a community statute draft. Number 6, enhancement of the statute. And 7, step of the community art and culture in publish and distribute to villages for creation of all present community culture for the health and a community according to the Buddha Dhamma in this district from the cooperation of the public sector, civil society. The establishment of a committee drawing the community statute by bringing the condition of welfare and unity of villagers in a community, the base of sympathy, justice for formal relate and the principle of full permanence to improve the quality of life of people in a community, and the use of art and culture charter for the head of community in local era. So, thank you very much for your attention.
Next, I invite from Mahal Visit Dira Wangso to discuss about the model and activity development in Adult Health Promotion Foundation, the Adult Health Learning Center, Wat Santhuenkaew Takyan Sub-District, Kapchrang District, Surin Province.
Good morning to everyone, distinguished speakers, honorable guests, the chairperson, ladies and gentlemen. On this occasion, we would like to present our research paper. Our research paper for present at the International Conference on Technology, Innovative Education and Multidisciplinary Skills in 21st Century Research. Our topic today is Model and Activity Development in Adult Health Promotion Foundation, the Adult Health Learning Center of Wat Santhuenkaew, Takyan Sub-District, Kapchrang District, Surin Province. Presented by พระมหาวิสิทธิราชวังโสกลีบม่วง พระเจริญบุญโทษประดิษฐ์ชื่นบาน and กิตติคุณร่วงสง Our group from Chulalongkorn Racha Vidyalaya University, Surin Campus, Thailand. The objective of the research, there are 3. 1. To study the requirement and taking care of adult care health in Adult Health Learning Center of Wat Santhuenkaew, Takyan Sub-District, กับเชียง District สุรินทร์ Province 2. To develop model and activity in adult health promotion foundation. And 3. To analyze the means in adult health promotion foundation in adult health learning center of วัดสันติวิเวกตะเคียน Sub District กับเชียง District สุรินทร์ Province. The research methodology of this research. This work is a quality research, document study, in-depth interviews, and focal group with 20 key persons were used. The data was analyzed by content analysis and analytic indications. The results has shown that 1. The need in healthcare for the health learning center of วัดสันติวิเวกตะเคียน Sub District กับเชียง District Surin Province has found that the elderly need to be healthy and free from disease. They should have a healthy diet and need to have recreational activity. 2. The development of model and activity in adult health promotion foundation has found that there are 3 forms of activities for enhancement the well-being for elderly: physical well-being, mental and intellectual well-being, social well-being. 3. Guidelines for enhancing well-being has found that 1. Physical aspect include encouraging the elderly to understand the health. 2. Psychological and intellectual aspect, including encouraging the elderly to participate in activity with others. 3. Social aspect, that is to say, encourage activities with their family. The community should encourage the elderly to attain merit making and attempt for achieve peace of the mind. So thank you very much for your attention.
Next, I invite Frapalat Surayantaru to discuss about the new normal quality of life according to Dhamma principle and COVID-19 pandemic crisis in Khao Sinrin District Municipality, Surin Province.
Good morning to everyone. Distinguished speaker, honorable guests, the chairperson, ladies and gentlemen. On this occasion, I would like to present our paper. So, our paper today is a new normal quality of life according to Dhammatic principle in COVID-19 pandemic crisis in Khao Sinrin District Municipality, Surin Province. Presented by พระปรัชญ์สุรยานทโรจันทึกอรพินปิยสกุลเกียรติพระครูปัญญาสุธรรมมณิเทศพระมหายุทธพิชาญทองจันทรารัตดาวันคุณดวงดี Our group from มหาจุฬาลงกรณราชวิทยาลัย University Surin Campus, Thailand. The purpose of this research, there are 3 as follows. The first one, to study the adaptation in COVID-19 pandemic crisis in Khao Sinrin District, Municipality, Surin Province. 2. To study problems and obstacles in adaptation in this area. 3. To study a way to improve the quality of life in new normal according to Buddhist principles in COVID-19 pandemic crisis in this area. Research methodology. This research is a methodology research for use for research designs. Qualitative research by handing out questionnaires from a sample of 375 persons. Qualitative research was used in in-depth interviews with the 10 key informants and a group discussion with the A symbol. The statistics used include frequently presented, average, and standard deviations. The result indicated that adaptation in COVID-19 pandemic crisis in Khao Sinrin District, Municipality, Surin Province, was found that People may pay attention to maintaining cleanliness, refraining from unnecessary activity, can be cautioned to live in carelessness. Recognizing public policies on prevention, treatment, and awareness of seriousness of COVID-19, and being vigilant in social concerns, and being able to advantage communication technology innovations. 2. The problems and obstacle adaptation in this crisis found that the people were concerned with the danger and severity of poisonous strains. People confused with many informations. 3. The ways to improve life quality in New Normal according to the Buddhist principle in this crisis found that the self-managed development by having a good relationship with environments and with others, as well as to adaptation of working life with honestly and aptitude for living in society with peacefully. It also creates motivation to create investigating work. Social program about the impact of occupations by belief in they can develop and prosper, creating a need for good values and benefit both for themselves and society. Apply your existing skill, potential, and wisdom to develop job and career by applying communication technology to access information to generation income for yourself and benefit society. So, thank you very much for your attention.
Next, I invite Framaha Weset Dhirawangso to discuss on the development of the competency of Sangha administrators in Suren province.
Good morning to everybody, distinguished speakers, honorable guests, the chairperson, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed our most able to have been accepted and invited for presentation in the article at the International Conference on Technology, Innovative Education and Multidisciplinary Skill in 21st Century Research. So, on this occasion, we would like to present our topic with a research paper. Our topic is the development of competencies of Sangha administration in Surin province. Presented by Pramaha Visit Dhirawangso Klipmuang, Pradit Chunman, and Vipat VT, our group from Mahachulalongkorn Raja Vidyalaya University, Surin Campus, Thailand. The objective of this research, there are three, are as follows. 1. To study the characteristics of competency of Sangha administration in Surin province. 2. To study the competency and competency indicators of Sangha administration in Surin province. 3. To study the competency development and competency indicator of Sangha administrator in Surin province. The research methodology of this topic, the research is qualitative, documentary study and in-depth interview with 10 key informants that a good prototype and select for support symbol were used. Qualitative information by classify using information. The data were analyzed by using discriminative. So, the result has found that the characteristics of competency of Sangha administrators in Surin province found that administration aspect is meeting, work planning, project preparation, etc. The religious study aspect is an educational organization supporting the management of education inside and outside the chamber. Study welfare aspect is learning centers which are set up within the chamber and encourage education for the student, etc. The Buddhist propagation of aspect is moral and ethical training for persons and organizing important Buddhist day activity, etc. The public welfare aspect is constructions of building, lodging for monks and novices, etc. Finally, the public welfare aspect is assistance for the victim, financial support for the construction of hospital and process hospital building, etc. The competencies of Sangha administration consists of 9 competencies as follows. The first one, general competency, it consists of 3 competencies, namely 1, morality, 2, good communication, and 3, being a good model member. And 2, sales competency consists of 3 sub-competencies, teamwork, 2, helping other, and 3, trusting. And in each sub-competency, it consists of 3 competencies, knowledge, skill, and attitude. So the 3, development of performance and performance indicator of Sangha Instrument Province. The performance of Sangha Instrument Province has been developed properly. It includes, number 1, general performance, which are the 3 indicators known as 1, morality, ethics, and 2, good communications, and 3, a good example in the manner, and 2, self-performance, and 3, indicator, and self-leadership, 2, intelligence development, and 3, performance with other, 3, indicator, and 3, work, helping other, and trustfully. So thank you very much for your attention.
Our next presenter is Fakru Sri Sunto Saraket, who will be discussing about the local wisdom in the ritual of Fanchol Mahmud of Myong District, Soren Province.
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished speakers, honorable guests, the chairperson, ladies and gentlemen. On this occasion, my name is Fakru Sri Sunto Saraket, Assistant Professor Doctor from Department of Education, Mahachulalongkorn Rajavidyalaya University, Surincampat, Thailand. It is indeed our utmost honor to have been accepted and invited for presentation the article at the International Conference on Technology, Innovative Education and Multidisciplinary Skills in 21st Century Research. So on this occasion, I would like to present my topic. My topic today is on wisdom in ritual of Banjol Mahmud of Myong District, Surin Province. In this topic, there are 3 objectives with there. The first one, to study the concepts of innovation of Banjol Mahmud of Myong District, Surin Province. 2, to analytical study of belief and value in educational dimension as reflected from Banjol Mahmud ritual. 3, to analyze the body of knowledge in ethical value. The research methodology of this research, this work is a qualitative research. Documentary study and in-depth interviews were used, and empirical analysis. The result indicated that the concept and evolution of the ritual were caused by mixed beliefs of Buddhism, Brahmanism, and original beliefs such as ghosts, spirits, natural phenomena, and mystery beliefs that are not verified. The evolution of this ceremony does not indicate a term. So, it can be divided into periods, namely the traditional period with the characteristics of strict ritual precepts, but modern times are characteristics by unstrong practice. And the number of beliefs in this ritual has a reduced effects. The beliefs and ethical values expressed through the Banjol Mahmud are characteristics of the mixed belief of Buddhist beliefs of Karma and Brahma belief in the form of ritual and gods, a spirit that appear neutrality, metification that look after the disconnected. The ethical value that express include a moral value, planning value in this goal and achieve of life, ethical value of coexistence in society, and value in Buddhist dimension are understand the reality of life. So, the body knowledge of that is instruct people to practice the 5 precepts: gratitude, belief in karma, and welfare of people in society for peaceful coexistence. So, thank you for your attention.
Our next presenter is Fakru Sumit Chadsari, who will be discussing on an analysis of problems, effects and strategies on religious and cultural tourism of the Southeast region for economic cooperation in Asian community.
Ladies and gentlemen, today I would like to present my research project. My name is Fakru Sumit Chadsari, Doctor. I am the head of the research. And the topic is an analysis of problem, effect and strategies on religion and cultural tourism of Southeast regions for academic cooperation in Asian community. And we have 2 co-researchers. First, Venerable Assistant Professor Prakru Sisunthon Sarokit, and the second co-worker is Rakru Panya Suthamanite. The research was conducted under the research plans of religion and cultural tourism of the Southeast regions, history, routes and network strengthening in Asian community. The objective of the research was first to study and analyze strategies of cultural and religion tourism in the Southeast region for academic cooperation in Asian community. To present the strategy of the cultural and religion tourism in the Southeast regions for academic cooperation in Asian community. The research population and participants are about scholar or specialists, the director or the heads of attraction. The research area covered with Nakhon Ratchasima Province, Buriram Province, Surin Province, Ubon Ratchathani Province, and Sisakhet Province. Qualitative methodology was employed in the research. The data were analyzed through Tripitaka, the Buddhist documents, and the related research both in Thai and foreign. The field trip study was also employed in the research. The research was presented by using descriptive analysis. The results of the research found that first state of problem and effects of cultural and religion tourism in Southeast regions for economic cooperation in Asian community. We found that on the place and personal and activity of the tourism. Focus on place, for example, people or tourists do not understand extremely the builder attentions. Lack of creating mark points of religion place that interest and attract tourists. On the personal problem and obstacles, the research found that they have not enough the number of personnel of the cultural and religion tourist attraction to posted in the cultural and religion tourist attraction for facilitating and providing the related body of knowledge. On the cultural and religion tourist activities, found that they had no continually behold in both the temple and national park. In the last sessions of my presentation, we focused on the strategy of cultural and religion tourism. We found that participants shown us that personal place and activity channel of promoting tourism should be improved.
Next, I invite Frakro Satu Gitkosol, who will be discussing on the sufficiency economy philosophy, from the Buddhist notion to survival in COVID-19 pandemic crisis.
May I pay homage to the Triple Gem, the Buddha, the Dhamma, and Sangha, the guest speaker, honorable guest, the chairperson, ladies and gentlemen. Today, our topic will present at the International Conference on Technology, Innovative Education, and Multidisciplinary Skills in the 21st Century Research. So on this occasion, our topic today is Sufficiency Economy Philosophy, from the Buddhist notion to survival in COVID-19 pandemic crisis. In our team, presented by number 1, Prakru Sathukit Goson, Assistant Professor, Doctor, and 2, Pra Thamamoli Thongyu, Doctor, and 3, Prakru Viriya Panyapivat, Assistant Professor, Doctor, and 4, Pramahasombat Thanawaro, Rodrel, Assistant Professor, and the last one, Pramahasompong Thita Jitto. Our team from Mahachulalongkorn Raja Vidyalaya, Surin Campus, Thailand. The purpose of this paper, there are 3 purposes, which as follows. The number 1, to present the principle and justification of sufficiency economy. 2, to present the Buddhist notion in sufficiency economy. And 3, to examine the value of sufficiency economy for survival in COVID-19 pandemic crisis from the Buddhist viewpoints. The research methodology of this topic, this paper used document from the Buddhist text and modern text. The content is what used. So, from the study, we can find that the result indicated that the principle and justification of sufficiency economy was found in the main concept of sufficiency economy philosophy is to guide the existence and practice or try the document of the country to prosper, stability and sustainability in various dimensions which have changed. The resource is a balanced development in all aspects and is really for economic change, society, environment, and culture. The Buddhist notion in the sufficiency economy found that the sufficiency economy principle is directly related to the principle of need and part in Buddhist teaching, which there are 8 factors, emphasize the difference from the wrong occupations and provide a good faith occupations. The value of sufficiency economy for survival in COVID-19 pandemic from Buddhist viewpoints found that the principle help the people to live their life, be conscious, and living during the COVID-19 pandemic by realizing the value of life. Therefore, the Buddhism does not focus on how much wealth we have, but it focuses on the right approach to the property acquisition. Therefore, when we are living in this crisis time, we should live in self-sufficiency, protection, and relationality. Thank you for your attention.
Next, I welcome Aida Nazima Abasha to discuss about the external and internal environment scanning towards strategic design and manufacturing a new safety car.
Hello, hi. My name is Aida Nazima binti Abasha, and today I would like to present my research paper entitled The External and Internal Environment Scanning towards the strategic design and manufacturing a new safety car. As for the introduction, basically this research idea is triggered from the Malaysian motor vehicle industry. It is one of the essential contributor to the worldwide economies and also in Malaysia, and is also expected contribute about 10% to our GDP in 2020 in Malaysia. And according to the Motor Trader and Star Online, the vehicle sales in Asia also will reach about 4.7 million units in 2018. Compared to the previous year, 2011, is only about around 2.4 million units, and at the same time also, the number of cars in Asian road is estimated to reach about 55 million units. And WHO World Record also stated that the road accident have brought the public health and development problem, also kill about more than 1.5 and 1.2 million people a year, and also injured or disabled between 20 to 50 million people. And then it also gives some impact on such injuries on average that costs about 1% to 2% of their national GDP every year. And besides, the Malaysian Ministry of Transport report also said that the total road accident increased gradually from 3,000 something 360,000 cases in 2007 up to 521,000 cases in 2016. So it suggests a further study by looking the backward, by looking at the automotive industry itself, because they are the parties that actually provide or manufacture the car. So next, this literature later will explain on the car safety itself, as our dependent variable, and also the internal variable that cover the external factors, which is the technology shift, and also the internal factors which is the design features, okay, inside the manufacturer side. Okay, so the purpose of the objective of this research paper, okay, we propose to investigate the level of car safety and Asian NCAP understanding among the car manufacturer, and at the same time also we want to investigate how the car manufacturer embedded and also implement the technology shift into the designing and also at the manufacturing stage at their side. And then the last one, we also want to investigate how car manufacturer embedded and also implement the design features into the designing and manufacturing stage of a new safety car. Okay, so these are the proposed objective for this paper. Again, next is okay, next, this is the framework, okay, that we propose for this research paper. Okay, so as what we are concerned now, okay, we want the safety car, okay, to produce to serve the customer, the consumer. Okay, so the car safety has become one of the growing issues in the world, and also WHO also proved it, and the World Bank also reported that more than 50% are killed during the traffic accident, and it is among the youth between age of 15 to 44 years old. And at the same time also, okay, this recommendation action is for the each country government to reduce the prevalence of the road accident. And as what we understand from the previous research, okay, the accident basically the road accident is basically influenced by three main factors, which are the first one is by the human factors itself, okay, that cover the drunk during their driving, and then their driving experience itself or restraint use. Okay, and then the number two is the vehicle factors itself, due because of the vehicle factors itself that's cover the mandated or non-mandated equipment or vehicle design. And the last one, number three, is due to the driving environment, okay, such as the traffic signal, the weather condition, and also the road accident. Okay, and at the same time also, okay, by improving the car safety, okay, we need to take the action taken by all parties, okay, especially from the vehicle manufacturer itself. Okay, so they need to concern the safety, they need to have the safety concern, okay, from the beginning, okay, when they want to establish or to design or to until to the extent towards the manufacturing of a new car. Okay, so that we can say that the car is comply with all the safety requirement. Okay, and then next is the second one is the independent part, okay, that we separate into two, which are the external factors and also the internal factors. Okay, as for the external factors, we are looking at the technology shift, okay, inside the manufacturer company. Okay, so the technology shift and the car design features are essential factors, of course, in the automotive industry. Okay, so this is important when the technology shift may influence the advancement and also the refinement of the latest devices, system, and also the associated software that the automotive manufacturer can use to conduct their business. Okay, and at the same time also, okay, a variety of the current new technology in automotive industry, such as the intelligent transport system, the ITS, okay, for the alcohol lock, and also the seatbelt lock, okay, as well as GPS, braking, and also the steering system is needed. We can say that this is a requirement, okay, to have a one safety car. Okay, okay, so means that the manufacturer they should consider all this system, all this technology that they can consider to implement in their car. Okay, and at the same time also, okay, the technology shift also becomes essential for the OEM car manufacturer, okay, to create a new competitive advantage and stay competitive in the current market. So this requirement to produce a safety car, it should be something that is we can say that it is should be one of the compulsory requirement, okay. And at the same time also, it is one of their selling point actually to compete with other competitors, okay. It should be a social responsibility actually. They need supposed to produce something that is can give the beneficial to the consumer. Okay, so next is the internal factors, okay, which is the design features. Okay, so for this we can see that a business entity, okay, one of the main factors of success in the product is actually their product itself. Okay, so a product with the latest and exciting features will help a business entity to boost their sales, okay, by having a good marketing as well. Okay, and then according to a researcher, okay, they are saying that a few factors to influence the product launch success is of course the 4 P's. Okay, which are the product, price, promotion, and also the place. And moreover also, any product produced is compulsory actually to fulfill the market needs and buyer, okay, taste in terms of design features that meet their specification needs. Okay, so in order for them to produce something that is safety for the consumer, at the same time also they should consider all these design features that can comply to the safety requirement. Okay, so design features also such as the autonomous system, intelligent transport system, ITS, the color, the passive design, safety design, the material, the component used, and also the body design are the specification required by the car manufacturer to ensure that the product that they offer is a safe for their customer. Okay, so they need to make sure that there is less of a very minimum hazard, okay, for something that a product they can offer to their customer. Okay, and also the safety must become the priority, okay, for the car manufacturer another than cost. And also the car manufacturer needs to make sure that the material and component used have a significantly less environmental impact as well. Okay, if a road accident happens, as well as the body car design must incorporate with the standard of safety, size, the weight, okay, aerodynamics as the Asian NCAP requirement. Okay, and then design features also will be a good impression of alternative product features, but even though the customer always want the best features combination, okay, so they are only willing to pay for what is necessary to provide the best advantage for them. Okay, so as for that, okay, so we have proposed this framework, okay, for this research paper, and then these are the proposed hypothesis statement as well. Okay, so the first hypothesis, is there any significant relationship or impact between the technology shift towards designing and manufacturing a new car safety? And the second one is the hypothesis number 2, is there any significant relationship between design features, okay, towards manufacturing and designing a car safety car, okay, by the manufacturer. Okay, and as for the implication of this study, okay, from the theoretical implication, okay, this research is expected to understand the car manufacturer understanding on car safety and how they implement the safety regulation provided by the Asian NCAP within their career scope at designing and manufacturing of a new car. So as I mentioned, as I explained previously, okay, it should be one of the requirement or their responsibility for their community to produce something that is beneficial, that is good in terms of the safety features for their customer. Okay, and then but from the practical implication, this research also is hoped to bring the evidence about the car manufacturer understanding in Malaysia that needs the further intention by MIRAS and at the same time by the car manufacturer and also the vendors to improve the current car safety manufacturing. And on the other hand, also the additional training, the awareness training, and also the safety regulation enforcement need to be considered by the manufacturer and also by the MIRAS as well as by the government agencies for planning during their managing and during the evaluating the road safety program and conducting the related training for all these relevant agencies. Okay. So as for the conclusion, okay, the automotive industry is growing year by year. Okay, it is also contribute a lot to every in terms of GDP. It contributes a lot to each country. Okay, that in this field. And then, but at the same time, also we are concerned that the accident rate is also increased. So it looks like there is peril. So it should be something that we need to further discuss, need to further investigate. Okay, so that's why due to lack of research that we gain the perspective from the manufacturer perspective. So this research, this paper would like to investigate further, okay, to get some perspective from the manufacturer itself, because we aware that there are the people that offer the product to the consumer. Okay, so we as the end consumer, we have a selection. Okay, so it can be a selection or the factors that you can choose. Either you want to choose in terms of the design, or is it you want to choose in terms of the price, or maybe because of your family, you have a big family, so you need a car that affordable and also that is a suit for your family. So you have a choice. But from the manufacturer perspective, they should take this as their responsibility to provide something that is safer for their consumer. Okay, so therefore, this research consider that the analysis from the manufacturer perspective will help to meet proposed research objective for related stakeholder benefit, especially for consumer, for the automotive industry player, for the vendors, and also for the MIRAS. Okay, so that's all from me. Thank you.
Our next presenter is Aida Nazima Abasha, who will be discussing about the unprecedented epidemic of COVID-19 and movement control order enforcement, impact and recovery towards childcare services industry in Malaysia.
Hi, my name is Aida Nazima Abasha. So today I would like to present my research paper entitled The Unprecedented Epidemic of COVID-19 and Movement Control Order MCO Enforcement. Okay, the impacts and also the recovery towards the childcare services industry in Malaysia. Okay, so this is the abstract for this research paper. Okay, so this research paper aims to investigate the effect of a COVID-19 MCO, which is the movement control order, towards the childcare industry performance, and at the same time also in this research paper, okay, I would like to investigate the efficiency of the recovery measures of Prihatin Rakyat economic stimulus package that provided by the government, okay, for the performance towards the performance of the childcare industry in Malaysia. Okay, so in further, okay, so this is my research framework. Okay, so as what we can see here, the independent variable is the impact of MCO itself, and another independent variable is the recovery strategy planning, which is the Prihatin Rakyat economic stimulus package. Okay, so these two we want to investigate, to look at the relationship and also the impact toward the childcare business performance in Malaysia. Okay, so as for the introduction, okay, this unprecedented epidemic called the novel coronavirus or COVID-19 had a devastating effect on most industries during the first quarter, since the first quarter of 2020 until today. Okay, and also this virus, okay, this COVID-19 virus is first discovered in Wuhan, China, and it is currently spread more quickly to the other countries through a person to a person. Okay, as a result, also most of the government in worldwide had implemented a partial lockdown or movement control order or MCO. And on March 16 to 2020, Malaysia also announced the same thing. Okay, to have the MCO starting from the 18 March of 2020. And also, due to this current pandemic, okay, so we would like to further investigate and do this research. Okay, and then as for the background, okay, the Malaysian real GDP also decreased by 6.9% relative to 2020 baseline, and which translate into the real GDP growth of minus 2.9% in 2020, close to 2019. And the countrywide MCO or the partial lockdown inevitably leads to the economic disruption and affecting the country production pattern, consumption and trade in industrial output and income, and also the employment rate. And most of the industries also, including the manufacturing, the food industry, logistics, and also transport, tourism, airline, and also the SMEs, also affected by this MCO announcement. And also in Malaysia, okay, it includes it's also give some impact to the childcare industry, and it also give an immediate impact on MCO enforcement in the fight against this global invisible war disease. Okay, and as for the childcare industry, okay, so these are big challenges, okay, that they need to go through. Okay, so the childcare business operation rely on the monthly payment they earn from their customer every month actually, and that is the what we call as the sources for them to continually operate. Okay. And also the primary source for these childcare providers is to operate their business is to pay the rental fees, to pay the workers' wages, utilities, and purchase the other essential needs such as the maintenance, the stationery, the grocery, and also the laundry expenses. Okay, so this is based from the literature that we get. Okay, while this is the case study of MCO period, okay, the childcare is automatically required to stop their operation. Okay, they need to shut down. They cannot receive the children as usual. And because of that reason, it gives a very big impact towards their business operation and also their income. Okay, so at this moment when the MCO was announced, okay, they are also unable to work, and therefore also the parents agree not to pay the full payment fees as usual. Okay, and also in that case, okay, they receive a fewer or less income than before. Okay, than usual. Okay, and then at the same time also, it also estimates that the majority of childcare providers cannot survive if the MCO enforcement is still continue. And because of that reason, okay, on behalf of the childcare providers and Puspajaya, okay, the government needs to provide a special fund or grant to register for the registered childcare providers to ease their burden at least, okay, for them to keep survive during this challenging moment. Okay, and then next at the same time also, okay, after that the government already launched the Prihatin Rakyat Economic Stimulus Package about 250 billion on March 27, 2020. It's for the particular benefit to small and medium enterprise SMEs. And there are three main objectives of this incentive actually. The first one is to preserve the welfare of Malaysian society. The second one is to encourage the business, and the third one to strengthen the development of the economy in Malaysia. Okay, so this is one of the good initiative is taken by the Malaysian government actually to give something that can ease their burden and to bring back the positive towards the economy development in Malaysia. Okay. So as for this introduction and research background, next further, I would like to inform, I would like to explain that this is my research hypothesis. The first one we want to look at, is there any significant relationship or impact on the MCO COVID-19 towards the childcare business performance? And the second one, in hypothesis number 2, we want to investigate, is there any significant relationship or impact between the recovery strategy planning of Prihatin Rakyat Economic Stimulus Package towards the childcare business performance in Malaysia? Okay, so next, before I go through this finding or this result finding, before that I would like to explain a bit about the methodology part. So this research paper, is cover we apply the quantitative research method. So to be specific, we are using the survey questionnaire in order for us to collect the data. So the unit of analysis of this research is the business the business or an organization of childcare in Malaysia. So there are 6 questions that cover in demographic profile, and then in the second part, there are about 8 questions that cover the COVID-19 MCO, and then at the third part, there are 7 questions, and then at the fourth part, there are another 6 questions, that to measure the impact of COVID-19 MCO, and also the recovery strategies to be implemented for the post-MCO outbreak, and also that cover the performance of the childcare. So we are also implement the 5 Likert scale, where 1 is referred to the strongly disagree, and 5 is referred to the strongly agree. And then because of the enforcement of the movement control order, so we cannot go out to collect the data as usual. So due to that reason, we are using a web-based questionnaire using the Google form. So this is the initiative that we need to take at this moment, because nobody can going out, especially to go to this premise, because they are a risky, high risky firm that serve the children. They're supposed to keep the children in a safe condition. So we are using this kind of method at this moment. So next, I would like to present to you this refinding and also the data analysis. As for the reliability analysis, we run this to get the converge alpha value. So the measurement to measure the impact of COVID-19 MCO, we get about the converge alpha is 0.943, which is the excellent. And then for the converge alpha for the recovery strategy planning on the post MCO outbreak, the converge alpha is 0.864, which is good. And then the last one is the child care performance. We get the converge alpha value 0.876, which is good also. Then we proceed with another analysis, after we finish this reliability analysis, to look at the converge alpha value. So next, these are the demographic profile, which are the respondent profile. Okay, it's covered 2 states, okay, in Perlis and Kedah, which is the northern area of Malaysia actually. Okay, so we receive the feedback from 24 from Perlis and 12 from the Kedah. Okay, and then if you look at the status of the childcare, okay, 24 is come from the institution-based childcare center, 9 from the community-based childcare center, and another 3 is from the home-based childcare center. Okay, so these are all the registered childcare center in Malaysia. Okay, and then in terms of the number of kids that they serve, okay, we can see that the majority here is 6 student only, 6 children only. Okay, so means that they really depends on the payment from the parents, okay, the fees that they receive to operate their business. Okay, so we can see here only 6 children for each for the premise. Okay, and then we also can see that okay, 6 for the, we can see that the 13 to 24 kids, so this quite a quite small number of in terms of the number of kids. Okay, and then in terms of the number of staff, okay, we can see that 24 of staff. Okay, 24 premise that only have around 2 until 4 members of staff. Okay, only 6 premise that have about 8 to 10 number of staff. Okay, then when we ask about the premise status, okay, majority of this premise of a childcare, they are rental the premise. Okay, so they need to pay to the monthly fees to the landlord. Okay, and then the rest is the aid by the government, 6 premise, and also another 6 premise that home based. They are using their own home to have this childcare premise. Okay, and then in terms of the operation period, okay, the majority is already operate about 4 to 6 years. Okay, the majority of them about 18 premise. Okay, next is the Pearson correlation analysis. So why we calculate this Pearson correlation analysis is to we want to look at the p-value, okay, between the childcare performance as the independent variable, as a dependent variable, and another 2 independent variable. Okay, so as what we can see here, okay, in table 4, okay, it shows that a positive relationship between the childcare performance and the impact of COVID-19 MCO, where the R value is 0.616, where P is less than 0.05. Okay, but however, okay, for the recovery strategy planning on the post MCO outbreak, we can see here the R value is 0.309, where P is more than 0.05. Okay, so in terms of the regression analysis, okay, R value is 0.647. Okay, it means that it indicates a moderate relationship between these variable. Okay, when the R square value of 0.419 means the independent variable contribute about 41.9% of the childcare performance total variation. And in the meantime, also the adjusted R square is 0.384, can be concluded that 38.4% of the dependent variable variation is attributed to the independent variable. Okay, and then next, so we can see here from all this finding, we can see that all independent variables, okay, the effect of COVID-19 MCO has a significant relationship to dependent variable, and the childcare performance, since the relevant p-value is less than 0.05. while the recovery strategy planning on MCO post-MCO output indicate the p-value is a 0.142, which is not significant where the variables of a p-value is greater than 0.05. Okay, so next, and also we can see here the beta value here indicates a positive relationship for all independent variable towards the dependent variable. And standardized coefficient beta value of impact of COVID-19 MCO is 0.579. Meanwhile, the recovery strategy planning of the post-MCO outbreak shows that the beta result of this one is 0.203. Okay, so as to clarify, okay, the hypothesis 1 is accepted, okay. However, the hypothesis 2 is rejected, okay. So since the hypothesis number 2 is rejected, okay, while this is the case, most of the respondents participating in data collection were from the institution-based child care centers, which are 66.4%, and most of them are in their premise. So it means that they are not receive the incentive directly. Okay, so yeah, this is actually something that is there is a gap. Okay, but however, okay, after that the government already announced the second initiative. Okay, so that one they already encouraged the landlord to share the incentive that they receive with the childcare providers as well that ran their premise. Okay. And at the same time, okay, this is the improvement of the second Prihatin Plus that we call as the Prihatin Plus, okay, that announced by the Prime Minister that encouraged the owner of the premise to share the same moratorium benefit with their business tenant, which is the childcare providers. Okay, so hopefully also by having this phenomena that we already go through, the situation, the challenging situation that we already gone through, and also some recovery action and also some analysis that we discovered. So hopefully, if next time, if another epidemic or the same epidemic is continuously happen, okay, so we hope that we are ready. Okay, at least we can learn from the previous mistake. We are ready, and also we can provide something that is something that can ease the burden of the society and also a business tenant. Okay, and it also hopefully will give us some idea, okay, for the government to have a better planning to minimize all the impacts towards the society and also the business party. Okay, so that's all from me. So Assalamualaikum. Thank you.
Next, I invite Spencer SPH with Rana to discuss about the comparative studies of green bonds investment in the United States and Europe, responding to social concern on climate change.
Hello everyone. Congratulations to First International Conference on Technology Innovation and Multidisciplinary Skills, the 21st Century Research Conference in Thailand. My name is Spencer Vitorana from Lincoln University College, Malaysia. Welcome everyone to my presentation on green bonds investment in the United States and Europe. It is comparative studies on social concern about climate change and responding to mitigate the climate change risk by way of investing in renewable energy sources. In this research, I consider public attitude on renewable as a proxy indicator for social concern on climate change, and investment in renewables in a proxy indicator of environmental performance of the oil and gas industry. These proxies are useful to make a construct validity between them quantitatively. Presentation overview. I will discuss why I selected climate change and why it is important in the introduction section. Then I discuss how to mitigate climate change risk, which is the research objective of this presentation. Then I will discuss about the survey results and outcome of the analysis of data. Lastly, I discuss about limitation. The World Economic Forum identified major global risk to the public, economy, and environment is climate change. This chart shows there are 6 years results of global risk in terms of likelihood scenario. In 2020, top 5 of likelihood categories are related to climate change. The World Economic Forum has done this survey in 127 countries and got 12,012 responses. This justifies the both significance and relevance of this research. According to a World Economic Forum 2020 survey, global risk in terms of consequences, still 3 categories of climate change are major risks out of top 5 risks to the society, its economy and environmental. This further confirms the importance of the topic, which is relevant to the 21st century research. When we construct the global risk in a scale on a risk management matrix, likelihood of risk with impacts, it looks like this, showing climate change categories of risk are the most significant environmental issues of our time. This very clearly shows how climate change risk categories are dominated in the top of the risk scale and how people are responding to climate change risk. This diagram shows how each risk related to each other risk. WEF 2020 confirmed that the global risks are interconnected but dominated by climate change risk. Studies have well recognized that climate change is the biggest risk to the society, economy, and environment because climate change is an economic externality caused by carbon dioxide emissions, mainly from the burning of fossil fuel, oil, gas, and coal. This is well recognized by the United Nations. This graph shows the carbon dioxide emissions for last 5 years, and trend is growing as world societies are demanding energy. Fossil fuels still supply 80% of global energy, and fossil fuel industry is responsible for more than 80% of global carbon dioxide emissions that cause the climate change. World Health Organization also says that the human activities, particularly burning fossil fuel, have released carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases that cause climate change. The direct damage cost to health alone is estimated to be between $2 to $4 billion per year by 2030. In the backdrop of these issues, community concerns has risen to mitigate climate change risk. This graph shows how community concern on climate change in the US and Europe. I obtained survey data from PEW research in the US and European Commissions in Europe. It shows that 70% Europeans are concerned about climate change, while 62% in the USA. Social concern. This growing community pressure led to sign the 2015 Paris Climate Agreement on Climate Change. 195 countries pledged global warming to well below 2 degrees centigrade, and ideally not more than 1.5 degrees centigrade above pre-industrial level. This means to decrease emissions by 41 to 72% for 2 degree centigrade scenario. They are focused to consider renewable energy, mainly solar and wind. This need larger number of investment from both government and private sector. Majority of suggestions were to invest in renewable energy and found the early green bond concept emerged in 2008, mainly from Nordic financial service firms, which together World Bank developed this concept. In this context, this research has taken to explore the relationship between green bond investment and social concern on climate change in US and Europe. to identify whether public concern influenced the green bond investments. Accordingly, I have done a literature review on these two variables. This is a summary of the systematic literature review. All of them are from Scopus Index journals. From there, I have constructed a basic conceptual model. This picture shows the independent and dependent variable. And this figure shows the relationship between both variables. Investment in green bond is a proxy indicator to consider positive influence of social concern on climate change in the sense of concern on renewable energy. To see the relationship, I have obtained a secondary data published by World Economic Forum, European Commission, Union Credit Bank in Munich, and Google. This graph shows that global green bond niche market has been upscaled yearly. Further, this graph shows public attitude on renewable energy changes during the period of 2016 to 2019 in the US and Europe. Further, I have taken Google Trend data to verify the social concern trend and found that there is a strong correlation between public concern about climate change and investment in green bonds. Growing social concern may lead to broad acceptance of renewable energy, thereby increasing investment in green bonds. This graph shows green bond supply has been increased in the US and Europe. When I compare the two time series graph on public attitudes on renewable and green bond supply trend, it shows positive relationship. Descriptive analysis of these two time series graphs show that public attitude on climate change by way of public accepting of renewable energy clearly mirror trends in green bond supply. The results show that overall Europe has become more publicly aware of climate change risk and that Europeans are playing a leading role in mitigating climate change risk in contrast to the United States. These societal trends reflect a growing recognition of the importance of global investment in climate bonds. Further, the results suggest that public investment in green bonds could be a strong predictor of the degree of public influence to mitigate climate change risk. Lastly, the outcome of the research largely consistent with the past finding of both Brody and Klester research in 2008, that is, more public concern on renewable is more likely influence high environmental performance. In conclusion, I found that public attitudes on climate change significantly influence green bond investment in both the United States and Europe. However, the study has several limitations, mainly that I considered only green bond investments, but social and sustainability bond investments are also influenced by public attitude. Furthermore, carbon dioxide emissions and social media platforms also play a major role in influencing green bond investments, which is a fruitful ground for future research work. With that, I end this presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Next, I invite Thanarak to discuss about the sustainable development of sub-Khao Phnom Dong Rak with special reference to the Sangha's education.
May pay homage to the triple gem, the Buddha, the Dhamma, and Arya Satya, distinguished speakers, honorable guests, the chairpersons, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed our utmost honor to have been accepted and invited for presentation and article at the International Conference on Technology Innovative Education and Multidisciplinary Skill in the 21st Century Research. So on this occasion, I would like to present my research article. My topic today is the sustainable development of sub-Khao Phnom Dong Rak with special reference to the Sangha education. This paper presented by Dr. Thanarak Prakru Pariyat Visutikun, Associate Professor Dr. พระครูปริยัติธรรมวงศ์สุพล Associate Professor Dr. and Dr. ส่งเสริมแสงทอง Our group from Mahachulalongkorn Rachavidyalaya University, Thailand. The purpose of this article, there are three of this article, which are as follows. The first one to present the basic information of the Phnom Nograk civilization. Second, to study the Buddhism in Sub-Khao Phnom Nograk. And the last one, number three, to extend the monastic study for proposing a sustainable development approach in Sub-Khao Phnom Nograk. The research methodology of this topic is rely on the main source of data used in the document research. The methodology adopted in a study is a critical and investigative approach to the analysis of data collected from documentary source. So, the result indicate that the Phnom Nograk, which is used in Thai language, it is a mountain located in the southeastern part of Thailand, as the border between Thailand and Cambodia, starting from the Korat Plateau, scattered to the east of Prasat Wat Pu in Champasak, Laos. On both sides of Phnom Nograk show signs of embellishment that have existed in the past 3,000 years ago, and there are still many ethnic groups inhabiting the predictor of Phnom Nograk Mountains. So, between the border, Thailand and Cambodia, there are the Buddhism in the three kingdoms. The first one, Buddhism in the kingdom of Thailand. Buddhism has been spreading Buddhism in the Phnom Nograk Mountain, particularly since 3th century era from the Great King Asoka. The Buddhism in Thailand, the Kingdom of Thailand, or Thai, is one of the land under Suvarnabhumi. Thailand received Buddhism from the ambassador of Sona and Uttara, which in the chain of Buddhist spread to Suvarnabhumi. The kingdom that spread before the kingdom of Sukhothai is the kingdom of Sivijaya. The kingdom is lived alone or Lopburi. The kingdom of Jela and the kingdom of Funan and the kingdom of Champa. So, the Buddhism during the Sukhothai period is during about the most prosperous Buddhist in region of King Ramkhamhaeng. And for the next capital of Thailand, we call Ayutthaya. Ayutthaya was longest line capital of Thailand, or Siam, for 417 years. There are 34 monarchies from 5 royalties. Buddhism in Ayutthaya period, despite its prosperity, and play a role important of nation alongside with the monarchy. And for the next era in Thonburi period, Buddhism during the Thonburi period, because of King Taksin, was able to achieve morality, saw the punishments for suffering in Sangsaravat. I wish to take Vipassana seriously. If anyone can become a god, the land ruled by the city in peace, he will give to him immediately. So, the last one of the era, or at the presently, Buddhism in Ratanakosin, starting from 18 to 18 to present, starting from the King Rama I up to King Rama X at the presently. And for the next kingdom, the Buddhism in Kingdom of Cambodia. The Kingdom of Cambodia or Cambodia, in one of the country in the Southeast Asia, that must be located in the foothill of Phnom Dongrat, in the part bordering Thailand. Cambodia has changed in the name several times for the mainly political reasons. So almost the Buddhism between Thailand and Cambodia are similarly. For the next kingdom, Buddhism in Laos, or Lao People Democratic Republic. The Lao People Democratic Republic of Laos has been long as close neighbor to Thailand. It also has the basics of language, culture, value, and traditional similarly to Thailand. In the past, Lao people worship gods and worship natural as well as Thai people. Even later, when the Buddhists come to spread in Lao society, Chinese beliefs are still present and say modify their form. Buddhism become to the Lao from the kingdom of Cambodia. So there are 2 points reflected Buddhism in Laos. The constant adjustment, both positive and negative. But during the waves of the Southern come through, Lao Buddhism with its leader can exist significantly indifferent in crowd and political belief. The Sangha education in the sub-Phnom Dongrak mountain, it is found that for the Sangha education, for the Sangha study in sub-mountain, Phnom Dongrak mountain, it can believe that the sustainable development of sub-Phnom Dongrak should be as investigation or work according to the Bowon principle, namely family, temples, governance, or schools of all 3 countries in Phnom Dongrak mountain range. So, indifferent in subdivisions and the border along with the Khao Phnom Dongrak. However, another people of the region does not exist because the people of this region are the Buddhists. So, thank you very much for your attention.
I welcome our session chair, Dr. Singam Jayantu, Professor Mining Engineering Department from National Institute of Technology, Rourkela, India.
Namaste to everybody. Welcome to this international conference on technology, innovative education, educational and multidisciplinary skills in the 21st century research, ICTEMR 2021, which is being held on 27th and 28th March 2021 in the recorded mode and online mode in this COVID-19 pandemic period. At the outset, I would like to congratulate all the speakers of this session, session 1, where we were given 15 technical papers submitted to me, and 6 were with full text and remaining were abstracts. I have gone through all the papers and also presentations. We appreciate the organizers of this international event in this period of COVID-19. They have taken a lot of pains in conducting and coordinating in this international workshop. Since this international workshop is planned in Thailand, I take it as a proud privilege to say that I was there in the Chulalongkorn Raja Vidyalaya University for some time during 2019 and felt very happy to see the educational and research and their industrial environment, which is really showing some good encouragement for sustainable development, which are as a part of the goals of UNO and other committees formed. As far as these papers are concerned, majority of the papers are related to transdisciplinary areas, which really we like to appreciate all the authors and the speakers who have taken a lot of pain in collecting data. I have seen many papers are related to qualitative and quantitative research, and these papers are related to electricity consumption and also sustainable development, and some papers are nicely showing different issues of education, including women's colleges, whether it is Buddhism, art and capability of the tourism and health enhancement, are including adult health issues also. Some papers are there in this event, and we have seen very good papers which are also related to new normal situations of this COVID-19 period, which is most appropriate for the time being, where some are related to development of the competency and also covering some rituals like our humanities and social sciences with a lot of literature, data, literature survey I could see, including the religious and cultural tourism, and also sufficiency of economy, philosophy, which is maybe covering the Buddhism or other cultural arts in the global scenario, which also may be taken as a Vasudevaka Kutumbakam, what we say in our Indian culture, because all the universe is one, and that is the way also we are formulating, and we have given our national education policy recently as NEP 2020, where we have given a multidisciplinary approaches, and which requires even the transdisciplinary, translational, industry or society oriented research and economics. That's what is also very much required. And here some more papers were nicely written on child health and child care in this COVID-19 situation, their movements, and also external internal environment, and last but not the least on the green bonds, which is a very important point nowadays of these greenhouse effects and a lot of pollution in the atmosphere or the environment, covering some low carbon infrastructures, whether it is in USA, Germany, European countries, or many papers also addressed all the our Asian countries and some other countries. That truly an international scenario I could see in these 15 papers of our session number 1 of this international conference on technology, innovative education, educational and multidisciplinary skills in the 21st century research. Other detailed analysis of the papers I will be telling you, we will be deliberating more subsequently, so that may be useful for everybody who are really interested to upgrade their skills of technical paper writing and then their presentations and publication in the international journals. With my limited experiences of about 35 years, 3.5 decades, as a scientist for 2 decades in the ministry as well as CSIR in India, as well as a professor for 1.5 decades, including a couple of years experience in the industry, covering more than 100 projects, solving some of the problems of the society and specifically our mining industries with applications of transdisciplinary, translational, industry-oriented research and academics. So with this, I close now, and we will discuss further in detail about each and every paper, and also I suggested our organizers for a couple of days that there should be some online interaction with the speakers, at least with their technical session chairman, so that they can get more and more better suggestions to improve their quality of presentations and quality of writing papers, so that can be published in high ranked journals. Thank you very much, Dr. Ramli Madam from Malaysia, for her wonderful presentation on microeconomic factors affect the electricity consumption, a case study of Asian countries. We appreciate our data collection and analysis through three approaches and try to give a good inference and also conclusion based on this consumption of electricity in different countries, including Indonesia and Thailand and other countries, where she showed that there is more energy consumption, electricity consumption in Indonesia compared to other countries. And in the conclusion, she also suggested the need of some renewable resources, energies, something like, but it was not mentioned what are the types of the energy. It can be like your solar power, nuclear power, wind energy, or thermal energy, and also hydropower. And many times we have seen in the international scenario globally, there is about 60 to 70% of the electricity being produced is based on thermal power, that is through either coal or lignite. And it also is observed that around 0.3 to 0.45 kgs of coal is required to generate 1 unit kilowatt hour power. So that itself shows how much is the carbon rating and the pollution because of that. So in the future papers, she can also, our associates and our next generation scientists and academicians, faculty and scholars can take up some more research on even the transmission losses of this electrical energy through microgrids, and a lot of research is being done. And in fact, I have 2 PhD scholars, one completed, on how to improve the power quality in our mining industries, and also based on the microgrids, applications of microgrids. So these are some of the recent research which can be utilized to improve even the quality of the paper. At the same time, it can be utilized for future generations and the next scholars or the faculty in the future studies. Thank you very much once again, Dr. Ramli Madam from Malaysia, for her excellent presentation. Now, going to the next paper. This paper is presented for about 8 minutes, 8.25, on the sustainable development. So this is a very good paper in the sense that for any activity in this world, when you are planning for any type of activity, whether it is an industry or education or research or whatever the activity we do, there should be one important angle we are supposed to see, that is a sustainable development of that activity. And sustainable development framework is available, and that has many meetings and committees, recently in Paris also, through our United Nations organizations. In this paper, Dr. Thanarak has from Chulalongkorn Raja Vidyalaya of Thailand, which I also visited sometime during last 2019 May, month of the May. He tried to present nicely about the sustainable development in the places of almost the border he was mentioning about the Cambodia, Thailand and Laos, and then that is a 3,000 year back story. He tried his best to present about it, but it will be more better if he can give some quantitative data, and there are some performance indices when you apply to the present civilization or present development of the society in these three countries or the place which was considered by our Dr. Thanarak of our Chulalongkorn Raja Vidyalaya of Thailand, that will be more useful in future for the future scholars, faculty, or anybody for that matter. Once again, we thank our Thanarak, Dr. Thanarak from Chulalongkorn Raja Vidyalaya of Thailand. He also presented another paper which took around 4 minutes for the presentation, where he presented on the value of the Buddhist art as depicted the Khmer castles in Surin province. So this is also a wonderful paper with a wonderful architecture he tried to show, and we should appreciate the author in his multidisciplinarity in different arts, culture, and all the issues considered ultimately for the development of the civilization of the society. And he tried to analyze nicely the architecture of different type and then classified that, and Brahmanism and Buddhism and other issues he tried to give. And I suggest that for the same authors and for the future scholars who want to work something more, let us make it more effective for the civilization and the effect on our present population. They can collect some more data, quantitative data, and some type of statistical analysis, so that that can be utilized by our next generations for conducting more research and make it more quantifiable as far as the results are concerned. Otherwise, in this paper, our Dr. Thanarak could give some results but without the proper conclusions of the work. So we wish in future our next scholars will take up more quantitative data collection, and then through some questionnaires and the effect of the civilization, whether it is a Brahmanism, Buddhism, whatever it is, that we can consider for the further improvement of this paper, which was presented for 4 minutes by Dr. Thanarak. Thank you very much, Madam Dr. Pratantia Sinkram, for your wonderful presentation related to structural model, adaptive capabilities related to your tourism innovation in the central Thailand. So it is a very good research paper, I should say, with your scholars collecting lot of data. It is a noteworthy results and conclusions whatever you could draw, considering the data from 213 communities with testing of 5 hypotheses. But here I would like to suggest for future studies to be taken up by either your faculty or some of your research scholars in future in your university. Similar studies can be taken up considering the present situation, because in your conclusions you mentioned nicely that your people, they have that much of adaptive capabilities, and how they could adapt this present situation of COVID-19 is a very important aspect in the present situation. So once again, with due thanks to your scholars who helped you in collecting this field data, whether it is a questionnaire or collecting data through online, I hope you must have taken all the precautions with the mask. I hope you must have used it, or your team, whatever, and then you must have used even the sanitizer also. I wish you are maintaining all those things to 100% level, taking all the precautions against the COVID-19. Thank you once again, and I wish that you will be conducting some more research through your scholars, considering the present situation of COVID-19, since you have a wonderful capabilities, and adaptive capabilities is your topic of research. So you can adapt to the present COVID-19 situation, which should be something like a new normal situation. Once again, thank you very much. Now, you have presented within the time limit which was given is around 10 minutes, I hope, by our organizers, Ms. Nandini Madam and others of IFERP and your institutions. Since you are from a very good university, which is Thailand National Sports University, I wish that you must be doing a lot of work to improve the immunity. There is no other way to fight against COVID-19 other than to improve the immunity, you must have understood. So through you, I would like to give a message to our international community through this international forum that we should improve the immunity, and let us do some more research considering the COVID-19 situations, how you are adapting adaptive capabilities as a part of your research in future, as a future studies you can do that. Then coming to the next paper, which is from Valaya Alankan University, that is by Asara Namthapi. I am sorry if I could not pronounce properly your names. This is related to a wonderful topic on analysis of women's college mission statements. So here I should say, anywhere of course in this world, we use, especially in India, right, we use Dharti Mata. Dharti is like our earth, right? So we consider that as a goddess, okay? So we give that much importance to women as the genesis, right? I need not say, that is everybody can understand. And in this, he has given, narrated nicely, some around 35 universities in US, and its statements were analyzed. We appreciate his attempt to analyze that mission statements, and I also appreciate and I would like to say, through this international forum, the number of institutions, as he said, that in these 55 years there is a reduction from 233 to about 36 in these 55 years, and he could collect 35 institutions, that universities data, and here he said nicely that there are some important issues where your performance is one of the best as far as their conclusions are concerned, that in a single sitting, when there are only one single woman sex is only there, their setup, that means there are other than co-educational institutions, women can perform better. That's what I would like to say based on the presentation, what I could observe here, that women can perform better in a institution which is dedicated to the woman. That's what his study says in his last sentence of the abstract. And at the same time, it has a positive and negative aspects of it. We also promote our women to be capable, and not only capable, right? They are, of course, they are capable to compete with men by all means, right? And in fact, we the men are inferior. We cannot bear the children, right? But they can do that. That is a more positive point which is given by the Almighty, whether by Christ, Allah, God, whatever you say. So here, as per his conclusions, since in a woman setup they can perform better, so some topics, now we should do some more research in this, where other than this, because he mentioned about only politics, science and other subjects, but this paper is silent as far as science, not as far as the industry or technology, engineering and technology related issues are concerned, which requires some more research, I should say. And one more important point I can say, with my little experience of as a scientist in ministries and CSIR over 2 decades and around 35 years of little experience, I can say that the capabilities of women as a scientist, whether they are in mining industry, since I belong to mining industry, are not less than anybody or less than men, although that mining industries are considered as most hazardous situations, like our border. Now we have been working or engaging women also in the security or in the border force, right? So nowhere they are less than men. So this is a wonderful paper, and we wish that in future some more research can be taken up why this underrepresentation, which was mentioned by the author and our beloved speaker, Dr. Nima Tapi, right? Sorry if I pronounced wrongly here. Right. So this type of further research can be done. That will help us to improve the role of women in the society and in the industry. And this may be one of the futuristic areas. Thank you very much for a wonderful presentation by Dr. Prafalad Sura Yanatharo from Chulalongkorn Raja Vidyalaya, Thailand, related to Buddhism and health enhancement in a district of a Surin province. It is nicely conducted. The studies are descriptive statistics, which are very important, and 327 samples were collected, mostly the women around 60 years age with a monthly income of about 5,000 to 10,000 bahts. This is a very good paper where some action research and then quantitative and field oriented, which is useful for the society, is conducted, where the emphasis was made about 4 bhavanas, and based on some of my little experiences, I can suggest for future you can consider the international scenario, not only limited to only one province or one district, so that there will be more benefit to the international public, so that many cultures, many arts, including Buddhism, something like whether it can be Hinduism or it can be art of living, it can be Raja Yoga or Brahma Kumari Ishwariya Vishwavidyalaya, what is there in India, somewhere in our Mount Abu and Bangalore and Puttaparthi, different places. So all these things also can be considered in the international forum, so that the best can be utilized, or best available in each and every culture can be utilized for the holistic development and sustainable development of the society. Once again, thank you very much, Dr. Prafalad, for a wonderful presentation which lasts for around 4.32 minutes. And now coming to the next paper, which is related to the model and activity development, that is related to adult health promotion programs. This is also a very good paper which is required in the present times, so that these adults or adulthood for that matter, when we consider in the psychotherapy or in the counseling skills required to deal with them, this is nicely explained by our Dr. Pramaha Visist Dhira Wangso and others. They try to give with 20 key persons, groups with 20 key persons, some very good qualitative research in, again in same Surin province, where their conclusions of course are little bit general, but some more research may be conducted with a quantitative survey, and especially there are some scales available in APA, we can say American Psychological Association. That scales can be, they are in fact the scales are related to personality development or stress related skills on the persons, and there involves some type of a counseling skills also, where we can improve the health of the persons. So there are so many indices of health as far as our World Health Organization is concerned. So those things also can be considered in future for some of our beloved scholars and the faculty to make it more useful in the international scenario, and some quantitative research and then its statistical analysis may be taken up in future. Once again, thank you very much, Dr. Pramaha Visist, Dira Wangso, and others who could do wonderful survey and qualitative research work in this paper. Now, the next paper is related to new normal quality of life, that is in this COVID-19 situation. So this is a global problem and international issue, how to deal with this COVID-19 situation. So in this way, so I consider this as one of the more appropriate paper, which was presented again by our beloved speaker, Dr. Prapala Sura, and others. They tried to make it with very good survey, I can say, based on my little experiences on this as a MS counseling and psychotherapy, which I did long back with extensive research on cognitive skills as well as different approaches of counseling, career counseling, educational counseling, geriatric counseling, so adult counseling. All those things are also very important nowadays, and especially in this COVID-19 situation, our authors try to do wonderful justice considering the Buddhism principles here, and they have used also 10 key informats, and of course they could get 8 samples and they discussed on this, and then 375 persons data, that is a mixed research methods they use. We should appreciate all those authors for making this wonderful paper, and in future what I can suggest based on the recent scenario, whether it is in India or any other country, that nowadays people are after the vaccination. Now you can consider some of the issues of this COVID-19. Adaptability or acceptance of this vaccination is also an important issue. There are so many vaccines available in the market, and then at the same time some of these skills, communication skills, etc., were also proposed in the conclusion by our speakers. We appreciate very much, and then more and more information and communication technologies, ICT technologies, can be utilized for analyzing the data, and more data, more number of persons in addition to 375 persons which they collected in again Surin province. Now these studies can be extended to other parts of the world, in different other countries also. Through this international forum, I would like to suggest that others also can take up this issue, because this is a very important issue nowadays, where acceptance of the and not only acceptance of vaccination but also the result of this vaccination, and then after effects of this, where we should consider and we should make it another new normal quality of life. We should come to that, and all the best to the authors once again, Dr. Prahlada Surasar, for a wonderful topic selected, which is befitting for the present time of COVID-19. All the best, and other papers analysis we will continue. Meanwhile, I now over to the organizers for conducting the further proceedings of our conference from the 9th paper, please. Now over to the organizers, Dr. Nandini Madam and Dr. Bharkavi Madam, etc. All the best. Then after a few more presentations, I'll be giving some of my observations as a chairman of this technical session 1 of our international conference. This international conference is being held in this typical COVID-19 period, and we should appreciate the organizers for conducting this first international conference on technology, innovative educational and multidisciplinary skills in the 21st century research. And in this 21st century, this paper, which is presented by Dr. Prapalad Sura just now, is a more appropriate paper of the present century, present generation. All the best, and then we will meet once again. All the best. Take care of COVID-19, and always use your mask, and then also with the proper whatever is the sanitization. And all this is also a part of whether it is a culture of either Buddhism, Brahmanism, or whether it is a particular country, India or any other countries, Thailand, Malaysia, US, Germany, all those, Indonesia and Vietnam, whatever papers now we have in this international forum. Thank you very much, Dr. Farmaha Visit, for a highly informative paper that is related to development of competencies of Sangha administration. This paper number 927048 lasts for about 4.41 minutes. I hope our organizers must have given a template and then around 10 minutes time for presentation, it seems. But many papers were about 4 minutes of presentation. It doesn't matter, even Ramayana can be told within 2 minutes, otherwise 2 days are also not sufficient. That I can understand. And our speakers with very good experience, they have given an excellent presentation. And in this paper of competencies, how to improve the competencies in the administration, from Mahachulangankar Raja Vidyalaya, Thailand, where I was there for some time, for a week, I really admired the facilities, educational and research facilities provided at that place. Now, he considered 10 key informants, and then they have given ethical training, the need of ethical training, which is highly appreciated. And the whole numbering, whatever is there given, since many papers are not having full text with me, for improving their quality of writing technical papers, I suggest even in this paper the numbering was given as 1, 2, 3, 4 chronologically, and in that one also as a subclass they are given again 1, 2, 3. So that type of care can be taken to improve their publication skills in future for their international publications or in any good journals. And coming to this administrative skills and competencies, I can say with my experience as a mine manager's competency certificate holder to manage the coal mines, whatever we have in India, a system of Directorate General of Mines Safety in India to take care of the mining industries. Similarly, there can be in future, if it is feasible, they can also consider devising some system where they can give some type of a certificate or a qualification to be the administrators of whatever the culture or that will be useful for the society. It is in corollary, I can say, like we have in India, we have Indian Administrative Service, IAS or IFS, IPS, whatever. So these are some skills imparted to the people to make their services more better and excellent services in the administrative sector in any province, any country. So I appreciate the context of this paper, and then I wish that for future, as they tried to give 9 competencies how to develop that skills, now we can concentrate more in further research and future research, where you can do some more quantitative survey, and not only limited to this province, we can take it from different countries and then statistical analysis, so that this will be more useful for everybody globally. With that, I appreciate once again, with a suggestion to improve the quality of technical writing, especially the numbering chronologically when we are giving as 1, 2, 3. Under 1, again I should not write 1, 2, 3. It can be a Roman letter 1, 2, 3, otherwise ABC, something like that, so that it is easy for others to follow the readers. It will be more reader friendly when it is published, whether it is in international journals or national journals or conference proceedings. With that, I once again congratulate our Dr. Faramaha visit from Mahachulankong or Raja Vidyalaya, Thailand, where I was there for some time during 2019 with family. Now going to the next paper, that is paper number 10 of 402361. This is related to local wisdom in rituals. In fact, this is a very good paper that we are supposed to consider in future also, because rituals are nothing but some practices people, how people are trying to follow as a traditional practice or as a conventional practice. So that of course we should not underestimate that sometimes people may think it as a blind beliefs, or it can be considered that is a $1 billion question or $1 billion baht question, where we should also consider that rituals, traditions, where in which people, our people, are more accustomed to it. So we should appreciate the concept of this paper, where the concept was given with evaluation and analytical study was given by Dr. Assistant Professor Fra Kusti Sutan Suraki. Sorry if I could not spell properly, Dr. Professor. And here, this Buddhist belief of karma or Brahmanism beliefs were nicely explained. And in future, if some more studies our scholars can take up on different beliefs in different continents, it can be African, Asian, Australian, or whatever, in other countries, overall development of the society we can aim at, considering the best possible, whatever maybe you call it as a belief, tradition, convention, or rituals of each and every culture. We can take it and we can really form a Vasudevaka Kutumbam. That's what is a global village, or the global we are all one in the universe. So that's what we can aim for. That's what we aim for even in our National Education Policy 2020, which is newly launched in India. Now with that, again I congratulate the speaker, others, for preparing such a nice paper. Now coming to the next paper, which lasted for 5.36 minutes, right? And but this PPT, PowerPoint, was not provided to me, but it is a wonderful presentation, very informative presentation of this paper, which lasted for around 5 minutes. That paper number is 11th paper, 786240 in our chronology, whatever you consider, and where analysis of problems and then effects on the religious and the cultural tourism was nicely explained by a very senior professor and Dr. Fra Kusomant Chandasiri. I don't know whether I could spell it properly. Forgive me, my apologies. Dr. Fra Kusumant Chandasiri, I hope this is the right pronunciation from my side, who is the head of the research in Mahachulankong Raja Vidyalaya of Thailand. With my 20 years experience as a scientist in CSIR and ministry in India, I really felt very happy to see this paper, speech by our Dr. Fra Kusumant Chandasiri. Now here he has done excellent work, maybe through their research scholars on the field studies were used, and then they were seeking a research collaboration in many provinces instead of concentrating on only one province. And then of course that PPT was not provided, but it is a very good descriptive analysis and covering the southeast regions and the local to global, where I would like to reiterate, re-advocate all the time from our principles of Vasudevaka Kutumbakam is also aimed at our National Education Policy 2020 of India, which we recently given with so many skills to develop Atmanirbharata, we can say, and then make India and skill India stand up street. Whatever programs we launched are also in line with making this type of religious or cultural tourism, everything to make this total globe as a one global village, and local to the global we should reach. And then that is what is truly the essence of our National Education Policy 2020 of India, Bharat, which is recently introduced. Now other countries also can be considered in different continents, and different religious and cultural tourism from different countries can be incorporated in future. With this, I thank once again Dr. Fra Kru Sumant Chandasiri. Thank you very much for the presentation. Now I open it for further presentations, and now by the speakers. We have done excellent research in our international conference on technology, innovative, educational and multidisciplinary skills in 21st century research. This is what we aim in line with our President of CSIR, none other than our Sri Honorable Narendra Modi Sahab, who is also our Prime Minister of India, giving lot of emphasis on this research. So in this is the right time where in this typical COVID-19 period we are conducting this online of our international conference. All the best to all the speakers once again. Thank you very much, Dr. Fra Kursa Tugit Gosal, for your excellent presentation on the sufficiency economy and then the survival in this COVID-19 crisis. You presented for about 4.32 minutes. Your paper number is 458903, where you could consider very good issues related to self-sufficiency, and then your data is related to some documents and then modern text, as you expressed just now in your presentations. We appreciate your interest in the self-sufficiency, because that is what is a self-sufficiency. That's what also we say Atmanirbharata in our Indian style, which we promote a lot in our new education, National Education Policy 2020 also. And you have nicely expressed that we should be refrained from wrong occupations, and also in good faith there should be less corruption, less bribing. And I propose that in future, when others are going to take up the studies in future, your scholars, they can also consider a lot of data available in the rankings of the corruption in different countries, and then the reasons for that. And then now this is also a lot of scope of our COVID-19 issue nowadays, because in COVID-19 we are all considering the vaccination and its effects are also supposed to be studied in detail. That can be taken up, and that also will give some self-sufficiency as far as dealing with the situation of COVID-19 is concerned. Once again, I appreciate for your nice presentation, giving value of life that is very important, and that's what we promote as a part of our Indian style in National Education Policy 2020 also, as a Vasudhaiva Kutumbam. That means our total global community, we are all one family. That's everybody should feel that they are self-sufficient, Atmanirbhar. That's what we promote. All the best once again for your future research to take care of this COVID-19 crisis. Now coming to the next paper, which is a little bit more about the automotive industries, by our Dr. Aidana Zima Avansha. I don't know whether I could spell it properly, madam. Otherwise, we call Avansha madam. It is a nice paper, but it appears you took more time. This is a serial number 13 paper where you took around 15 minutes, 15.44, and this paper number is your 325960. You consider nicely this external and internal environmental scanning as far as the new cars are concerned, and I appreciate you have given a very good literature survey, including in different years what is a world report on the accidents due to the motor vehicles, and you have given the Geneva related recent reference also in your paper. This full text is available, I could go through it, but some more material, some more information will be highly useful for making it more worth for international publication. And also in different countries we can consider different brands of the cars, and there from the concept stage to the design and then manufacturing and implementation, where with different sensors and then application of artificial intelligence, machine learning, whether we call it as a deep learning, IoT, LoRa, cloud computing, fog, dew computing, whatever the name you give, in the smart cities, in the smart generations, we can consider the data analytics as far as a transdisciplinary, translational, industry-oriented research and academics is concerned in these automotive industries. And you rightly mentioned, Madam Dr. Aida Nazima Avansha, Madam, that in this report you consider in the studies from the perspective of the manufacturer, and a lot of work was done by the consumer side and all, and still we can do some more work on the effect of whatever the design modifications given and how it is going to affect your manufacturer. That is also very important issue which we can consider in future in the international scenario, whether it is in your country, Thailand, Malaysia. I think you are from Malaysia, and we appreciate the sponsorship of our Malaysian country, that is motor vehicles rules and regulations maybe supporting you, because you have mentioned there motor sports technology research unit. I hope you will be doing more innovative research, and in future international conferences which may be held in Thailand, Bangkok, Singapore, whatever it is, we will be meeting personally. And with this I wish that some further research with applications of the smart generation, whether it is a machine learning, artificial intelligence, all these things can be encouraged in future and can be presented in our subsequent international conferences on technology, innovative, educational and multidisciplinary skills in the 21st century research, our ICTEMR 2021, which is being held on 27th and 28th March. And now with this, we have two more papers left out, and now over to the organizers, Srimati Nandini Madam and others, to take over, and then let the other two papers be presented, and later I will give my observations based on my limited experience as a scientist for about 20 years, maybe in the ministry and CSIR, whatever, completing more than 100 projects helping the society, especially as a mining industries in India and elsewhere, as a contribution to the technology, mining technology in India, and some technological features which may be useful elsewhere in the world. All the best once again. Take care of COVID-19. Now over to Nandini Madam, organizers, to continue our international conference ICTEMR 2021. Now over to the organizers, please.
Next I invite Dr. Prapalat Somchai Damonoi, who will be discussing about an analysis of the economic solutions as in the Kutadanta Sutta, a case study of Chim Shop Chai project.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I will present my topic. The topic, an analysis of the economic solution as in the Kutadanta Sutta, a case study of Chim Shop Chai project by Prapalat Somchai Damneun, พระกุศลสุภเนโต พระมหาวีรทิตวรินโท and โยตะชัยวรมันกุล from มหาจุฬาลงกรณราชวิทยาลัย University Thailand. The economics problem has exists in the world for decades and different solutions were imposed, but unstated and sustainable living challenge its knowledge. Personal finance network cost, less of operation strategy, and causal factor when possibility impact the actions taken. The village has been founded for over 2,000 years in the Rosna to sense economic by to at the world. It can be witness that the Brahmin place gap in the project ผู้ดำเนินสูตร to the project ชิมชอบใช้ about simultaneity or difference because solving economic problem according to Buddhist will be the mental developments at the same time, which is called good economy and beautiful mind to be used as a guideline for solving economic and social problem for scholars in the future. The objective to analyze the economic solution based on the Tantasu principle with the Shim Shop Size project. Methodology research is qualitative research. One, to study solution to economic problem in that approach Tantasu in Theravada Buddhist scripture. To study solution of Shim Shop Size project. To use all information in school is facts, concept, theory, and interview to study, analyze, and whether there are conflict or cohesion. This conception framework. The finding show this. One, solving the economic problem based on the Kutananda Sutta principle was to solve microeconomics problem. The way to do this was to provide funding to three groups of people who are diligent in their careers, namely farmers, management, and government officers. Two, the Shim Shop Chai projects aim to stimulate the economic thought, designated tourism promotion. Third, the economic solution analysis of the Shim Shop Chai project in accordance with the Kudananda Sutta principle to show that the Shim Shop Chai project that are Kudananda Sutta in the two cases. Third, the government want to always economic thoughts about principle to by giving money to the people. Two, the government wants economic circulation according to the principle to microeconomic with in the country. For the difference, it is found that the governance did not select visible to program according in the accompanying group, but allowing of the person is participate in the program fairly. Not only participants who are income, but in high income people can also join. The government therefore does not promote production factor for farmers in any way. When this happens, it is still not to encourage those who are diligent in their career as only mechanics who are registered to this project will benefit from the projects. Conclusion: Kudananda Sutta is a formula of economic solution. The Brahmin priest has processed serving to robbery of property by promoting wealth to three low-revenue people who are hardworking in their careers, including farmers, merchants, and government officials. Cirencester project is a project to solve economic problems by solutioning to economic thought, domestic tourism. The idea is to elevate the economic history of the people by giving money to the people who participate in the project to spend on tourism and to promote economics to work. The advantage of the program are its calm, generous, sharp criticism, and state taxation. The disadvantages are the solution on the project participant. All the legs are focused on the truly in trouble. The circulation study analysis economic solution based on good result to start principle and the Cirencester project. Shop ช่วยชาติ project. Thank you so much.
Next, I invite Dr. Frapalad Somchai Damnoen to discuss about the Buddhist ethics and the way of living in daily life, and analysis of genital malfeasance.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I will present the topic Buddhist ethics and the way of living in daily life and analysis of genital malfeasance Kamle Su Misha Jara by พระประหลัดสมชายดำเนินโยตะชัยวรมันกุลพระอธิวัตรธรรมวัดสิริพระครูสุนทรธรรมานุทัศน์ from มหาจุฬาลงกรณราชวิทยาลัย University Thailand. So my presence Kamle Su Misha Jara is the third precept on the Buddhist doctrine means sensual pleasures with another, the wife or someone husband. The author shall train on the principle of genital mind practices Kamle Su Misha Jara with its criteria of variation while inevitably discussing the dilemmas within Buddhist ethics on its evidence and some alternative perspective about genital malfeasance. Kamle Su Misha Jara taught the lessons of some leading scholars. Whatever perspective of genital malfeasance, Kamle Su Misha Jara with its criteria of variation is based on the Buddhist dogma that one connects oneself wrongly in matters of sex. One has intercourse with the under the protection of father, mother, brother, sister, relative, or clan, or of the religious community, or with those promised of someone else protected by law, and even with those brothers with a parent. The dilemma within Buddhist ethics on its awareness sexual affairs just for please are sinful, is pointless and empty, and not wicked, but wise. And everyone's our his rights to say as much pessimists believe. Infidelity, arts marriage, and sexual perversion booms society. Colonial dilemmas are intricate and sensitive from before Buddha's time until the present. Ancient malfeasance and perversion, such in the case of Queen Malakas, strongly challenge Buddhist ethics and the Buddhist beliefs because of the Mrs. Buddhist teaching on Kamle Su Misha Jara or Jason Buddhists in the West life laboratory Theravada's keep conservativities, whereas the Haryana and the Vijayayan adhere to the middle way thought traditionally free about sex. Santhuenkaew was is that genital malformations is obvious by ending sensor designed for witnesses. The file never ends file, and similarly, sex never ends sex but more sex. Thank you so much.
Our next presenter is Dr. Supecha Ponchittanarong, who will be discussing about the potential development of volunteer monks to heal patients' minds by dharmas.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I will present the topic potential developments of volunteer monks to help constant mind by dramas by สุภชาพรพิชชานรงค์พระเทพสุวรรณเมธีสุชาติหวนจิต from มหาจุฬาลงกรณราชวิทยาลัย University ปารีศึกษาพุทธโคกนครปฐม Thailand. The article discusses a research study about the potential developments of volunteer monk group to help constant mind by harmonizing Buddhist principle and persistence by spiritual principle. From the analysis of the current situation by interview with the president of volunteer monk group about the development security of volunteer monks in the healing of patients' mind in hospitals, found that the selection of method for developing strength and the enhancement of the certificate of volunteer monk in order to witness and obstacles such as time constraint and the number of volunteer monks. The form on and process of healing the mind of patients with trauma is a process of considering and generally of patients to see the suffering and truly understand their suffering. Thus, the Buddhist consideration and the healing activity of the patient with the drama of the volunteer monk group, resulting in the understanding that the healing process of the patient with the drama can stimulate of chance in the spiritual development of the volunteer monk. This way of healing in the mind will make more or less change in the mind of patient. Two important thing is that two volunteer monks have a way to intersect with the patient who come to consult with the skill and technical are very important in the process of treating the mind of the patient. From the research, it is found that both the control group and the experimental group can build trust, respect, and warmth to person with goodwill and compassion at the basic without accepting competition and be a close role model such as listening to unconditional acceptance, paying attention, and giving value to patients, etc. The trainings to educate volunteer monks to understand the health process with trauma is very necessary to build confidence in counseling. Constant with Dr. China Berry says, most we intend to become volunteer monk will need to take a long time to practice the skill of counseling until they are effective. In addition, the integration of Western psychology theory such as human concentricity theory is an internal driving force that will apply to full concentration of the person and the use of behavior modification technique in my best therapy. Thank you.
Next, I invite Assistant Professor Dr. Manith Pheongpol, who will be discussing about the analytical study of the raft in Buddhism.
Good morning, everybody. This is my presentation, Analytical Study of the Raft in the Buddhism by พระครูพิพิธวรกิจจานุการ Abstract. In the Alakatthupama Sutta, the raft is concerned with the Dhamma. The Dhamma should be seen as intermediate to achieving religion goal. It is not an absolute to be close to. So the Buddha said, you should abandon the Dhamma or the more. What is not the Dhamma? This attainment has led some interpreter to suggest that the enlightenment person, having crossed over from Sasana to Nibbana, does not live by the Dhamma that the Buddha teaching are to be abandoned. One enlightenment is attained, but use and interpretation of the parable of the life is unvalid. The Buddha does not mean that one giver arriving by the Dhamma after achieve enlightenment. The enlightenment extend is not a life beyond good and evil. No ethical and religion principle. Conclusion. The last parable. In this parable, the crossing over from the mundane and enlightenment light to the religion, liberate, live Nibbana is complete with crossing over a river like Sasala existence. The near should in danger and fighting, whereas the first should promise place and but as the Buddha explained, there is nature and build, not of both to use for crossing over. It's just across a person mind, buy and laugh and use it the crossover. Appendix. This confirmed topic. Thank you very much. At all but of analytical study of the life in Buddhism, the best in your Nibbana.
Next, I invite Associate Professor Dr. Inta Sirwan to discuss about the strategic educational management of Thai Sangha.
Hello, I am Inta Sirwan, everyone. I have very glad to present Strategic Management Education of Thai Sangha. Author and co-author Inta Siriwan, Suchipong Sivichai, Nivet Wongsuwan, and Thongdi Sitakan. Research objectives. The research was the objective as follows. 1. To study the educational administration of the Thai Sangha. 2. To study the educational management strategy of the Thai Sangha. 3. To propose educational management strategy of the Thai Sangha. Research methods. The research was an integrated research which had an interview tool and descriptive and inferential statistic to analyze data according to the quantitative research progress. There were the amount 25 persons and took the research. The research obtained from quantitative research conducted in-depth interview of 5 specific for question and content analysis. The result of the research revealed that the education administration of all 4 Thai Sangha that were appropriate at a high level, namely general administration, academic administration, budget management, and personnel management respectively. The studying of the educational management strategy for Thai Sangha differ on 4 aspects, namely 1. Organizing the curriculum in accordance with the core curriculum was organizing learning, centered learning, and continually. 2. The develop for an educational quality assurance system made a budget plan. The was recruiting budget to multiple personnel and meeting for expenditure 1 a month. 3. Developing human resource was develop plan and establish personnel according to knowledge, ability, and carry out the government. 4. There were regulation administrator and Dhamma principle that set ground according to the school policy and then stimulating desire to temptation. Conclusion. Strategy for educational administration of the Thai Sangha consisting for self-management, human resource management, and management with the aim of adjusting one's own attitude and attitude for colleagues, establishing working network, developing personnel to meet competency, and planning management in on for area to the PS that GANPPI model. To the efficiency of the educational administration for the พระปริยัติธรรมสกูล General Education Department Model of Sustainable from Thai Sankha. Thank you.
Our next presenter is Dr. Frakaru Vibun Jetiyanaruk, who will be discussing about the strengthening of peace organization by Buddhist integrations.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today I will present the strengthening of peace organization by Buddhist integration by พระครูวิบูลย์เจติยานุรักษ์ สุนันทาเอาเจริญ พระครูธรรมธรชัยวินิจ รุ่งโรจน์สงสบูรณ์ and จิรวีทองโต Result of integration. The management sets the action plan and leads the operator to have an understanding of work plan including unity and determination to achieve success in the implementation of the plan indefinitely. Exclusive structure of the position, duty and the number of people to suit the workload to prevent grouping, talking, gossiping, and unintentional work, using human potential at the right time and persuading operators to understand within the context with their workload for a smooth and successful work. A good leader, in addition to making careful and quick decisions, also have a fair mind. In the event of any disagreement and require a definitive judgment, there must be compassion, including compassion, guiding solution, forgiveness, and providing opportunity to find a peaceful solution to conflict. People in the coordination function to achieve the goals must be people who have psychology and persuade the operator to understand the guideline for the common goals. Is also an accurate perseverance and do not give up halfway before reaching the achievement of the goal that have been set. Persuading staff members to focus on and understand work knowledge in a path towards success and providing compassionate guidance. And obstacle and problem arise in work, giving opportunity to express opinion and openness to providing a new solution to problems. An inclusion and organization that has a work in progress must rely on the cooperation of its members. This means that a machine to run smoothly must be achieved through the systemic interaction of small cogs. Humans are living beings with complex mechanisms. When people from different contexts and backgrounds come together with one specific purpose, conflict can arise. When a conflict arises, whether is violent or characterized by a hidden conflict, it affects the work environment. This article presents the issue of happiness management in the workplace with the introduction of Kathavatthu 10 to integrate in happiness management is hope that when applied, The members of the organization will have working atmosphere with peace and compassion. Thank you.
Next, I invite Dr. Ittipol Pathaniko to discuss about the development of a model for sustainable environmental administration based on Sapaya Dhamma of primary schools in Thailand.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Papu Koson Priyatiyanukit Thalati Longchevithun from Mahachuralongkorn Rajvidyalaya University, Thailand. I would like to present research article to topic is development of a model for sustainable environmental administration based on Sapaya Dhamma of primary school in Thailand. Author Dr. Paku Sopon Patharawet, Ittipol Pathaniko, co-author Dr. Pak Suwan Mahaputthabhiban, O Supado, me, Dr. Paku Koson Priyatiyanukit Tharati Longchevithun, and Associate Professor Dr. Chayut Chinokun. Introduction: Sustainable environmental administration based on Sapaya Dhamma of primary schools in Thailand was emphasized three important aspects which were 1. Sapaya Dhamma. The sustainable Sangha principle is the right thing complementary help to support the administration to get good results. 2. Environmental administration is a policy planning, controlling, solving, and improve wireless environment in the school to be a good, concise, and hygienic by implementing the project implementation guideline consisting of three areas which are 1. Policy environmental management. 2. Social environmental within the school. And 3. Teaching and learning management. 3. The school for the development of environmental administration according to the sustainable Buddhist principles for primary school in Thailand. The purpose of this research. The purpose of this research was to develop and propose a model for sustainable environmental administration based on Sapaya Dhamma of primary schools in Thailand. Description: Mixed method research was used for research design. In quantitative research, data was collected from 390 samples using questionnaires and was analyzed by using descriptive statistics, which were percentage statistics of frequency, mean, standard deviation. In qualitative research, data was collected by using in-depth interview with 24 key informants and focus group discussion with 9 experts, and data was analyzed by using content analysis. Conclusion: results indicate that 1. Environmental administration conditions in primary school consist of 1. Physical environment within the school, 2. Social environment within the school, and 3. The teaching and learning environment. and development of sustainable environmental administration based on Sapaya Dhamma of primary schools consists of 1. Awasa Sapaya is appropriate. This includes residents or places that are comfortable and peaceful. 2. Pojara Sapaya. Travel is appropriate that the place must have an orbit or a pathway to and fro easily and not extremely far away. 3. Bhasa Sapaya. Talking is appropriate such as conversation by talking about things that are beneficial to the administration. 2. A model for sustainable environmental administration based on Sapaya Dhamma or primary school in Thailand was emphasized three important aspects, which were 1. Sapaya Dhamma is the sustainable Sangha principle is the right thing complementary held to support the administration to get good results. 2. Environmental administration is a policy planning, controlling, solving, and improving various environmentals in the school to be in good condition and hygienic by implementing the project implementation guideline consisting of three areas which are 1. Physical environmental management. 2. Social environmental within the school. 3. Teaching and learning management. 3. School is the school for the development of environmental administration according to the Sustainable Buddhist Principle for Primary School in Thailand. Thank you.
Our next presenter is Dr. Ho Subhadho, who will be discussing about the model development of administrators' leadership integrating Garavasadhamma 4 in primary schools under Bangkok Metropolitan Administration.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Pakku Koson Pariyattiyanukit Tharati Ungchavithun from Mahachulalongkorn Rajvidyalaya University, Thailand. I would like to present research article to topic is a model development of administrators leadership integrating Garavasadhamma 4 in primary school under Bangkok Metropolitan Administration. Author Dr. พระสุวรรณมหาพุทธาภิบาล Ho Subhadho Co-author Dr. พระครูโสพลภัทรเวชอิทธิพลประธานิโก Me Dr. พระครูโกศลปริยัตติยานุกิจธรติวงศ์ชัยวิทูล and Associate Professor Dr. เกียรติศักดิ์สุขเหลือง Introduction Leadership of Administrators Integrating Garavasadhamma 4 in Primary School under Bangkok Metropolitan Administration consists of the leadership principles of the administrators of primary schools. Garavasadhamma 4 is fair for people to live together honestly with one another, self-tending, patience, tolerance, sharing, genius, and quality of those who can create honor, create wisdom, and create wealth, are building a group of friends and family to success with their own perseverance towards Dharma. 4 consists of 4 principles which are 1, 2, 2 emotional control, 3 patience, and sharing. Purpose of this research. The purpose of this research were 1. To study the leadership of primary school administrators. 2. To study the leadership styles of administrators, integrating Kalavas Dhamma 4 in primary school. 3. To propose the leadership styles of administrators, integrating Kalavas Dhamma 4 in primary school. The section research tools used in the research were questionnaires distributed to 390 administrators and teachers in primary schools under Bangkok Metropolitan Administration. Interview formed by interviewing 24 key informants and questions for focus group discussion with 9 experts. The researcher collects the data and analyze data consisting of document analysis using content analysis, quantitative data analysis using percentage, frequency, mean, and standard deviation, data from interview and focus group discussion were analyzed by using content analysis. Conclusion results indicate that leadership of primary school administrators under the Bangkok Metropolitan consists of 3 aspects which were 1. Vision Chakuma, 2. Knowledge and ability Vitulo, and 3. Human relations Nisya Sampanno, and overall was in a high level considering in each aspect show that it was at high level in all aspects. Leadership style of administrators integrating Cross Dhamma 4 in primary school under Bangkok Metropolitan Administration consists of the leadership principle of the administrators of primary schools. Cross Dhamma 4 is fair for people to live together, honesty with one another, self-training, patience, tolerance, sharing, generous. The quality of those who can create honor, create wisdom, and create wealth are building a group of friends and family to succeed with their own perseverance. Cross Dhamma 4 consists of 4 principles, which are 1. 2. Emotion control, 3. Patience, and 4. Sharing. Leadership style of administrators integrating Cross Dhamma 4 in primary school under the Bangkok Metropolitan Administration was called LGS model. There will be 3 important points, which are 1. Leadership of the administrators of primary schools was shown in physical behavior various words of leaders that calls for subordinates working together to achieve the goal set in 3 ways, which were 1. Vision Chakuma, 2. Knowledge and ability with law. And 3. Have human relation. Nisya Sampanno. 2. Kalos Dhamma. 4. It justifies for executive leadership in primary school under Bangkok Metropolitan Administration. There are 4 factors which consist of 2. Emotional control, passions, and sharings. 3. School administration was the operation in all 4 aspects of the school which are 1. Academic administration, 2. Budget administration, 3. Human resource administration, and 4. General administration. Thank you so much.
Next, I invite Dr. Ho Subhadhu to discuss about a development model of characteristics based on Brahma Viharadhamma principles for Thai school administrators.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Pahu Koson Priyattayanukit Tharati Ungchavitul from Mahajulalongkorn Rajvidyalaya University, Thailand. I would like to present research article to topic is a development model of characteristics based on Brahma-Vihara-Dhamma principles for Thai school administrators. Authors Author Dr. Suvarnabhumi Ho Supato Co-author พระครูโสพลภัทรเวชอิทธิพลประธานิโก Me Dr. พระครูโกศลปริยัติยานุกิจธรติรุงชัยวิทูล and Assistant Professor Dr. อุทัยสติมัน Introduction The characteristics of the Brahma Viharadhamma principles for Thai school administrators, which consist of 3 important points, which were 1. Characteristics of school administrators was the physical characteristics and expressions of the behavior of the person who is a part of character, which was shown to authors for Thai primary school administrators in 4 aspects, which composed of 1. Have knowledge and ability, 2. Have social maturity and generous, 3. Accountability, and 4. Good human relations. 2. Brahma Viharadhamma is a principle that must be kept in mind and supervise behavior and suitable for executive, with 4 areas which consist of 1. Compassion, 2. Kindness, 3. Happy when others are happy, and 4. Neutral mind. For school administration was the operation in all 4 aspects of the school, which were 1. Academic administration, 2. Budget administration, 3. Human resource management, and 4. General administration. The purpose of this research. The purpose of this research were 1. To study the characteristics of school administrators in Thai primary school. 2. To develop the characteristics of the Brahma Viharadhamma principle for Thai school administrators. 3. To propose a model of developing the characteristics of The Brahma Vihara Dhamma Principle for Thai School Administrators. Description Mixed Method Research was designed and the instrument used in the research was a questionnaire distributed to 390 administrators in primary school, interview from interviewing 24 key informants, and questions for focus group discussion with 17 experts. Qualitative data from in-depth interview and focus group discussion were analyzed by using content analysis, whereas qualitative data were analyzed by using percentage, frequency, mean, standard deviation. Conclusion results show that one characteristic of the school administrators in Thai primary school consists of 4 aspects, which were 1. Knowledgeable and capable, 2. Social maturity and generous, 3. Accountability, and 4. Good human relations. In the overall level was very high, considering to each aspect was also at a high level in all aspects. 2. The characteristic of the Brahma Vihara Dhamma principle for Thai school administrators was the operation in all 4 aspects of the school, which were 1. Academic administration, 2. Budget administration, 3. Human resource management, and 4. General administration. The principle of Brahma Vihara Dhamma is principle that must be kept in mind and supervise behavior that's suitable for executives with 4 areas which are 1. Compassion, 2. Kindness, 3. Happy when others are happy, and natural mind. 3. A model of developing the characteristic of the Brahma Vihara Dhamma principle for Thai school administrators, which consists of 3 important points, which were 1. Characteristic of school administrators was the physical characteristic and expression of the behavior of the person who is part of character, which was shown to authors for Thai primary school administrators in 4 aspects which composed of 1. Have knowledge and ability, 2. Have social maturity and generous, 3. Accountability, and 4. Good human relation. 4. Brahma Vihara Dhamma is a principle that must be kept in mind and supervise behavior and suitable for executives with 4 areas, which consist of 1. Compassion, 2. Kindness, 3. Happy when others are happy, and 4. Natural mind. 3. School administration was the operation in all 4 aspects of the school, which were 1. Academic administration, 2. Budget administration, 3. Human resource management, and 4. General administration. Thank you.
Next, I welcome Dr. Taroeti Rangchai-Withun to discuss about the strategies of human resource administration in school accordance in Buddhism.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Pakku Koson Priyatiyanukit Tharati Longchevithun from Mahachuralongkorn Rajvitiyalai University, Thailand. I would like to present research article to topic is the strategy of human resource administration in school according in Buddhism. Arthur Me, Dr. Pakku Koson Priyatiyanukit Tharati Longchevithun, co-author Dr. Suvarnabhumi, Ho Supado, Dr. Pakku Sopon Patravet, Ittipon Pataniko, and Associate Professor Dr. Surapon Suyapom. Introduction. New Human Resource Management Strategy is the strategy for human resource management in order to make the employees have the performance and be hired to meet the target and the organization strategy. It is important to study the principle of Buddhism in relation to the administration of personal affairs, that is, principle of Bodhisattva 4. In order to study mercy management, to study and administration, to study management according to the principle of empathy, and to the study the management based on the principle of happiness, which focus on personal administration of educational institution administrators. The purpose of this research. The purpose of the article was to propose the strategy of human resource administration in school according to Buddhism. Description. Documentary study was used for the design and data work analysis using content analysis and summarized by descriptive writing. Conclusion. Results of the strategy showed that new human resource management strategy is the strategy for human resource management in order make the employees have the performance and be hired to meet the target and the organizational strategy. New law of human resource management must have both a role in shaping the strategy and its role in deploying the organization's strategy to human resource management. It is important to study the principles of Buddhism in relation to the administration of personal affairs, that is, the principle of Bodhisattva 4. In order to study mercy management, to study the administration, to study management according to the principle of empathy, and to study the management based on the principle of happiness, which focus on personal administration of educational institution administrators. The concept of management was integrated between Western concepts and the principle of Bodhisattva 4. For a person who is a reader in Buddhism is to know how to manage the principle and useful methods used as part of the administration in the development of the work of personnel. Management in school requires the use of Buddhist principles as a guide to the direction of management to achieve both the efficiency and effectiveness of the work. If this principle is applied in the management, it will create a good relationship to the unity by applying Bodhisattva Dhamma 4 to the administration of the school according to Western theology. These two principles have the same purpose to administer the school with integrity, to be willing, satisfied, and work happily in the organization. This is the concept of the strategy of human resource administration in school. Accordance to Buddhism is Bodhisattva Dhamma 4. The strategy of human resource administration consists of 1. Planning, 2. Staffing, 3. Comfort and development, and 4. Evaluation. 4. Bodhisattva Dhamma 4 consists of 1. Metta, loving kindness, Karuna, compassion, Mudita, empathetic joy, and Ubekha, equanimity. Thank you so much.
Next, I invite Frakaru Sankharak Thavi Abayo, who will be discussing on the leadership according to the Buddhist concepts.
Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to present about the academic article on leadership according to the Buddhist concept. Now I would like to share about the PowerPoint on this topic, and I will talk step by step about the detail of this academic article. Leadership according to the Buddhist concept. The member of my group, Praku Sankharak Thavi Apayo Doctor, and co-author name, my name is Pramahamilut Virojano, and the second co-author name Chanatip Sito, and the last co-author name Surapon Promkun. Biography. About the biography of the member of my group to write this academic article, Praku Sankharak Thavi Apayo, teacher from Department of Political Science and Economics, Muhammad Buddhist University, Isan Campus, Thailand. And Pramahamilut Virojano, Assistant Professor, Doctor from Department of Political Science and Economics, Muhammad Buddhist University, Isan Campus, Thailand. And next, biography of Chanatip Sito, teacher from Department of Political Science and Economics, Muhammad Buddhist University, Isan Campus, Thailand. And the last, biography of Surapon Promkun, Assistant Professor, Doctor from Department of Political Science, Mahachulalongkorn Ratchavidyalai University, Khon Kaen Campus, Thailand. About the guidelines of this academic article, leadership according to the Buddhist concepts, biography, abstract, description, definition of leadership, leadership according to the Buddhist concepts, leadership according to Brahma Vihara 4, leadership according to Sappurisathamma 7, and leadership according to Sanghavattu 4, and the conclusion of this academic article. is the loss of guideline. For abstract, this academic article aims to study about leadership according to the Buddhist concepts, which can be said that Buddhist leadership is a process of influence in which leaders on individuals or groups lead to the achievement of goals that all are willing and mutually satisfied by interacting, conveying ideas into the continued action of a process that relates and influence between a leader, follower, and a situation or task using Buddhist concepts as the main leading. For keywords of this topic, leadership, Buddhist concepts, virtue in self-management. As for description of this topic, I think a good leader must be ready to qualify, that is to have leadership with the change process. The leader must change the performance of the follower to get results beyond the specified goals, attitudes, beliefs, and confidence, and the needs of the follower must be changed from the lower to the higher level. Leadership requires three key components to arise: a leader, a follower, and a situation. Where circumstance determine who is right for the situation, and those in leadership must be able to motivate, persuade individuals or groups to act on their own opinions and needs with willingness and trust. In addition, they must be willing to cooperate in the coordination to lead the achievement of organizational objectives. Definition of leadership: leadership to convince others. Leadership that influence over others. Leadership that encourage and direct others. Leadership that have both science and art leadership. Leadership that have knowledge, ability, and experience. This is the definition of leadership for this topic. Leadership according to the Buddhist concept, leadership individuals must be willing to tolerate problems arising from the performance of their assigned duties to the best of their ability, leading to the promotion of better management and sustainability, which must consist of virtues in self-management, namely, aim is the giving and sharing in a way of giving. Precepts are the self-discipline and the preservation of one's body, speech, not to hurt oneself, other, society. Nekkhamma is to abstain from sins and various types of evil. Effort is persistence. Wisdom is the knowledge. Endurance is patience. This is the leadership activity according to the Buddhist concept for Dhyam is the giving and sharing in a way of giving relief. This is for example in Buddhist concept. And then leadership according to the to Brahmavihara four or Brahmavihan in Thai. The four virtues of Brahma are fundamental virtues that must be present in the mind, and it is the attitude of the mind to show or treat other properly by situation that he experiencing, namely, in a situation where he or she has done wrong or wrongdoing via detect, meaning that when he does something wrong by violating the virtue, which is violating the principle or violate the accuracy, lose the principle, lose the rules, lose fairness, and lose righteousness. The leaders must be in ubekha. In situations when he is in trouble, why we have a kindness, the feeling of us is weighing by suffering, trouble, or his problems, and want to help relieve him from suffering that trouble. This kindness is different from mercy. This kindness is different from mercy. The kindness is used in normal time, but when he falls down to become in trouble and distress, we have compassion and help to heal our suffering. Leadership according to the Sappurisa 7. Sappurisa 7 is the principle, one of important principle in Buddhist concept to make strengthening in the organization. The leadership according to the Sappurisa 7, for one, know the principle when holding a position, having a position, or doing anything. 2. Know the destination. Leader, if you do not know the destination, you do not know where to lead people and business. 3. Know oneself is to know who they are and what they are. 4. Know about is knowing the fit. 5. Know the tense is knowing the time. 6. Know the community means knowing society from a wide scope, namely knowing the world society. And the last of Sappurisa 7, know a person is to know the person involved. And next slide, a leadership according to Sanghavatu 4. Sanghavatu 4 is a affair that enhance the charm of the leader, make us loved by followers, help build human relations that can help in operation, achieving the desired objectives. Therefore, think that 1. Dana mean giving is an offering that must come from a generous mind. 2. Piyavaja, speed is a lovely speech. Admirable, speak politely. 3. Atthajariya, behavior is serving or benefiting other people. And 4. Samanadata is the self-determination, always put himself in a manner that is appropriate for his status. His status is appropriate for this item. The last slide about the conclusion of this topic on the academic article on leadership according to the Buddhist concept. I would like to share about the conclusion of this topic. Leadership according to the Buddhist concept is that leaders must maintain their virtues consistently to avoid conflicts between the leader's relationship with the followers, as Buddhism demonstrates the important qualities of a leader. It is called Dhamma sovereignty. Dhamma sovereignty means that it is very fair. Take the righteous, glorify the principles to act according to and for the sake of the truth, the righteousness, the virtue, not the autocracy. This is the conclusion of the topic. Thank you. All the best for the best in you. Thank you very much.
Our next presenter is from Santhuenkaew, who will be discussing on the model of religious education management of monks in Udon Thani province.
Good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let's explain myself. My name is Pramahasukon Sukda, and I am a student from Mahajuralongkorn Rachavidyalaya University, Thailand. Faculty of Buddhist Department. I am pleased to be here today to explain my topic. My topic is the models of religious education management of monks in Udon Thani province. The purpose of this research were: number one, to study religious education management of monks in Buddhism. Number two, to study religious education management of monks in Udon Thani province. Number three, to offer the models of religious education management of monks in Udon Thani province. This research was qualitative research. The results were found that: first, religious education management of monks in Buddhism in the Buddha era is aimed to shikha Buddhist doctrine, what says that it was the principle of the conduct and Buddhism dissemination. Later, it was divided into Khanda Dura and Vipassana Dura. Since Buddhism has been spread to Thailand, religious education management of monks has evolved respectively to the present. Religious education management was divided into Dhamma division, Pali division, and general education division. Second, religious education management of monks in Udon Thani province could be divided into three divisions. One, Dhamma study consisting of Dhamma curriculum and Dhamma study Sunday Buddhism curriculum. 2. Pali division consisting of Pali curriculum and Pali study. Third, the model of religious education management of monks in Udon Thani province. Dhamma divisions and Pali division should have a short curriculum for monks and lay people. Teaching should be taught via online. The measurement and evaluation should have research of Dhamma, research for Dhamma, and the general education division should organize a curriculum for lay people to learn in the class. A vocational curriculum should be provided. Teachers should be appointed as regular instructor and provided welfare and supported scholarship for higher education. That's being the presentation to the end. Thank you for your attention.
Our next presenter is Mrs. Umarin Lertsahapan, who will be discussing on the social work of ASEAN Women Association in Kalasan province to Buddhist interrogation.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Umarin Lertsahapan, and I am PhD student from Mahachulalongkorn Rajavidyalaya University, Thailand, Faculty of Buddhist Dependence. I am here to be here today to express my topic. And my topic is the social work of Asian Women's Association in Karasin Province to Buddhist integration. The purpose of this research were: number one, to study the concept and principle of social work in Thai society today. Number two, to study the work of social work of Asian Women's Association in Karasin Province. Number three, to study social work of Asian Women's Association in Karasin Province to Buddhist integration. The research was equality research. The results were found as: first, the concept and principle of social work in Thai society today, where a social work that took place as a form of practice in Thai society of being conquest. The social work was established on the principle of the first basis of sympathy, Sankhahavatu, consisting of: number one, charity, generousness, satisfy. Number two, kindness, spirit. A spirit was connected to society. Number three, youthful conduct to society, creating happiness, the relief of suffering. Number four, participation and behaving oneself properly in all circumstances, acting as a role model for society. Second, the social work conditions of Asian Women's Association in Karasin Province, where the social work in the sense of giving benefit to society, exchange knowledge, and experience in women's organization or women's organization network, exchange knowledge, and experience between groups of successful business people and network of the entrepreneurs in Thailand. Third, the social work of Asian Women's Association in Karasin Province to Buddhist integration was consistent with the research of donation to support community activity, which was to share happiness with the community, to create benefit for the public, consistent, give equality for everyone, teach everyone lies a reality. That's bring the presentation to the end. Thank you for your attention.
Next, I invite Frapalad Appasid Dhammavudo to discuss on an analysis of Buddhist principles to promote the livelihood of single mothers in Tifasot community.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Papalat Apisit Thammavutho, and I am PhD student from Mahachulalongkorn Ratchavidyalaya University, Khon Campus, Thailand. Faculty of Buddhist Department. I am pleased to be here today to explain my topic. And my topic is an analysis of Buddhist principle to promote the livelihood of single mothers. The purpose of this research were: number one, to study the livelihood of the single mother in Buddhist scripture. Number two, to analyze the Buddhist principle of promote the livelihood of the single mother in the Tifasot community. This research was qualitative research. The data were collected from document, fieldwork, in-depth interview, in order to have empirical data. Descriptive analysis was used from methodology research. The results were found as: first, the livelihoods of thinkers matter in Buddhist scripture after Prince Siddhartha Orange monk in Buddhism. His wife, Princess Pimpatevi, spent her life alone to feed her son. But she could adjust herself to join the society. Her duty was to feed her son Rahul Kumar. She asked what happened. It could be reduced anxiety, indignation, and could adjust to the social environment. She was ready to fasting and accept this reality. The most important of her duty was to feed her son completely. Second, analysis of the Buddhist principle to promote the livelihoods of thinkers matter in typical community based on empathy is maintain a family and to care their children in the society normally have and happily. The principle of parents' duty was used with concept of reason, attention, yoniso manasikara, based on sympathy, sankhawattu, which could be adopted in real life. Thinkers matter in typical community face many problems until they could get to obstacle. Let's up the line to the development of line 90. Face their children to the achievement. When they got through problem, they could become value a be single mother. It was a modern falling. Those who decide to pursue the life of a single mother, it was a modern falling. To those who decide to pursue the life of single mother is accordance with Buddhism. Thank you for your attention.
Our next presenter is Chanshai Huatsri, who will be discussing on the government policy, change and preservation of Isan culture.
Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to present about research paper. Title is Government Policy, Change and Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to present about research paper. Title is Government Policy, Change and Preservation of Isan Culture. Authors, my name is Assistant Dr. Chanshai Huatsri. Co-author, Assistant Dr. Surapon Phomkun, Dr. Prachya Minontong Mahasan, and Mr. Chayan Bunpiyo. Abstracts. The objective of research were: 1. To analyze the change and preservation of Isan culture in politics and government through policies of government and constitution. 2. To analyze political and government change affected Isan culture. And 3. analyze the integration of Isan culture and government politics. This is qualitative research by collecting information from the document, in-depth interviews, and participatory observation. There are 45 key informants consisting of 1. 15 government representatives, 2. 15 persons from local government organization, 3. 15 local scholars as being both monks and ladies. Description 1. The change and persistence of Isan culture in politics and government through government and constitutional policies. Start with developing people by using culture as the base of development. Local wisdom and culture were applied to create the values of products based on knowledge and Thai being, leading to the growth of productivity based on wisdom and innovation. 2. Political and administrative changes that affect Isan culture. The National Economic and Social Development Plan focuses on the development of people using culture as the base of development. The 10th National Economic and Social Development Plan use the culture and develop the economic, society, and the country. The government acknowledge the community to apply local wisdom and culture to create values of products based on knowledge, based and Thai being. The 11th National Economic and Social Development Plan creates the immunity in various dimensions for the national development to be balanced and sustainable by bringing the potential country capital come to the benefits. The 12th National Economic and Social Development Plan reduce inequality and drive growth from enhancing productivity based on wisdom and innovation. On the Constitution number 16 in 2540 BE, everyone has responsibility to local wisdom and conservation of natural resource and environment, and the government must give local autonomy according to principle of self-government, according to the view of the local people. The 18th Constitution 2007, a person is protected from the fourth government from the committing any act that undermines his right or lost his due benefits. 3. The fusion of Isan culture and government policy suggestion promoting the buildings of strong local culture are as follows. Strengthening community as a whole by reducing the dependence on the government. 2. The government serves to support the implementation of the community culture sufficiency. 3. Promote leader in the cultural development of communities strongly. 1. Higher education institution in the community take the lead in researching, study, and preparing textbooks. Every community should have its own textbooks for learning about their history and community. 2. The school takes the leader in the cultivating the values of local culture. 3. Community leaders take the lead in building local culture. This disseminates the ways of life, values, local wisdom, which is an important part of building a strong community. 4th, create a balance between local and foreign cultural development consisting of 1. Recording of local cultural heritage. 2. Registration of national cultural heritage. And 3. Providing support to all culture of all groups as being equal people. Conclusion: change and persistence of Isan culture after having the study and analyzed the change, persistence, and impacts of Isan culture in the way of politics and government through government and constitutional policies. It was found that the change and persistence of Isan culture was due to the change in the government policy, which can be determined by the law, the constitution, and national economic and social development plan. It starts with the development people using the culture as the base of development. Later, local wisdom and culture were applied to create the values of products based on knowledge and Thai being leading to the goal of productivity based on wisdom and innovation. Where Thai society today has progressed technology development, leverage change in all dimensions, both society, economy, political, and technological change. Lead creates a culture development plan according to the 20-year national strategy and directional frameworks of development to Thailand 4.0. And it was found that the integration of Isan culture with political and government was the result of government policies that emphasize the participation of all sectors in society. Focusing on people-centered development transform development methods into holistic integration. There is a blend of culture and government policy to generate income for the community through the cultural tourism activity. Thanks all of you.
Next, I welcome our session chair, J. Saranya, Assistant Professor, VLAB Department Coordinator, Department of ECE, Rajlakshmi Engineering College, India.
Very good morning to everyone present here. This is Saranya Jayaraman, working as an Assistant Professor in Rajlakshmi Engineering College, Chennai. Before I start with giving out the review comments, I would like to thank IFERP Association to give me an opportunity to act as a session chair for the conference, First International Conference on Technology, Innovative Education and Multidisciplinary Skills in the 21st Century Research. So to start with, a paper titled An Analysis of the Economic Solutions as in the Kutandanta Sutta, a case study of Chim Shop Chai project, which was presented by Dr. Frappalet Somchai Temnion. The workflow, the uniqueness was really good, and he really had a very great subject knowledge. But its a little suggestion is he would have just given out a detailed flow graph, and also he would have forecasted the simulation results during the time of his presentation, so that it would be much more crystal clear in grasping the content. And since he is rendering the solution strategies for the real-time economic, problem statements pertaining to his country, it would have been better if you would have formulated in a flow graph and derived the methodology out of it. So that is all from my end, sir. Then coming to B2 batch with a paper titled Buddhist Ethics and the Way of Living in Daily Life, an analysis of genital malfeasances. And this paper was presented by Dr. Frappalet. And my comments for the same is being just giving out the day and day ethical principles to be followed by the people residing in that area. It would have been better if he has worked out some analysis tools, simulated tools. So he would have just incorporated the prediction also. So that was a suggestion that I was supposed to give for this particular B2 batch. And the third paper titled Potential Development of Volunteer Monks to Heal Patients' Minds by Dharmas. And this paper was presented by Dr. Supit Shah. And the comments for the same is he would have just included the development cycle that he has formulated to analyze his proposed model. So the development cycle would have been more clear in his experimentation part. The same would have been incorporated in his presentation also. So in my perspective, the uniqueness was fine, but the way he presented during the time of his presentation, I could feel like it is more theoretical. So the development cycle in different phases would have been incorporated. And the next paper titled Analytical Study of the Raft in Buddhism, which was given by Dr. Fraku. And the comments for the same is he could have just quoted more case studies to defend his study, raft, the concept of raft in Buddhism. So more case studies would have been involved. So that is all from my end. Rest all the uniquenesses and the way he presented was simply superb. And the next paper is titled Strategic Educational Management of Thai Sangha. And it was just given by Dr. Inta Srivan. And my comments for the same is since he is proposing for since he is proposing for the strategies to improvise the educational management, he would have just avoided more theoretical stuff, and he would have just projected how typically the education system is running on in subjecting the Buddhist principles on without Buddhist principles. So those kind of understanding would have been done. So a kind of projection can be done with the help of some graph. Okay, so that can be quoted as an outcome. So study and the major objective of this particular study and the purpose behind it is crystal clear. But it could have been a comparative analysis, a kind of a prediction analysis would have been incorporated as a graph, and graphical representation would have sounded good as far as this particular paper is concerned. And the next title is The Strengthening of Peace Organization by Buddhist Integrations, which was given by Dr. Frakru. And my comments for the same is he has just emphasized more on the description part, and I couldn't find any proof of concept behind confining that the peace is incorporated in a more superior way upon integrating the Buddhist principles with the normal schema. So that is what is all about my suggestion. So more proof of concept has to be incorporated. And the next paper is the development of a model for sustainable environmental administration based on Sapaya Dhamma in primary schools in Thailand, which was given by Dr. Frakru. And my comments for the same is graphical, again, all these are real-time examples, so we have to take more cases, and all the cases meaning more number of samples to be taken up by collecting the data. And all I could find, like they have just mentioned that these samples are collected. Okay, they have just drafted all these things in the wordings. Okay, so when coming to the point of presentation, the presentation can be just improvised by giving a graph itself, by giving a kind of prediction analysis can be done through graph. It could be either linear graph or a bar graph or whatever it is. So comparison is very important across the existing and the proposed system. So that is what is my opinion. And the next paper is titled A Model Development of Administrators Leadership Integrating Gravasadama 4 in Primary Schools under Bangkok Metropolitan Administration, which was given by Dr. Frasuvan. And the comments for the same is the leadership assessment seems to be missing in your presentation. So that is the one major point that I have just monitored during the time of your presentation. So the assessment protocols in a particular organization, okay, a leadership assessment protocol can be incorporated in your paper. And the next title is a development model of characteristics based on Brahmavirstama principles for Thai school administrators, which was given by Dr. Frasuvan. And his presentation was simply good. And the projection of results yet again doesn't hold any mathematical modeling. Okay, so mathematical interpretation, meaning a kind of analytical interpretation, is not available in in his slides. And we could find more we could find just more descriptive stuff rather than giving out an statistical modeling. And the next paper is the strategies of human resource administration in school accordance in Buddhism. And this paper was presented by Dr. Frakru Ho. And the comments for thing is the design and analysis behind this particular model could have been showcased, and the percentage level of attainment could also have been projected over there. So that is all is about my comments. And the next paper is leadership according to the Buddhist concepts, and it was this particular work was presented by Frakru San. And this particular scheme seems to be more theoretical. So again, justification has to be incorporated in comparison across the existing and the proposed. Not only theoretically, we have to just give the analytical justification also, either by statistical modeling or some math tools or predictor tools. So some simulation assessment can be done. So the next paper is the model of religious education management of monks in Udon Thani province, and this work was presented by Frama Sofon. And in this presentation, I couldn't find a proof of concept, and it seems to be more theoretical. But the uniqueness is there in his work, but it seems to be theoretical. And the next work is Social Work of Asian Women Association in Kalisan province to Buddhist integration, which was given by Umarin, Mrs. Umarin. And her work is having high level of uniqueness. But this social work kind of thing has to be presented using a comparative analysis. So comparative analysis can be incorporated, so which would have sounded much more better. And the next paper is an analysis of Buddhist principles to promote the livelihood of single mothers in Thefasot community, which was given by Praflad Apisit. And his work is and analysis. So as the name indicates, analysis strategy is not available. It seems to be more descriptive. So prediction graph has to be incorporated for justifying his work. Lastly, the government policy change in preservation of Izan culture, and which was given by Chanchai Woodstree. And his work is also having a high level of uniqueness, and the novelty seems to be good. But he could have just suggested in what way the changes has to be done, and how it is going to just modify the current amendments that is given out by the current amendment that is given out by the government, okay, upon just giving out his word of conduct or his rules or his proposed model. So the influence of his stuff, okay, change in preservation of ESAN culture. So the influence of this ESAN culture in supervising or in improving the government policy. So that kind of analysis can be incorporated in this particular paper. So in general, all the works which I have reviewed seems to be very highly unique, and all these works were absolute. And hearty congratulations to all the best. My one and only suggestion is that few presentations, even if the work seems to be, the work is actually good, it is involving the real-time socio-economic problems, but the rendering and solution is can be done in a much more effective way by just incorporating more analytical tools, by incorporating statistical models, by incorporating simulation tools. So all those kind of graphical approach can be incorporated in a slide, and you can just narrate what happens exactly upon giving out your proposed model. Okay, so thank you so much and all the very best. Thank you all.
Next, I invite Mohammed Fatih bin Abu Yaziz to discuss on the impact of customer service insurance and luggage delivery towards logistics customer satisfaction in pandemic situation.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and good day. Okay, for today's conference on International Conference on Technology and Innovative Educational and Multidisciplinary Skills, I am representing my team members representing on the topic of the impact of customer service, insurance and luggage delivery towards logistic customer satisfaction and in pandemic situations. Below are the list of the authors of my members. First one is me, Muhammad Fatih Abu Aziz, Aida Nazima Abashah, Nur Azalizah, Zulkifli, Muhammad Saufi, and also Mr. Ahmad Shakir Juno. Okay. Next slide is on a little bit of my biography. My name is Muhammad Fatih bin Abu Aziz. I'm a senior lecturer in Faculty for Entrepreneurship and Business in University of Malaysia, Kelantan. I have completed my PhD in the area of logistic management, technology operation, and also technology management from University Utara Malaysia. And my expertise are in the area of logistic, operational management, technology, and also entrepreneurship. Okay, basically this paper that I will be presenting, this is little abstracts on this on the research paper. It is related much on the COVID-19 pandemic, where we will see how the business industry business model has changed. This is also, when we are talking about business model, we are talking about also about the logistic industry, because today logistic industry is just not a supporting role. It is a backbone of any organization, a backbone of any operations in businesses. So we will see how it affects, especially the courier company, how it has benefited from the pandemic situation, where e-commerce business will flourish while other business has doomed during the pandemic. We can see that the courier company has benefited from the e-commerce business. So enhanced service by courier company is crucial as stiff competition industry. Therefore, this study has explored the impact of customer service, insurance and luggage delivery that are very important for customers. So in order to know whether they are satisfied with the increase of customer satisfaction, increase of enhanced services by the courier provider. So this study has used quantitative methods, was applied to analyze the effect of enhanced services of customer services. There was 384 respondents were collected, and it was analyzed by IBM SPSS to ensure to test the correlation between all these variables. Okay. Okay, next is some description or some summarizations of this paper. Okay, when this paper are talking about courier services, customer services, and luggage deliveries, these three elements are important for a courier services, especially with the flourishing of e-commerce. They are dealing with a courier services. They are dealing with customer service. They are dealing how the product, how the packaging, how the product that been ordered through the e-commerce are delivered through the courier service. So we can see that it has a positive relationship between all the elements, and the discussion and findings on the research papers identify that a good courier service, a good customer service, a good luggage delivery will increase the consumer satisfaction among the customers. So as a conclusion of this paper, we can say that there are significant relationship between the independent variable and also dependent variable. It also states that a component that includes delivery, supply chain, customer, and next to tier is related in terms of influencing the consumer. Thank you very much. That is a very short sharing from me for all of you. Thank you very much, and hope to see you more after this. Thank you very much.
Our next presenter is Associate Professor Dr. Navasanan Wongprasit, who will be discussing on the model of holistic development of the elderly's quality of life through sustainable participation process, a case study of Thanarak district, Chachoengsao province, Thailand.
Hello everyone, my name is Navasanan Wongprasit. My topic today is the model of holistic development of the elderly's quality of life through sustainable participation process, a case study of Thanarak district, Chachoengsao province, Thailand. I come from Public Health Program, Faculty of Science and Technology, Rajapat Ratchanakarin University, Chachoengsao province, Thailand. I graduated in Doctor of Philosophy in Human Resource Development, Faculty of Education, Burapha University, Thailand. I interested in conducting research in public health administration, elderly, educational administrations, and human resource development. This participatory action research was conducted with mixed methods. The research was done with plan, do, check, action process. The research objectives were to create a model of the holistic development of the elderly's quality of life through sustainable participation process in Thanarak district, Chachoengsao province, Thailand. The key informants of this research consist of elderly, families, government officers, community leaders, and local leaders. Derived from purposive sampling appropriately compatible with the research. 50 key informants were selected through snowball technique. The data collection was done through focus group. The populations of quantitative research were 89 elderly living in Mu 2 of Tha sub-district, Thanarak district, Chachoengsao province. The sample of 70 people was determined with Cressy and Morgan table at the reliability level of 95% using sample random sampling. The statistic used for quantitative data analysis was percentage, means, standard deviations, and ANOVA. The contents analysis was used with qualitative data. The research result found that the model of promoting holistic quality of life through participation process for sustainability of the elderly at Thanarak district, Cirencester, or the warm house model or HESS model consists of 4 dimensions as follows. Dimensions 1 is health, refer to the dimensions of good health for the elderly physically and mentally. The elderly must have knowledge of self-care and be able to take care of themselves as appropriate for each individual context. Dimension 2, economics, means the elderly who were well-being and can be self-reliant. The elderly should work according to their physical condition and spend economically. Dimension 3 is safety, means good surrounding with safety for the elderly, both inside and outside their home, including elderly toilets, travel, roads, various places in the community, and fitness center, etc. Dimension 4 is social support, means good support from society, such as establishing a network of elderly people in their own communities and nearby to develop and exchange guidelines in caring older people mentally. This is a figure of a development model on the quality of life in elderly or HESS model. The recommendation from this research. The research found that government agencies, government officers should give priority and go to work take care of the elderly in the community at the village level more than in the past. In addition, it found that there is a lack of information source for development of the elderly in the community. Therefore, there should be a training and informed news about supporting various grants to the people and elderly more thoroughly. Thank you for your attention.
Next, I invite Dr. Niruth Sukti to discuss on the development of Muay Thai Learning Management Plan according to cognitive behavior modification concept for reducing aggressive behavior of lower secondary school students.
The development of Muay Thai Learning Management Plan according to cognitive behavior modification concept for reducing aggressive behavior of lower secondary school students. Author and co-author name Niruth Sukti, PhD. Abstract. The objective of this study was to develop Muay Thai Learning Management Plan according to cognitive behavior modification concept for reducing aggressive behavior of lower secondary school students. In this study, 60 lower secondary school students aged 13 to 15 were selected by stratified random sampling and were randomly divided into experimental and control group. Each includes 30 students. Findings were statistically analyzed with two-way ANOVA repeated measure and one-way ANOVA repeated measure. The results were as follows. 1. The Muay Thai Learning Management Plan consists of 16 learning management plans, 5 teaching steps. Indicate that an index of item objective congress was 0.90. 2. The Muay Thai Learning Management Plan was effective in decreasing aggressive behavior of the experimental group students during 8-week trial and the post-trial when comparing with the result of the pre-trial. The result was statistically significantly different at 0.05. However, in terms of the control group, they were not different. Research objective. To develop the Muay Thai Learning Management Plan according to cognitive behavior modification concept for reducing aggressive behavior of lower secondary school students. Research methodology. Population and sample. Population is lower secondary school students aged 13 to 15 studying at school under the auspices of the basic education, Meng District, Udon Thani Province. The sample is selected by stratified random sampling and random assignments to control and experimental group includes 30 students. Each instrument 1. The interview form 2. The assessment form 3. The aggressive behavior observation and note-taking form 4. The multi learning management plan. Data collection 1. Researcher collect from stakeholder by in-depth interview and group interview. 2. Researcher analyze and synthesize of the content and theory and review of related literature. 3. The multi-learning management plan applied to 30% experimental group for 16 weeks, 1 section per week, and 50 minutes per each. For experimental and control group are accessed before experiment as pre-test during the 8-week trial and post-trial. Data analysis, two-way and one-way annual repeated measure are used to analyze the difference in mean score on aggressive behavior of both experimental and control group. Research result 1. The multi-learning management plan consists of 16 learning management plan and 5 teaching steps. Indicate that an index of item objective congress was 0.90. 2. According of efficiency of multi-learning management plan. Table 1. Analysis of difference in mean score on aggressive behavior of experimental and control group. For before experiment, a mean score of experimental group was 106.67. For the control group, a mean score was 97.02. During 8-week trial, a mean score of experimental group was 77.70. For the control group was 96.83. After the experiment, a mean score of experimental group was 45.57 and the control group mean score was 96.50. Table 2. The result of two-way annual repeated measure in mean score of experimental and control group. A mean score on aggressive behavior between experimental and control group was statistically significant difference at the 0.05 level. There was statistically significant difference in mean score within the experimental and control group before the trial, during the 8-week trial, and after the trial at the 0.05 level. In addition, it was found that the experimental group variable and the number of time tests has interaction effect with statistically significant difference at the 0.05 level. Therefore, they had to be analyzed individual by one-way annual repeated measure. For table 3, the result of one-way annual repeated of the experimental group. The post-trial mean score on aggressive behavior was statistically significantly lower than the pre-trial mean score at the 0.05 level. The post-trial mean score was statistically significantly lower than during the 8-week trial. During the 8-week trial, mean score on aggressive behavior was statistically significantly lower than pre-trial mean score at the 0.05 level. Table 4. The result of the one-way annual repeated measure of the control group. There was no statistically significant difference in mean score on aggressive behavior among pre-trial, during the 8-week trial, and post-trial. Table 5. The analysis of difference in mean score. Post-trial mean score on aggressive behavior of the experimental group was statistically significantly lower than control group at the 0.05 level. Conclusion. the multi-learning management plan according to the cognitive behavior modification concept could reduce aggressive behavior of the lower secondary school student. This may be due to the fact of the student in the experimental group are oriented and trained based on cognitive behavior technique consisting of thought stopping, mental arithmetic, counting, self-thought, muscle relaxation, and positive reinforcement, which is a mediator in connecting the thinking process. As a result, the students have better control over their own aggressive and unwanted behavior, know their self-restraint in taking action, and how to stop thinking if what is going to be right or not. They are able to deal with their anger when there is a bully or harassment, know how to teach oneself right or wrong, and how to reduce muscle relaxation from situation and provoke anger and violent emotion. Thank you.
Our next presenter is from Mahaprakasit Titi Pasatikon, who will be discussing on the leadership development process for sustainable community forest management in Nakhon Ratchasima province.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I will present my presentation, the leadership development process for sustainable community forest management in Nakhon Ratchasima province by พระมหาประกาศิทธิ์ทิฐิประสิทธิกร พระประหลัดประพจน์อยู่สำราญ ณ หทัย นิรติสัย นัชยา กำพังแก้ว ธินภัทร รุ่งเมือง Did research. The objective of this study was to study the role of forest master in the management of model community forests in Nakhon Ratchasima province and to propose a leadership development process for sustainable community forest management in Nakhon Ratchasima province. This is collaborative research by conducting in-depth interview with local philosopher, community leader, community forest committee, and villager in the area 30%, and conducting a specific group discussion with 15%. Research objective. The first, to study the role of forest experts in the management of properties community forests in Nakhon Ratchasima province. The second, to present the process of developing leadership in sustainable community forest management in Nakhon Ratchasima province. Research result. Objective 1. Forest experts found that there are overall community leaders of community organizations, amongst experts, villagers, and government sector representatives who have played a leadership role in driving to prototype community of forest management activities in Nakhon Ratchasima province to play the role of a group of forest experts. The community forest management activity will be carried out in the manner of working as a partner to a joint action network. The forest experts have played an important role in the development of work on prototype community forest management in several. Objective 2. From the study of the role of the forest expert who plays a leadership role in the management of the prototype community forests in Nakhon Ratchasima province until the consensus result were found and the empirical result were seen in many areas. The research team therefore summarized the process of developing leadership in sustainable community forest management in Nakhon Ratchasima province by forest experts. There are 5 important processes called the KLIPS model. For the figure 1, this is my model. Once knowledge management scale knowledge is a developed process by promoting learning about community forest management. 2. Leadership build up. L is a process to encourage a community to become leader in the management of community forests by themselves. 3. I innovation, innovative development for community forest management. This is the process of promoting innovation development with a new wisdom and knowledge, including the use of modern technology for community forest management. 4. P. Create of participation. This is the process of creating consciousness of the people in the areas. And 5. 8. Social network. Social network is a process of building support network in the implementation of activities, policies. This means the rules and expand to result of community forest management in other area. Thank you.
Our next presenter is Mr. Bunchrit Srimun, who will be discussing on the designing furniture equipment from the culture of Thieu tribal group to encourage tourism in Thai Leo village, Ban Yuan, Yuan district, Chiang Kham, Phayao province.
Designing furniture equipment from the culture of Thai tribal group to encourage tourism in Thai village, Ban Yuan, Yuan district, Chiang Kham, Phayao province by Bunchrit Srimun. Lecturer of Architecture, Interior Architecture, School of Architecture and Fine Art, University of Phayao, Thailand. The purpose of this research: 1. To study the weaving design of Thai cloth that is suitable for furniture. 2. To study the proportion of furniture for use. 3. To design and develop furniture. Methodology. This research was about collaboratively designing and improving Thai weaving furniture product from Ban Yuan, Yuan district, Chiang Kham, Phayao province, to help the village to adapt the knowledge in solving problems and creating more options to manufacture and consumer with the research frame. You can look at the research frame. The significant factor for developing Thai weaving furniture was designing and developing the furniture from Thai tribal group culture by building knowledge in weaving clothes of Thai Wat Yuan group to collaboratively develop the product to gain more income to the village. The villagers can therefore improve their knowledge to sustainable solve problems and raise more options to manufacture and consumers. Image 2. Thai weaving culture. Image 3. Thai cloth products. The design of Thai weaving that is suitable
for using with stove furniture. Choose be a type of strong. The design that matches stove furniture is น้ำไหลผักแว่น The appropriate size of furniture in literature review and friend that's the most appropriate height 40 centimeters and the most popular width is 45 centimeters. Pattern A is the highest. The most needed color is natural color and wood. Structural material is the high need. After obtaining the data in Thailand weaving furniture development, the draft of the product model was presented and collaboratively developed with weaving teams, finding appropriate measure and model. After finishing the model furniture production, the research conducted the surveys about satisfaction by essentially acting people who support community and the pride group. The highest overall satisfaction of stove furniture development by the customer and who support community enterprise group of Thailand Wat Yuan. Weaving group was the satisfaction in developing Thailand weaving furniture. The satisfaction in buying and selling furniture price were mostly satisfied with the price of 3,800 baht. The cost of manufacturing one piece of furniture was approximately 2,290 baht, so as 3,800 baht, so the benefit was 1,510 baht. The income was increased by 66%. Image for collaboration in furniture development between the research and the villages. Image 5. Structuring and serving stove furniture cost. Image 6. Model of Thailand weaving furniture. This study was sponsored by PMU and processed by University of Phayao. I as a researcher would like to thank the Chancellor, the Vice-Chancellor, the Dean, Ms. Hathaitip Chirasat, all people listening to this research, and the most impressed people with is the member of Thailand Weaving Village. Thank you very much.
Next, I invite Mr. Kyatesak Saisart to discuss on a study of natural material used in Thai Leo House in Changkham, Phayao, Thailand, and Ban Yang Thai, Myong Nambak, and Leong Phang Bang, Laos.
am Kirtisak Saisaat. I'm from University of Phayao, Thailand. My research is a study of natural material use of Thailu house in Chiang Kham, Phayao, Thailand, and Ban Nayang Thai, Luang Prabang in Laos. The research aims to study natural material use in Thailu house in Chiang Kham and Ban Nayang Thai, Luang Prabang. And the third one to analyze and summarize a natural material use of Thailu house. Thailu is one of Thai group that live in 12 Panna, south of Yunnan in China. The outstanding identity of Thailu is their own language, traditional dress, local house, cultural and traditional events. Thailu in Chiang Kham and Ban Nayang Thai originally shipped from 12 Panna due to a civil war. One part moved to Luang Prabang and other part moved to Chiang Kham in Thailand. In the north of Thailand, over 100 objective of the research. The first one is to study natural material use in Chiang Kham. The second one is to study natural material use in Thailu house in Ban Nayang Thai, Luang Prabang. The third one is to summarize natural material use in Thailu house in both areas. Hypothesis and conceptual framework. The research is qualitative research to study and collect natural material use, as well as the wisdom of the use of natural material and technique in both areas. Literature review. Natural materials are materials of natural original can be used unchanged, and there may be some change in value and usage. From the table, Natural Materials and Method by Charles Dancer's Natural Materials Concept Theory has classified materials into 5 main categories methodology. The first one, data collection history and current information. The second one, survey study. The main question point were as follows: using natural material pattern technique of natural material. The third one is data organization and synthesis. The fourth one is data analysis. And the fifth one is exhibition, and the last one is conclusion, summary, the study result and suggestion of natural material use in the community in Chiang Kham, Phayao, in Thailand. Research results. The research focused on 2 areas in Thailand and Laos. It consists for sub-districts such as Thailu houses in Ban Yuan, Ban Sop Van, Ban Yuan, Ban Mang in Chiang Kham, Phayao, and Ban Nayang Thai in Laos. The data source scope was an own picture, books, internet, interviews, and survey from the communities. The context scope focused on using of natural material in Thailu house and the pattern or technique of natural materials used in Thailu house. The time scope was 1 year for the research. By surveying method and eye screening are used for the searching natural material of Thailand House. It was exploring only the traditional Thailand house to find the use of natural material, classification of material of Charis Denso has used to categorization the natural material use. The table 3, natural material use of Thai house in Chiang Kham, Phayao, is what found that two types of material use. The first one is wood and the second one is fiber. The table 5, natural material use of Thai houses in Ban Nayang Thai, Nambak, Luang Prabang. It was found that they have three types of materials. The first one is wood, the second one is fiber, and the third one is earth. These are the table that show the natural material use, type of building use, and the character and pattern of use in Chiang Kham and in Ban Nayang Thai, Laos. In the conclusion, it showed that the study of natural material use, Thai house, found that it has three types of material. The first one is wood, the second one is fiber, is the third one earth by Charles Denso natural material use concept theory. It has 5 natural materials as wood, bamboo, grass, and leaf and water leaf in Chiang Kham in Phayao. In Ban Nayang Thai, found that it has 2 natural material use. It has a significant material and fibrous organic material as a bamboo, as a roof of the house, and straw mixed with a clay known as a crop in Ban Nayang Thai, Luang Prabang. The natural material used in Thai house depend on a material and local geography and local wisdom. Moreover, the detail and the pattern of the materials could be applied for a guideline of the architectural design of the Thai house in Chiang Kham. This is a reference for the research. Thank you.
Next, I invite Dr. Thanafum Pongsangyam to discuss on the driving mechanisms for the agricultural tourism network sector in Phra Nakhon Si, Ayutthaya province.
Sodikap. How do you do? Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce myself? My name is Thanapum Pongsangyam from Rajamankara University of Technology Suvarnabhumi. Today, I would like to present research, namely driving mechanism for the agricultural tourism network sector in Phra Nakhon Si Ayutthaya province. Phra Nakhon Si Ayutthaya province has interesting tourist activity with various sectors involving in promoting tourism in the area, including the government sector, private sector, public sector, and various groups in the area that form a tourism network to develop and promote tourism at the local level. However, the purpose of integration for development has not yet been achieved due to different network groups having different competency to promote special tourism as well as unclear and inconsistent approaches with the special tourism development. Researchers and stakeholders therefore wish to study the model for strengthening network partnership in Phra Nakhon Si Ayutthaya province to drive agricultural tourism, to upgrade agricultural products by using tourism activity as a tool to increase income, to reduce the problem of foreign price product, to reduce trade through immediate intermediary, to create supply among farmers and their children in the future for their farming career, to encourage farmers to learn and develop communication, and to create local jobs that prevent young workers from working outside the area. Objectives: to study the mechanism to die the agricultural tourism network party in Nakhon Sivaya province. Methods: one, population and sample stakeholders from all sectors. Two, research to in-depth interview and structured interview. Three, data collection, interview or relevant sector. And to study the special context with the different issue and question according to context and mission of each mission target group. For data analysis, content analysis, and three-wire data validation. Conclusion: data analysis can be classified into issues that must be applied as a driving mechanism for agriculture tourism party in Nakhon Sivaya province, which is in line with Pakong Saijan. That's the mechanism used to drive tourism for sustainability consists of human resources and management system. Human is network of partner which is one of the mechanism driving agricultural tourism, including government sector, consists of local government organization, provincial tourism and sport, Tourism Authority of Thailand in Nakhon Sivaya province, community, province, district development, district, province, agriculture, heads of village and heads of sub-districts. Private sector consists of the tourism business association, accommodation, transportation, restaurant, entrepreneur, travel and service sector, financial institution, and wholesale business. Public sector consisting of community enterprise, farmer, housewife group, farmer community, philosopher, community leader, and community tourism and academic sector, consisting of educational institute and national research fund. Resource is a form of tourism activity that are used as all to promote tourism in the area. Government networks are to support the budget for the development of the area infrastructure, allocates budgets to develop tourist attraction. Private networks are to promote and support activity in the tourist area. Public sector networks are to process tourism resource management, planning, and academic network are to support knowledge in development and coordinate with relevant sector in the area for development. Management system is the setting up of a model for the management of agricultural tourism in the area, arising from the agreement between the party to the network that will be used to drive tourism in the same direction. The process of setting up network group are as follows. One is aware and see the necessity of being networks. Two, seek for community to share ideas and exchange information. Three, form a group in a working network. Four, set goal objective strategy that are consistent. Five, design working structure, decision-making process, and mutual agreements. 6. Design work plan and activity. 7. Forecast the development of capacity in the network. 8. Test communication system. 9. Exchange knowledge and lesson Summary, and 10. Monitor and evaluate the performance. Thank you.
Our next presenter is Assistant Professor Dr. Phongphong Kochason, who will be discussing on the leadership model in Thailand 4.0 era of school administrators affecting educational quality assurance system implementation of secondary schools under the new education quality.
Leadership style for Thailand 4.0 of school administrator affecting the implementation of the educational quality assurance system of school at the secondary education level within the jurisdiction of Bangkok under a new educational quality assurance framework by Assistant Professor Dr. Phongphong Kochason. Abstract research aimed to 1. Study and compare the leadership style for Thailand 4.0 among school administrators, classified by school status and size within the jurisdiction of Bangkok. 2. Study and compare operation in the educational quality assurance system of secondary school within the jurisdiction of Bangkok under the new educational quality assurance framework, classified by school status and size. And 3. Study and the predictive power of the leadership style for Thailand 4.0 of school administrator, impacting the implementation of the education quality assurance system under the new education quality assurance framework, classified by school status and size within the jurisdiction of Bangkok, affecting the implementation of education quality assurance system of school within the jurisdiction. The sample was 201 school administrators and teachers. Research objective: to study and compare leadership style for Thailand 4.0 of school administrators classified by school status and size within the jurisdiction of Bangkok. 2. To study and compare the implementation of the educational quality assurance system of secondary school within the jurisdiction of Bangkok under the new framework for educational quality assurance classified by school status and size. 3. To study the predictive power of leadership style for Thailand 4.0 of school administrator impacting the implementation of the education quality assurance system under the new framework for educational quality assurance classified by school status and size within the jurisdiction of Bangkok. Description: from the research of the leadership style for Thailand 4.0 of the school administrator affecting the implementation of the educational quality assurance system of secondary school within the jurisdiction of Bangkok. Under the new framework for educational quality assurance, the researchers discussed the results as follows. 1. Leadership style for Thailand 4.0 of school administrator affecting the implementation of the educational quality assurance system of secondary school within the jurisdiction of Bangkok was at high level. This may be due to educational institution administrator affecting the implementation of the educational quality assurance system of secondary school within the jurisdiction of Bangkok under the new educational quality assurance framework in digital age. There is a need for leaderships that can demonstrate vision, opportunity generation, participatory teamwork, creativity, digital technology skill, motivation, and develop the organization into learning organization. The result of the comparison of leadership style for Thailand 4.0 among school administrators affecting the implementation of educational quality assurance system of secondary school within the jurisdiction of Bangkok under the new educational quality assurance framework. The overall difference was statistically significant at 0.01. This may be because administrators recognize their role in leadership base for Thailand 4.0 and fostering an innovative culture for teachers and students. Dempster gave administrators and teachers different opinions about digital age leadership, in line with Jirapha Phet Songkram study. 2. Result of the implementation of the educational quality assurance system at the secondary school level within the jurisdiction of Bangkok under the new overall educational quality assurance framework was at high level. When considering its aspect, it was found that they were at high level in all aspects. This was because educational institution has mechanism to control and monitor the educational quality and management system, where educational institution has been organized in order to develop and build confidence among stakeholders and the public in the sense that educational institution was able to provide quality education in accordance with the educational standard and achieve the goal of agency and governing body. The result of analysis of the predictive power in the leadership style for Thailand 4.0 of the school administrator, affecting the implementation of the educational quality assurance system of secondary school, Office of Santhuenkaew Educational Service Area, under the new framework for educational quality assurance, which were analyzed in 6 aspects were found. Summary 1. Style of leadership for Thailand 4.0 of school administrator, affecting the implementations of the educational quality assurance system of secondary school, Office of Santhuenkaew Educational Service Area, under the new educational quality assurance framework according to the opinion of the school administrator and teachers was at very good level when compared by classification. By overall stated, it was found that there was a statistically significant difference at the level at the 0.01 level. When compared by classification, by overall school size, the difference was statistically significant at the 0.05 level. 2. The implementation of the educational quality assurance system at the Office of the Santhuenkaew Education Service Area under the new education quality assurance framework was at a high level when compared by classification. By oral state that it was found that the difference was statistically significant at the 0.1 level when compared by classification. By overall school size, the difference was statistically significant at the 0.01 level. 3. The analysis of the leadership style elements for Thailand 4.0 of the school administrator, affecting the implementation of the educational quality assurance system of the secondary school in 5 aspects, affecting the educational quality assurance system of secondary school, Office of the Santhuenkaew Educational Service Area under the new educational quality assurance framework was 78%. The most influential elements were digital technologies. New knowledge. From this research, we know that level of leadership for Thailand 4.0 among school administrators, affecting the implementation of the educational quality assurance system of secondary school within the jurisdiction of Bangkok under the new educational quality assurance framework, and the level of operation of the educational quality assurance system of school and the element of leadership style of the administration, affecting the implementation of the educational quality assurance system.
Next, I invite Assistant Professor Dr. Pinyapat Nakpibal to discuss on the factors for capacity building community tourism, Klong Luang District, Pathum Thani Province.
Dear all participants, I would like to present my research article about factor for capacity building community tourism Khong Luang district, Pathum Thani province. Abstracts. The purpose of this research was to study factors affecting the development of potential community tourism destination in Khong Luang district, Pathum Thani province, Thailand. The research results were found that community actions in Khong Luang district, Pathum Thani province, includes sufficiency economies, robust learning center, and other. This includes the potential of the community, includes the attention of tourist attractions, facilities, and accessibilities to participations. And 3, the service marketing mix, research methods, research design. The scope of study contains which is about visitor options, knowledge management, human capital development, and competitiveness. The area scope is Khong Luang district, Pathum Thani province, Thailand. Population containing tourists in Thailand with an interest in organic agriculture and sample of 140 samples. Research methods. Research process have 4 steps. Step 1, study information related to community. Step 2, create research tools. Step 3, data collection, and step 4, data analysis. Results. T statistics show the HIMR was less than 0.08. This means the models what includes quality as shown in table 1. The capacity building in community tourism sites were in line with the quality criteria as specified the one of the measuring index, the measure of accuracy, and the credibility are shown in table 2. Table 3, it was found that the participation and the service marketing mix affecting the capacity buildings of community tourism determinations. From above data, the models of capacity buildings or improvements of potential tourist attraction in Khong Luang district, Pathum Thani province can be illustrated as shown in figure 2. Inclusion findings from the research of community potential participation and service marketing mix has their effects on the capacity building for tourist attractions in the community as shown in figure 3. Thank you. All the best for the best in your.
Our next presenter is Fra Ratcha Vimon Moli, who will be discussing on the society and culture of Cambodia in the Angkorian period under the influence of Buddhism.
May I pay homage to the triple gem, the Buddha, the Dhamma, and Arya Sangha, the guest speaker, honorable guests, the chairperson, ladies and gentlemen. On this occasion, I would like to present my article on the topic society and culture of Cambodia in Angkorian period under the influence of Buddhism at the International Conference on Technology, Innovative Education and Multidisciplinary Skill in 21st Century Research. So in this paper, we are presented by the number 1, Paracha Vimonmoli, Assistant Professor, Dr. And number 2, Prakru Panya Sutham Manitet, Assistant Professor. And number 3, Pramah Yutitichan Thong Chantra. And last one is me, Dr. Thanarak Saadiam. Our team from Mahachalalongkorn Raja Vidyalaya University, Surincampat, Thailand. In the purpose of this article, there are 3 purposes in this article as follows. Number 1, to present a society and culture of Cambodia in Angkorian period. 2, to discover Buddhism in Angkorian period. 3, to analyze the influence of Buddhism on society and culture of Cambodia in Angkorian periods. The research methodology of this paper, this rely on the main source of data used in the documentary research. The methodology adopted in study is from a critical and investigative approach to the analysis of data gathering from documentary research. So the result indicated that in ancient Cambodia inherited civilizations from India. The ancient Cambodia different respect both religions, Brahmanism and Buddhism. So the Cambodian way of life in Angkorian era was primarily agricultural occupation, and the monarchy was the ultimate leader. Buddhism has spread in the Cambodia after the finishing of the Third Buddhist Council at Pataliputra at the Asoka period. For after that, the King Asoka had sent the Buddhist missionary to various regions in the world. There are 9 lives at that time. So the King of Cambodia had accepted Buddhism as a core conduct of career for the period. So the Mahayana Buddhism was the main school in this period. The King Jayavarman VII was the one of the kings in this period. So in this period, the Jayavarman VII had changed from Hindu overview the concept of Devaraja to Buddharaja instance. So the influence of Buddhism in this era is in the field of society. There are 102 hospitals has been built and Arogayasala 121 places. The Dhammasala is the public sector along with the way, and the property is donated to the monks and the poor. So the culture's dimension is consists of the one in the architectural aspect, such as Bayon Castle or Prasat Bayon, Angkor Thom Castle or Prasat Angkor Thom, and Taprom Castle or Prasat Taprom, etc. And number 2, to build of the 20 and 4 Buddha statues made of the silver, bronze, stone, and to distribute to the kingdom inside and outside the regions. So all is also important Buddha statues have been established and passed on to be enshrined throughout the kingdom, including Thailand today, such as the Suvarnabhumi province, Ratchaburi province, Singburi province, and Lopburi province. So in this era is called Cambodia Golden Age. So thank you very much for your attention.
Next, I invite Dr. Itipol Pathaniko to discuss on the development of school administrators based on Sangkhavato 4 principles in primary schools under Bangkok Metropolitan Administration.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Papu Koson Priyatyanakit Tharuti Longchai Vithun from Mahachulalongkorn Rajvidyalaya University, Thailand. I would like to present research article to topic is development of school administrators based on Sangkhavato 4 principles in primary school under Bangkok Metropolitan Administration. Author Dr. พระครูโสพลภัทรเวชอิทธิพลประธานิโก Co-author Dr. พระสุวรรณมหาพุทธาภิบาล โหสุภัทโต มี Dr. พระครูโกศลปริตยานุกิจคฤติลุงชัยวิทูล and Dr. รำพองกรมกุล Introduction The development process for school administrators based on Santhuenkaew 4 principles. For primary school under Bangkok Metropolitan Administration, there are three important aspects which compose of 1. The Santhuenkaew 4 principle is a principle that is an author of one author spirit. There are 4 aspects which consist of 1. Giving 2. Polite speech 3. Good behavior 4. Best oneself properly 2. Administrator The characteristics of the school administrators are 3 aspects which are 1. Leadership 2. Morality and ethics 3. Knowledge and ability 3. School administration is the operation in all 4 aspects of the school which are 1. Academic administration 2. Budget administration 3. Human resource management and 4. General administration. The purpose of this research The purpose of this research were 1. To study the characteristics of school administrators in primary school 2. To develop school administrators based on Santhuenkaew 4 principles for primary school and 3. To propose the development process for school administrators based on Santhuenkaew 4 principles for primary school under Bangkok Metropolitan Administration. Description Mixed methods research was used for research design. Questionnaires was used for distribution to 390 administrators and teachers in primary schools. Interview formed by interviewing key informants including 24 school administrators and questions for focus group discussion with 9 experts. Qualitative data was analyzed by using content analysis, whereas qualitative data were analyzed using a percentage, frequency, mean, and standard deviation. Conclusion results indicate that the characteristics of school administrators in primary schools under Bangkok Metropolitan Administration in 3 areas consisting of 1. Leadership quality 2. Morality and ethics 3. Knowledge and ability. Result of opinions toward the characteristics of school administrator in primary school under Bangkok Metropolitan and administration found that in overall was in a high level. Considering in each aspect show a high level in all aspects. The development of school administrators based on Santhuenkaew 4 principles for The primary school under Bangkok Metropolitan Administration is what the typical characteristics and expression of the behavior of the person who is a part of character. There were three aspects which consist of 1. Leadership, 2. Morality and ethics, 3. Knowledge and ability. Some of the 4 principles are the principles that are an assuring its author's generosity consists of 4 aspects which are 1. Giving, 2. Polite speech, 3. Good behavior, 4. Please oneself properly. The development process for school administrators based on some of the 4 principles. For primary school under Bangkok Metropolitan Administration, there are 3 important aspects which compose of 1. Some of the 4 principle is a principle that is an anchor of one author's spirit. There are 4 aspects which consist of 1. Giving, 2. Polite speech, 3. Good behavior, 4. Dress oneself properly. 2. Administrator is the characteristics of the school administrator are 3 aspects which are 1. Leadership, 2. Morality and ethics, 3. Knowledge and ability. 3. School administration is the operation in all 4 aspects of the school which are 1. Academic administration, 2. Budget administration, 3. Human resource management, and 4. General administration. Thank you.
Next, I invite Mr. Savatdeep Priyumkumon to discuss on the creation of model for the rehabilitation of Buddhist way workers.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Let's acquaint myself. My name is Savatdeep Priyumkumon, and I am a student from Mahachuralongkorn Rajavitayalai University, Khon-Kaen campus in Thailand, Faculty of Buddhist Department. I am pleased to be here today to explain my topic, and my topic is the creation of model for the rehabilitation of Buddhist way workers. The results were full step. First, the rehabilitation of workers in the Industrial Rehabilitation Center Region 4 in northeast of Thailand. Mostly, there was some limitation on rehabilitation due to disabled people or family. They were not accepted from family or not always to have rehabilitation themselves. According to the list of service of employees who cause injury or disability from work or disability insurance person. Currently, there are industrial rehabilitation workers center which is open in all regions of the country, and the laws that support developments in all areas, whether in this health, occupation and information accessibility, to provide rehabilitation people with opportunity for personal development. Second, the rehabilitation by Buddhist way workers. it was found that the principle of mental development, or we call Bhavana, was the doctrine that was put to practice for self-development, to purify the mind without defilement. It was the doctrine that creates the morality in one's mind. The principle for promotion behavior in life are appropriate. First, the creation of model for the rehabilitation of Buddhist way workers. What was that? Number one, physical development. Disabled people who underwent physical rehabilitation by outdoors activity, various work in free time, or recreation and hobbies, etc. Number two, emotional development. Emotional rehabilitation of people who has problem on mental and most effective disorder by organizing body training activity in the evening. Number three, social development. Social rehabilitation provides disabled people to show their ability. Number four, wisdom development. Educational rehabilitation was to provide additional education by learning the right, and wisdom development through experience. Number five, occupational or employee development. Occupational rehabilitation or vocational training was a part of the process of rehabilitation that need to do continually with occupational rehabilitation, vocational training, experiment, recruitment for disabled people. This aim was to help these disabled people and a job around preparatory course and vocational training course by having various job modules such as officer, computer repair, electrician, electronics, metal and machine, and etc.
Our next presenter is Sawapong Yamafat, who will be discussing on a learning model of environmental education to enhance environmental ethics behavior for undergraduate students in a university.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Sawapong Yamafat. I am glad to present a paper to you all. The topic is a learning model of environment education to enhance environmental ethics behavior for undergraduate students in a university. The author is me. I am a student in Doctoral Philosophy of Curriculum Research and Development Program at Srinakharin University. We have three co-authors. Number one, Assistant Professor Dr. Danurada Jamchuri. She is a lecturer in the Curriculum Research and Development Program at Srinakharin University. Number two, Associate Professor Dr. Marut Patpon. He is a lecturer in the Curriculum Research and Development Program at Srinakharin University. And number three, Associate Professor Dr. Chayut Chinokun. He is the lecturer in Graduate School of Human Resource Development at National Institute of Development Administration. Next slide. Abstract. The purpose of this research was to develop a learning model of environmental education to enhance the environmental ethics behavior, or EEB, of undergraduate students in a university. A qualitative research design what imply 3 steps. 1. Define theoretical definition of EEB. 2. Give a practical definition of EEB. And 3. Create a learning model. Data were collected by 20 experts for interviewing and 8 experts for focus group discussion. The research findings revealed that 1. EEB was consistent 4 elements. Number 1, right conception. Number 2, right consumption. Number 3, right conservation. And 4, right conduction. And finding number 2, a model of learning graduate spiral move from starting, reviewing, utilizing, and evaluating. Next, why do we research? There is a consensus within the research community regarding the problem of natural resources and environment as a result of human beings use not to the resources carefully. Next, the research objectives. The objectives of this paper was to develop a learning model of environmental education to enhance the environmental ethics behavior or EEB of undergraduate students in a university. Research design. A qualitative research design was employed, and research tools were semi-structured interview form and focus group discussion form, data collection form, in-depth interview form 20 key informants who are experts by in-depth interview, and focus group discussion form 8 participate and focus group discussion form. Those were analyzed by using content analysis and analytics induction. Research process. The process of conduction were 3 steps. Step 1. The documentary study from secondary source from investigating of characteristics of EEB. Fortify a theoretical definition of EEB. Step 2. Define an operational definition of EEB by analyze both theoretical definition and information from in-depth interviews. And step 3. Design a learning model of environmental education to enhance EEB for undergraduate students by analyze current situation and confirm a learning model by focus group discussion. Result. The result indicate that 1. EEB was consist of 4 behaviors. Number 1, right conception, as the basic understanding of the nature of reality. 2. Right consumption, what modulates using the natural resources based on the right conception. 3. Right conservation, what the good preservation, protection, and management of environment. And number 4, right conduction, was a plan for sufficiency, economy, living, and well-being of society. Result 2, a learning model, namely SWE or SWE, was shown in a figure. SWE consists of 3 steps. Those were 1. Starting age. It is openness or learner mind for preparing for learning. Number 2. Working W, to create realistic opinion and a new perspective of their own. This step is a basis of effort into the next step. Step 3. Utilizing you applies a new perspective to create a balance of living with the environment based on the right worldview. And number 4, evaluating E, assessing the value which is generated by their practice from a new perspective and keep improving. Conclusion. The article shows that a practical SWOE model focused on transformative potential EEB for students. A SWOE model is the content-free approach so that it can be integrated with the other subjects or curricula inappropriately. The sentence of this article is the EEB changing to light conception, light consumption, light conservation, and light conduction in the student and in their ability to influence others. So far, EEB should be considered as a essential component of the environmental education for implementing in the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you for your attention.
Next, I invite Frakaru Sutta Wara Thamfineth to discuss on the public welfare in Buddhism.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce myself? My name is Frakaru Sutta Wara Thamfineth, and I am a PhD student from Chulalongkorn Raja Vidyalaya University, Konkan campus, Thailand, Faculty of Buddhist Department. I am pleased to be here today to explain my topic. My topic is the public welfare in Buddhism. The article will found that this article is about public welfare in Buddhism. The purpose of this study were divided into two issues. Number one, to study the background of public welfare in Buddhism, and number two, to study the scope of the duty of monks' welfare towards society. The background of public welfare in Buddhism, it occurred from the feeling of people that they were in trouble. In the doctrine of Buddhism, the Lord Buddha says about Buddha's doctrine that the topic welfare could be interpreted as follows. It was the service happiness for ancient and humans. It also provides the facilitation of consumer products and creates harmony. The scope of the duty of monks' welfare towards to society was found that there were different perspectives, such as Dhamma was a contribution to society by giving Dhamma to help indigent, meat, and animals' beauty. This pride was welfare that did not conflict with this pride and did not have self-dealing. From the point of view of Thai society, there were two views which consisting of agreement and disagreement, which has interesting reason. Public welfare must merely be for promotion to disseminate the Dhamma. They bring the presentation to the end. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Our next presenter is Fra Visuti Phongmeti, who will be presenting the learning ecosystem using new normal active administrative innovation in Thai society.
Hello everyone. I would like to present the topic on learning ecosystem using new normal active administrative innovation in Thai society. The author names พระวิสุทธิพงษ์เมธี and co-authors are พระครูวิโรจน์ กาญจนเขต and พระครูวิราช กาญจนธรรม Learning ecosystem has been using in educational context in different areas to enhance the development of learning ability in current situation. The purpose of this article was to propose learning ecosystem using new normal active administrative innovation in Thai society. Documentary study and qualitative research synthesis were used for the study. Results show that 1. There are 4 aspects to consider of setting learning ecosystem that consists of learning deficiently, supportive collaborative learning, self-directed learning, and thinking activization. 2. New normal active administrative innovation is an active administration applying constructivism concept that consists of knowledge, persuasion, decision, implementation, and confirmation. The nature of innovation should have leadership advantage, compatibility, less complexity, divisibility, and visibility. 3. E-learning ecosystem will be applied in new normal active administrative innovation with 3 aspects consists of 1. Content providers offer content for learning solutions that is linked to competency development and personnel development. 2. Consultants, which are strategy consultants, compensation consultants, information technology consultants, and implementation consultants. 3. Infrastructure, which are learning content management system, content delivery system, and tools. Learning ecosystem is not static from how teacher decide the lesson, but it will start from acceptance, the difference of learner, teachers, parents, and community by performing roles of giving and taking knowledge from learners on supportive collaborative learning. Body of knowledge from the study of this article can be summarized as the following figure. Figure 1. Body of knowledge from the study consists of setting up learning ecosystem are learning differently, supportive collaborative learning, thinking activization, and self-directed learning. New normal active administrative innovation are knowledge, decision, implementation, and confirmation, persuasion. E-learning ecosystem are content providers, consultants, and infrastructure with collaborative learning. Education administrators are important people in providing quality education and influencing internal personnel, having a role in setting policy direction and leading the school to success and achieving the quality goals of education. That is for quality learners be human of quality and potential by having important skills. The new normal educational administrators must therefore be highly competent persons related to the changing circumstances that have occurred. The world of competition, the development direction and guidelines for the country's education reform. Developing educational institution is to be able to provide teaching and learning and adapt to the changes. Therefore, the education administrators in the new normal must be ready for outstanding features. There is a quest for knowledge in theory, skill, laws, duty, morality, ethics, and experience from educational administration to develop educational institutions to become a learning organization and to build educational institutions to be a new generation of innovative organizations in response to competition and keep up with the world change effectively. Thank you very much for your attention.
Next, I welcome our session chair, Dr. Shalini Agarwal, Associate Professor, Finance at Chandigarh University, alumni of IIM Ahmedabad.
Very good morning to one and all. Thanks for giving me the honor to be the one of the session chair of this session. And this is, I'm here to brief over the different papers. So this is what my view is. So with regards to the first paper, paper ID, that is C1 ICTEMR 732165, and the title of the paper is Impact of Customer Services, Insurance and Luggage Delivery towards the Logistic Customer Satisfaction in Pandemic Situation. And my review is the heading of the paper that needs to be changed. The study deals with the courier services, whereas in the heading, the author is talking about the logistic company. There is no research methodology part, data analysis part into the presentation that needs to be incorporated. The presentation needs to be elaborated. Separate headings should be there in the presentation slides. Very simple tools have been applied. My suggestion to the author is the author can use the SEN as well and get good publication out of it. So this is my review for the first paper. It has to be more elaborate. The presentation has to be more elaborate. Please, author, do give a more elaborated presentation, right? Next is the second paper. With regards to the second paper, C2 ICTEMR 280965, and the topic is the model of holistic development of the elderly's quality of life through sustainable participation process, a case study of Thanarak district. So my observation for this paper is the topic is very good, but the presentation part needs improvement. Different headings should be there. It includes introduction, research methodology, objective, data analysis and interpretation part. To get a good publication, advanced tools and techniques can be applied, which is missing in this paper. So this is my suggestion to the author to incorporate certain tools that can give good publication to him. With regards to the third paper, title ID C3 ICTEMR 970316, the development of Muay Thai learning management plan according to cognitive behavior modification concept for reducing aggressive behavior of lower secondary school students. The topic is, again, my review commences, the topic is really good. Tools and techniques are good. ANOVA has been used to analyze the result. Overall, the presentation is good. And I have given 9 marks out of 15 to this presentation. Right, keep it up. But my suggestion is you can apply certain good tools in order to get very good publication out of it. So coming to the next presentation, and the title is C4 ICTEMR 837410, the Leadership Development Process for Sustainable Community Forest Management in Nakhon Ratchita Province, Nakhon. For this, I would like to suggest, just a minute. The topic is good, right? And it needs to be elaborated more to get the in-depth into the topic. It is not very clear. That is a qualitative study. The codes and subcodes has to be made. In-depth presentation is required to make it a good study. So there is certain things that is lacking into this. With regards to the 5th paper heading C5 ICTEMR 942635. The topic is designing furniture equipment from the culture of Thi Lui tribal group to encourage tourism in Thai Lui village. The topic is really good and but needs to be elaborated more. Again, different headings should be made in order to get insight into this topic. It is not coming out very clear what the author has done into this study. So my suggestion to the author is, please make your presentation very elaborate so that it is easy for me to understand what you are trying to say in this. So with regards to the 6th one, the ID is C6 ICTEMR 526410, and the topic is a study of natural material used of Thai Lui house in Chiang Kham, Thailand, and Bang. This is the topic. This is the best presentation of the whole. The topic is unique and well presented. Different headings have been elaborated. This is really a good work by the author. All the best from my side and good luck for your future, because this is the best presentation and I have given 14 marks to this person out of 15. Coming to the 7th presentation, and the ID is C7 ICTEMR 506729. The topic is driving mechanism for the agricultural tourism network sector in Phra Nakhon Si, Ayutthaya province. My suggestion to this is, agricultural tourism is a very unique concept. The author has done justice with the topic and he has presented well. And I have given 13 marks to him. So the topic is really good. And after the 6th number paper, I have given the maximum marks to him. And the marks that I have given is 13, right? So it's also a very good presentation from my side. This is my comments for this. Coming to the 8th paper, C8 ICTEMR 479013. The topic is Leadership Model in Thailand 4.0, Era of School Administrators, Effective Educational Quality Assurance System, Implementation of Secondary Schools under the New Education Quality Assurance Framework. The heading is too long. My comments are, the heading is too long. It should be shortened. The author has not mentioned the tools and techniques used in the study. The study needs to be elaborated more to get insight into the topic. So this is my suggestion to the author. Please make your PPT more elaborated so that your work can be appreciated well, right? Coming to the 9th presentation, the ID is C9 ICTEMR 324690, and the topic is Factors for Capacity Building Community Tourism, Long District. So this is another presentation to whom I have given the maximum marks. That is the 14 out of the 15 marks. This is also one of the best presentation of the whole. The topic is unique and well presented. different headings have been elaborated. This is a real good work done by the author. All the best and keep it up. You'll definitely get a good publication out of it. So all the best from my side to this author. That is the Professor Dr. Pinyapat Nakpibual. Coming to the 10th one, that is the title is C10 ICTEMR 471038, and the topic is Society and Culture of Cambodia in Angkorian Period under the Influence of Buddhism. The paper is theoretical paper. This is my comments onto this paper, and this can be used as an article in some magazine or newspaper. This is my suggestion for this paper because it's a theoretical paper, and it does not no tools and techniques can be applied onto this because it's a pure theoretical paper. So my suggestion is to improve upon to this paper. If the author wants a good publication, he needs to work really hard onto this. Otherwise, this paper is suitable for certain magazine or newspaper article. Next, coming to the 11th article, that is C11 ICTEMR 245680. The topic is Development of School Administrators based on Sangwatu 4 Principle in Primary Schools under Bangkok Metropolitan Administrator. The paper seemed to address a new and growing area of public interest. It is well researched and well presented, and it contains significant information that can be used for the society. This is also a good paper. Coming to the 12th paper, C12 ICTEMR 106794, the title is The Creation of Model for the Rehabilitation of the Buddhist Way Workers. This is the topic name, and my comments for this paper is the presentation of the paper needs improvement. Research methodology part and data analysis and interpretation should be there in order to understand the work of the author, because I'm not able to understand what the author wants to say as it is not getting clear from the PPT, right? So this is my suggestion. Coming to the next one, that is C13 ICTEMR 568193. The topic is a learning model of environmental education to enhance environmental ethics behavior for undergraduate students in a university. So this is the topic, and this was also this is also a very good paper, and the paper seems to address a new and growing area of public interest. It is well researched and well presented. It contains significant information that can be used for the society. It's a very good paper again, and the author has presented it well. All the best, and go ahead in getting a good publication. C14 ICTEMR 596304, Public Welfare in Buddhism. This is the heading, and my comments is it's again a theoretical paper with no research methodology. And my suggestion is it can be published in some magazine as an article. Otherwise, if the author wants to make it a good work to get a good publication in a journal, he needs to really to work hard onto this, right? And coming to the last one, that is C15 ICTEMR 527130. The topic is learning ecosystem using new normal active administrative innovation in Thai society. This is the name of the topic. And my observation for this is the topic is good, but it is not well presented. After the objective comes the results slide. Methodology part is missing. Data analysis and interpretation is also missing. Only the results are shown. It makes the paper difficult to analyze. My request is next time, whenever the people are presenting, please make a good PPT so that the author can present his or her idea well, and the person commenting on it or the person elaborating these PPTs should get an insight into the work that is being done by the authors, and it should be properly justified. So my after seeing all these 15 papers, my comments is I would like to give a suggestion. The presentation is not well planned. Please, this is my request to all the authors to present their papers in a proper manner. different headings that includes research methodology, objective, data analysis, and interpretation part, and conclusions part should be there in each of the paper. Moreover, the author have collected data but has not used the advanced tool like SEM, mediation, moderation. If the authors, like I have seen in most of the papers, what the authors they have done is they have collected huge data, but they have not applied good tools into that. If the authors will apply some good tools into it, so they can get a very good publications in a even in a B category or C category with the Scopus index. So this is my suggestion that they can use the different tools like SEM, mediation, moderation. It will enhances the chances of good publication. So this is all from my side. Thank you very much. For any other query, you can always contact me, any one of you. And I'm Dr. Shalini Agarwal, and this is my total view towards the presentation. It's a nice one to be here. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to be the session chair of this conference. Thank you so much.
Our next presenter is Jonalyn T. Dabalos, who will be discussing on making ends meet, a survey on adapting flexible learning amidst the COVID-19 pandemic of the BSIT program in Dao del Norte State College.
Mabuhay! I am Jonalyn T. Dabalos from Davao del Norte State College, Philippines, and I am going to discuss our research entitled Making Ends Meet, a survey on adapting flexible learning amidst the COVID-19 pandemic of the BSIT program of the Davao del Norte State College. Together with me is Professor Hazel Gaming, the Dean of the Institute of Information Technology, as my co-author. The COVID-19 pandemic posed significant changes and challenges in our daily transaction. Suddenly, we need to avoid others, avoid mass gathering, and wear protective masks. One of the sectors greatly affected by this pandemic is the education sector. In the Philippines, the government have mandated all primary to tertiary schools to shut down and shift from face-to-face instruction to distant learning. This study was conducted in the Davao del Norte State College, which is located in the southernmost part of the country. Its aim is to analyze the adaptability of shifting from face-to-face instruction to distant or flexible learning for the BS in Information Technology program of the college. As the methodology of the study, a Google form was deployed during the enrollment of the first semester of the academic year 2020 to 2021. Questions related to year level, geographical distribution, basic provision to flexible learning are included in the survey. The survey was participated by 345 BSIT students enrolled during the first semester. The respondents include 98 first years, 93 second years, 102 third-year students, 52 fourth-year BSIT students. When asked for the provision of flexible learning, such as electricity, television, radio, and internet access, unfortunately, there are students who answered no for the electricity. This only means that some of the BSIT students belong to the marginalized sectors of the society and do not have access to these provisions. When asked for the modality of learning adapted in the previous semesters, several of the students answered they have encountered both modular and online learning. Modular learning refers to the asynchronous delivery of instruction wherein instructors have to develop course packs and release those course packs by modules to students through a soft copy. And then online learning refers to the synchronous type of learning through video conferencing. For the delivery of instruction utilized, several of the students answered that they have used the BNSC learning management system. Although several of our instructors or majority of the instructors have used social media like Facebook to deliver instruction to their students because several of these students have Facebook accounts. Some of the instructors also use video conferencing application like Google Classroom. When asked for the devices used for learning, majority of the students uses smartphones only to access their instruction, while there are some of the students who uses laptop and 3 have answered none. For the internet connectivity experienced by the students, unfortunately, there are several who have answered poor internet connectivity. This is because the college is located in the southern part of the Philippines, wherein internet connectivity and even voice calls are or have poor connectivity. There are also students who have answered no for the internet connectivity. When asked for the type of internet connectivity, most of the students answered that they are using postpaid mobile data. Although there are several students also who have internet access at homes. Some also uses internet cafe or piso Wi-Fi, and 13 of the respondents answered none. So meaning they do not have access to their modules. So probably these students may ask their classmates to copy their modules for them. As a conclusion, this study brought about the sudden transition to flexible learning in higher education. It uncovered the challenges faced by the faculty and students of the program. Problems with basic internet access and internet connectivity pose risk in not coping with the new normal setting in the teaching-learning process. As a recommendation, the Philippine government should invest more in the ICT development in the country. The DNSA should also actively use digital platforms in delivery of education and continue its goal in strengthening the ICT capabilities of the working force. As a recommendation also, further analysis of the sudden transition should be continually conducted to analyze and improve the student-teacher interaction. And then flexible learning should be made available to all students, especially to the marginalized. That ends my presentation. Thank you and for listening.
Our next presenter is Ratana Tapang, who will be discussing on inheriting and developing of Thai Leo singing participation in Chiang Kham Phao province.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Ratana Tapang from University of Phayao. I will present Inheriting and Developing of Dialect Singing Participation in Chiang Kham, Phayao Province of Thailand. Some of Dialect people in Thailand living in Chiang Kham district of Phayao Province after moving from China of 12 Panna city. Inheriting and Developing of Dialect Singing Participation in Chiang Kham, Phayao Province, Thailand was a research article from the Model of Cultural Innovation of Dialect Singing Cultural Identity Chiang Kham District, Phayao Province project from University of Phayao. The purpose is first one, to create inheritance and development process of dialect singing participation. The second, to create dialect singing innovation. The methodology for this research, the first one, building an understanding of research objective to leadership of group, to drive understanding so that these people can be convinced to members to participate in operation properly. And after that, applying for the consolidating thinking of the single group with researcher to compose a loose script with melody. After that, bring them to record for adjusting with singing style to be able to match with music the melody that was remodeled 2 times from the first time to record the performance style with 2 times. Editing and making music. From conducting the research, the researcher can summarize the result of the work and that participants have received from the research as follows. The first one, operation is based on needs of community, where people in community build knowledge past each other by creating a collaborative process of artists' various areas. We get it to innovation. The first one, El Meng Payao, Muan Jai or Thai Lu Legend Song. The second, playing สืบสานตำนานไทยหรือ or Inheriting Love Legend Growth. The third, the happiness at working without expecting compensation from having an area exchange knowledge, create performance in group or performers and audience who share similarities, interests. And the last one, the transmission process occurs with the exchanging knowledge in singing and performing instruments for performance. The end of this research, we present a research by instructing them to the community with the presentation in form of a descriptive lecture. Thank you.
Next, I invite Orna Nong Sanorjit to discuss about the design and construction of air temperature and relative humidity measurement system in solar dryer using Android operating system.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ornanong Sanorjit, lecturer from Faculty of Science Technology, Thepsati Ratchapat University. I graduated in Master of Science program in Applied Physics, Faculty of Science King Mongkut Institute of Technology, Ladkrabang, Thailand. I interested in conducting research in microcontroller, electronics, nuclear radiation, and science education. Today, I present research, design, and construction of air temperature and relative humidity measurement system system in solar dryer using Android operating system. This research aims to design and create air temperature and relative humidity measurement system for solar dryer. Solar dryer in use the research created by Physics Program Faculty Science and Technology เทพสตรีราชภัฏ University. After creating the measurement system was installed inside solar dryer and temperature and relative humidity was measured by using system. Big application with mobile application on Android operating system. The measurement system can be operated real time and data can be exported to Excel file. To do this, ESP8266 and DHT22 were connected with Bing application. The measurement system was used to measuring temperature and relative humidity inside solar dryer. Temperature value inside solar dryer is between 51.5117 to 56.220 Celsius. Relative humidity value is between 6.14 to 12.154%. For outside solar dryer, temperature is between 44.949 to 42.1 Celsius and relative humidity between 9.89 to 12.382%. Using microcontroller from Big application compare and standard measuring instrument that is using data logger from Hioki from Japan, where when comparing there is error of 0.5%. Thailand is an agricultural country. In a result, there is a lot of agricultural products which nature drying has become very popular due to potential of Thailand in the term of solar energy. Relative high because it's located near equator, resulting in an average daily radiation exposure of 17.4 megajoule per square meter. Most of products processed are fruits, herbs, meats, but natural dryer of suffer from pest infestation or dust contamination. So far, many researchers related to drying technology have been invented to help reduce two problems. In the Physics Program Faculty of Science and Technology เทพสตรีราชภัฏ University had conducted research on the study and development of household solar dryer to help accumulate heat energy. The dryer also consists of polycarbonate sheets covering a parabolic shape to access inaccurate thermal energy. There in open close the front door and fan that use 10 watts of DC power direct power directed to solar cell to help drain moisture from household grade solar dryer. The operator of the solar dryer will use energy from sunlight to collect it. Used inside the solar dryer with greenhouse dryer in cause heat accumulation from exposure of solar radiation that passes through the transparent plastic sheets of the solar dryer and exposure to solar panel inside the solar and emit a lot of long wave rays inside the drying machine, causing dryer heat and accumulate for a long period of time. As a result, the temperature inside solar dryer increase and temperature is higher than the outside or ambient temperature. The drying of products can be dried further, but we will have a study the drying of products in various types of be suitable for dryer. It also prevents dust in the air and rain that can make products is a higher quality. Measurement system by Arduino ESP8266. The microcontroller means small device. Program can be programmed, define working pattern and control them independent according to needs. DHT22 sensor, air temperature and humidity sensor. Arduino ESP8266 Blink is a ready-made application for IoT work. Interesting is it easy write program, no need to write an app and can be used in real time. Data analyzer, interim measurement, humidity and temperature monitoring system and platform application Blink. What you using temperature and humidity from application Blink to Excel file by compare between data logger from Hioki and microcontroller. Graph measurement system. This Arduino ESP6 8266 and DHT sensor to application link and monitor application link to Excel compare Hioki data logger. Graph reduce temperature application link to Excel file. Compare between data logger from Hioki and microcontroller. There is a very little error. Graph reduce humidity from application link to Excel file. By compare between data logger from Hioki and microcontroller for 3 positions, there is a very little error. Design and construction of temperature measurement system, including and humidity in a solar dryer. Thus, the Android operating system had a purpose of a real-time data monitor and storage. The design construction of temperature measurement system can be applied and began the study and temperature measurement system and humidity to collect and monitor anytime for zone troubleshooting of a solar dryer. For the study of a design and construction of temperature and humidity measurement system, the producer and method and study and development temperature and humidity measurement system in order implement system design and for data collection and can also send, transmit and store data, being for analysis as well. For experiment, the measurement system in the solar dryer for the temperature measurement inside and the solar dryer is storage in the range 51.517 to 56.220 degrees Celsius and humidity range from 6.143 to 12.154%, and the temperature measurement outside the solar dryer is range 44.949 to 42.1 degrees Celsius. Humidity also range 9.891 to 12.382%. Its measurement is compared with the temperature probe and relative humidity from escape type probe of a Hioki data logger in all 4 positions. Its error is 0.2%. The research building measurement kits and scale up and add to sensor to source and site of a solar dryer all can to be applied so smart farm measurement. Thank you for attention.
Next, I invite Piangfong Supanyo to discuss on the Tourism Corporation under the Belt and Road Initiative, BRI and tourism opportunities in Phaya Province, Thailand.
Ladies and gentlemen, today I will present my research topic. My research topic is Tourism Cooperation under the Belt and Road Initiative, BRI and tourism opportunities in Phaya Province, Thailand. My name is Piyapong Supanyo. I am lecturer in Tourism Department, School of Business and Communication at University of Phaya. And another one is Dr. Phakama Chairatana. She is lecturer and head of the program Tourism and Hotel Management from College of Management, Bangkok, University of Phaya, Thailand. The abstract of our research. The research tool was used pastel analysis, SWOT analysis, and tau analysis method. The populations and sample group in this research work were selected by purposive sampling and consist of the 2 main groups, which are the group including the government sectors and private sectors of Thailand. That included Phaya Province and areas in the Laos PRD consisting of Chayaburi Province, Luang Namtha Province, and area of the mainland China mainland comprising of Kunming City and Sichuan-Panna Thai Autonomous Prefectures. The results of this study indicate that Phaya Province has potential to the borderline with the Lao PRD in Ban Huang, where the government has improved and promotes the temporality permitted area at Ban Huang to be a permanent border. It is a gateway that connects the economic corridor of the north of Lao PRD and northern Thailand. This border crossing route is an interconnection between Thailand via Phaya Province to the Luang Prabang, where the China-Laos railway station is located. The Ban Huoc border checkpoint journey to Luang Prabang is only 297 km and can connect to the southern China by China-Laos Railway. The service will be available in December of this year. This route will provide an opportunity to connect Phayao province to the new Silk Road of the 21st century or the Belt and Road Initiative. It will enable cooperation in the field of trade, investment, and tourism between the three countries. Introductions. Belt and Road Initiative or BRI, known in Chinese and formally in English as One Belt One Road, is a global infrastructure development strategy adopted by Chinese government in 2013 to invest in nearly 70 countries and international organizations. Research objective. The objective of this research are 1. To study the Belt and Road Initiative fundamental concept in comparison with the other multilateral tourism cooperative framework in Phayao province. 2. To analyze the important benefits and limitations of BRI initiative, including problems, obstacles, and tourism opportunity in Phayao province according to the Belt and Road Initiative BRI cooperative framework. 3. To give recommendations on policies and measures for tourism promotion of Phayao province under the Belt and Road Initiative cooperative framework. Research method, populations and sample selections. This research work aimed to conduct a study in Thailand that included Phayao province and areas and Laos, PRD in Chayaburi province and Luang Namtha province, and the area in China mainland in Kunming city and Sichuan-Panna Thai autonomous prefectures. And these areas has the territories that are in contact with the border area, which provide a connecting route for commerce with China country. The routes pass through the Laos PRD and enter to Thailand, which is the area that is the expected to receive the impact in terms of pastel, like political, economic, social, technology, environment, and legal, with the both positive and negative effect resulting from the construction of the Belt and Road Initiative or BRI. Next step was analyzed using the SWOT analysis method. The last step was an analyzing using the TAO analysis method to find the policy recommendations for the tourism development and promotions connecting Phayao province with the Lao PRD and the People's Republic of China. The research result. The research results of the study of the potential of Phayao province are the connect to the BRI route and to provide an opportunity to build international tourism route to Lao PRD and China are as follows. One strength of the Phayao province toward to BRI route tourism, such as there are many tourist attractions and variety of attractions. 2. Weakness of Phayao province toward BRI route tourism, such as working in the various sector does not harmonize with the tourism promotion to be in the same directions. 3. Opportunities of Phayao province toward the BRI route tourism, such as the government has the policy established the Eastern Lana Special Economic Zone. As the result, Phayao province has an opportunity to connect with the neighboring countries through the Ban Huoc border checkpoint. 4. Threat of the Phayao province toward to BRI route tourism, such as Thai-China high-speed railway route will not pass to northern Thailand, causing Phayao province to the lost connections. And developing guidelines for the Phayao province, such as developed the standards of the interpretation system because it is an international travel route. It is not necessary to have communication system of the international language like Lao language and Chinese language, and promote demand-driven tourism plan, which require in-depth research in order to know the actual demand of target tourists and extensive group of the tourists with the high purchasing power of China. The conclusion from the data analysis is what found that Phayao province had the potential for the border trade. There is the permanent border crossing to at Ban Huang checkpoint to Lao PRD. It can be developed to the gateway to the BRI. To support the border trade economy, to the connectivity of the natural tourism route and cultural tourism can connect to the Mekong country or GMS country to China. It also brings the recommendation for developing and promoting sustainable tourism of Phayao province to the BRI route. The recommendations are driven into several sections. In the first section is the presentation of the tourist destination development plan and the tourism route connecting between country to position Phayao province as the source of destinations of the BRI route tourism, especially to attract tourists from China and Lao PRD by focusing on tourists to stay longer in Phayao province, expend more and give the most benefit to the local people. Thank you for your attention, and I would like to thank you, the committee of this international conference, for give the good opportunity to present our research. Thank you very much.
Next, I invite Assistant Professor Dr. Virawit Lerthai Trakul to discuss on a comparison forecast volume of outbound containers in case of the Bangkok port between exponential smoothing and ARIMA model.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Virawit Lerthai Trakul. I would like to take this opportunity to talk to you about my research topic is a comparison forecast volume of the outbound containers in case of the Bangkok ports between exponential smoothing and ARIMA models. Before I'm going to start with the part of research, I would like to introduce my research team. The first is me, Assistant Professor Dr. Virawit Lerthai Trakul. I'm a lecturer from School of Logistics and Supply Chain, Cirencester University, Chonburi campus. I am graduated in Doctor of Philosophy in Industrial Business Administration, King Mongkut Institute of Technology, Lagabang, Thailand. The second, Associate Professor Prapathsorn Kamsawat. He is a lecturer from Office of Research and Innovation Development, Cirencester University, Chonburi campus. He graduated in Master of Economics, Rangkamphaeng University, Thailand. The last person, Dr. Natapat Manirose, is a lecturer from Faculty of Business Administrator for Society, Sri Nakrindra Virod University, Thailand. He graduated in Doctor of Philosophy in Tourism Management from College of Management, University of Phayao, Thailand. Let's go to the next point. This is abstract of the research. And the next, introductions. The container shortage is the the supply chain in Thailand over the past 1 and 2 years. The impact of the shortage container for export was another major cause of the COVID-19 virus, with the result in huge impact on the global supply chain. As a result, the global export container packed goods, especially China, it was the most affected, and this impact spread throughout the world. The planning and the management of the container MP containers is an important issue for the container ports in order to balance trade and export to the global freight routes. Next, the research objective. To compare forecasting results of the container consumption between exponential smoothing method and ALIMA method, and forecasting container consumption for Thai exports from Bangkok ports. Let's go to the next point, the research methods. This research used the empirical, social science, and qualitative research models, use time series data, and the number of outbound container used. In the case of Bangkok ports that serve monthly service from January 2011 to December 2020, a total of 120 months has been used statistical data from the Ports Authority of Thailand. The model used in forecasting is the exponential smoothing model and ALIMA model. The program EViews. The program EView is the econometric statistic and models program is used to process and analyze data. This is the research results. This table shows the result of the analysis by exponential smoothing, and this is the shows the results of the model used in the ALIMA forecasting. From the tables, the examining statistical significance is what found that it was statistically significant at the 99% confidence levels. The research results. As the result of both forecast methods, the ALIMA forecast method yields the rule mean square error lower than the exponential smoothing forecast. It can be seen that the ALIMA forecasting method is more appropriate because it's correlated with the actual data higher than of the exponential smoothing methods. However, the forecast value of the both methods are considered reliable because their significance correctly with the actual data. This is the table summarizes the forecast outbound container from the Bangkok ports from January 2021 to December 2021. The first column is the forecast by exponential smoothing method. The second, forecast by ALIMA method. And the third, combined forecasting. This is also the guide for relevant agencies such as the Port Authority of Thailand and the Thai National Shipper Council to find a way to prevent problems that which affects the economic growth that relies on the export of goods to earn income into the countries. Let's go to the last point, the conclusions. The ALIMA model forecasting method is the suitable and the efficient in the context of the supply chains and the seasonal data, as there is no technique that can forecast accurately in every situation and every forecast period. At the same time, in order to achieve more accurate forecasting, it was suggested that the combinations forecasting method should be used. Thank you for your attention. สวัสดีครับ
Our next presenter is Associate Professor Dr. Ponpain Trifong, who will be discussing on the development of personal income tax achievement using skill exercises within the classroom in the subject of tax law of students in the Bachelor of Laws program, School of Law and Politics, Suvarnabhumi University.
Hello everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Assistant Professor Dr. Kajini Chawanaprisha. I'm the representative of the research team comprised of Associate Professor Dr. Ponpain Trifong, Associate Professor Dr. Yuttapong Leelapithaisan, and Assistant Professor Waranya Somsiri. Our research study entitled Development of Personal Income Tax Achievement using skill exercises within the classroom in the subject of tax law of students in the Bachelor of Laws program, School of Law and Politics, Santhuenkaew University. Next, I would like to talk about the abstract of this research study. The objective of this research is as follows. First, to study the effectiveness of the personal income tax skill exercise. Second, to develop personal income tax achievement, tax law course of students in the Bachelor of Laws program, School of Law and Politics, Santhuenkaew University. And third, to compare the learning achievement between the pre- and post-study programs of the Bachelor of Law students who were taught using an in-class skill training exercise. The sample group is the fourth-year students of the Bachelor of Laws in studying in A1, 34 people enrolled in a tax law course in semester 1 academic year 2019, which tools used in this research is a skill practice exercise within the classroom. The researcher used statistics, percentage, mean, standard deviation, and t-test. And the research found that the efficiency of the personal income tax skill training form E1/E2 was 56.32/86.76. Second, the effectiveness of the personal income tax calculation was 0.69, indicating that the students' knowledge increased by 69% from the stage. This gives students the skills to calculate personal income tax for better efficiency. Third, academic achievement before and after study of students who study with the skill training form on the calculation of personal income tax. There was a statistically significant difference at the 0.05 level of skill training, thus helping students develop their personal income tax education. It can be used as a guideline for the teaching development of the Bachelor of Laws program, School of Law and Politics, Santhuenkaew University to be more efficient. There are three index terms in this research study. First, personal income tax. Second, achievement. And using skill exercises. For the introduction, the National Education Act 1999, Section 22 states that the provision of education must be based on the principle that all learners have the ability to learn and develop themselves, and that learners are of the utmost importance in academic learning. On the legal side, they must have good knowledge, skills, and attitudes in the legal profession. At present, the business industry has expanded more. Taxation is more important, coupled with the economic situation and the trade of the country has evolved rapidly. The importance of taxation information relies on accuracy, certainty, and reliability. For personal income tax, according to the Revenue Code, It is one of the most important types of direct taxes because of the government's major source of income, and it is an important tool for the government to distribute income. Personal income tax. This is the tax collected from the general public or the tax on all types of individual income as required by law and the income arising in the tax year. If there are no exceptions to the law, there is a duty to list themselves on the tax return. The personal income tax has a wide tax base covering the entire country. From observing, teaching and learning in the subject tax law on personal income tax of students in the Bachelor of Laws, Year 4, School of Law and Politics, Suvarnabhumi University, found that students could not classify the type of tax. As a result, the personal income tax calculation was wrong. The main item relating to the calculation of personal income tax must be able to classify the individual income and deduct the deductible correctly. Therefore, the researcher decided to solve the problem for students to have the skills to calculate the personal income tax correctly by using the personal income tax calculation skill form to develop students to know the process of calculating personal income tax. Next, I would like to talk about the conclusion. In conclusion, educational management to be effective and achieve goals according to mission of each place by establishing strategies for developing the process for selecting learners with potential. The teaching and learning management, according to the National Education Act 1999, has focused on the learners most important. All learners have the ability to learn and develop themselves. In the management of education, it is necessary to promote learners to be able to develop themselves to their full potential. Therefore, in the management of teaching, there must be a variety of forms to meet the needs of individual learners. The instructor must give the learner the greatest care by studying the teaching methods and learning methods of learners in new ways to be used in problem solving or to develop learners with a focus on allowing teachers to integrate research processes in the development of learning. Therefore, using the pre-learning skill set, preschool and post-class skills training will help you see the development of your students. Because of this training set, students will learn about the content and practice doing a skill practice along with it. Each other allows students to better understand the content and be able to practice the skills properly. The skills training appropriate for each age student contributes to the success of the teaching and learning process, to the success of the course. Lastly, we would like to mention this acknowledgement. This research was supported by Suvarnabhumi University's Research for Learning Development. Research and development is due for scholarship, fiscal year 2010.
Our next presenter is Assistant Professor Yupa Saruno, who will be presenting on the development of the relationship model of causal factors affecting the financial report quality and financial success of small and medium-sized hotel businesses in Thailand.
The development of the relationship model of causal factors affecting the financial report quality and financial success of small and medium-sized hotel business in Thailand by Assistant Professor Yupa Saruno and Dr. Prawet Penwutikun, School of Accountancy of Sripatum University. Biography: Assistant Professor Yupa Saruno, Faculty of Management Sciences, Master of Business Administration, Accounting, Lamkhamhaeng University, Accounting Award, received award for excellence in poster research presentations, research article titled Factors Affecting the Preparation of Household Accounts, Case Study Village, ตักน้อย หิน คอง Sub-District เมือง District ราชบุรี Province. Publication source, academic conference and presentation of research results, national and international research, ราชภัฏ University, นครศรีธรรมราช ราชภัฏ University, 20 to 22nd May 2015, received an award for outstanding presentation of the semester research article titled Marketing Strategies in Relation to Performance of Business Accommodation in Ratchaburi Publication source, National Conference, Academic Years 2017. The second, Creative Economy for Sustainable Development between 16 to 17 February 2017, เทพสตรีราชภัฏ University. Email yupasaruno@gmail.com. Mobile 086 782 324. Abstract. This research is a mixed research with the objective of development of causal factor correlation model and examining the consistencies of the relationship model, causal factor affecting the quality of financial reports and financial success of small and medium-sized hotel businesses in Thailand. Developed according to theory and empirical data, the sample group was accounting and finance executive of small medium-sized hotel businesses in Thailand. The research tool was a questionnaire, statistics used in the analysis of structural equation, model data, and in-depth interval. The research results for the quality of financial report has a direct correlation with professional accounting skill, coefficient of 0 to 7, ethics in accounting profession, coefficient at 0.50, and management of accounting department. The coefficient of 0.32 for financial success has a direct correlation with the quality of financial reports. 0.40, management of accounting department 0.51, and was indirectly related to professional accounting skills, coefficient of 0.11, ethics in accounting profession, coefficient of 0.20, bypass the quality of financial reports, and it has been confirmed that the model has become possible between a developed small and medium hotel business. Description. Result of the study can be presented. The testing of research hypothesis, the development of correlation model, and factor affecting the financial reporting quality and financial success of small and medium-sized hotel businesses in Thailand found that professional accounting skill, AAs, professional ethics in accounting, CE, and accounting management, AM, have a direct correlation to financial reporting quality, FQ, professional accounting skill, AS, professional accounting, CE, has an indirect relationship to financial success, FS, for management accounting, AM, has a direct correlation to financial success, FS. Factors affecting the financial reporting quality and financial success of small and medium-sized hotel businesses in Thailand. Direct correlation with descending coefficient directly correlated with the quality of financial report was the ethics of professional accounting, CE. Factor the coefficient of 0.50 with statistically significant level 0.05, the management factor of accounting, AM, the coefficients of 0.32, and the professional skill in accounting, AS. The coefficient at 0.27 had a statistically significant level 0.01 for a direct correlation to financial success management factor, accounting department AM, coefficient 0.51, and financial report quality factors FQ, coefficient of 0.40 had a statistically significant level of 0.01. The model summarizes the results of the research hypothesis. Conclusion. The findings from analysis of both quantitative and qualitative show that a causal factor model for the quality of accounting information and the financial success of the hotel business among small and medium-sized hotel businesses in Thailand. It was found that professional accounting skills were directly related to quality of financial reports. Code of ethics for professional accountants has a direct relationship with the quality of financial reports. The management of the accounting department had a direct relationship with financial reporting quality with statistical significance that assumptions are accepted. The management of accounting department has a direct relationship to the financial success of a business, and the quality of financial reports has a direct relationship to financial success. Therefore, small and medium-sized hotel businesses can apply the findings of this research to plan the organization operations to be more economical. Thanking you all the best for the best in you.
Next, I invite Dr. Metharat Chantani to discuss on the new product development from Radish of Banfayom Community, Wang District, Phra Nakhon Si, Ayutthaya Province.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Metharat Chantani. Was a lecturer at Panakhon Si Ayutthaya Rajapat University. Today, I would like to present the research in the topic of new product development of from ladies of Banpayom community, Wang Noi District, Panakhon Si Ayutthaya Province, Thailand. Introduction. From the survey of the Banpayom community area, encounter a problem. The people want to do additional career to earn income and community product that were unable to create popularity with their customer and to number of products was not diverse. Moreover, the packaging of the community product is not beautiful, not attractive. The brand is not up to standard. The lack of technology used in packaging and the distribution is still in a noble length. That is, it is only available in shop, community and community markets, and people are interested in developing new products to satisfy customers. Research objective. This research aims to develop new products from ladies of Banpayom community, Wang Noi District, Panakhon Si, Ayutthaya. Literature review. These two literature review. New product development concept. Conclusion. The new product development concept was conclusion for researcher from the synthesis of related concept and research developing new product, mean and changing from existing product to different from the original, or creating a new product with 5 steps or process. 1. Market survey. 2. Brainstorming. 3. Prototype product creation. 4. Market testing. And 5. The actual distribution. Research conception framework. The research process is for further conception framework. 1. Basic inform. 2. New product development 5 step. 4. Result effect. Research result. The result research and development of new product from Ladies Banpayom community are as follows. 1. General information sample. Foremost is what find that most often were female and with how white. 2. Marketing mix factor. Marketing mix foremost is it found that most of them when to develop new product development and diversity sales channel. 3. New product development foremost is it found that the need for product development and new packaging development. New product development. 1. Prototype product, brand and packaging develop. From the group meeting and brainstorming to the community. Payom choose to develop a new product, Ladies Koreadong, to increase product variety and meet more group of customers. Whose product development process is as follows. Korea Picket Ladies product. 2. Market test. After the Payom community had conceptually assembled a group to develop a new product, Korea Picket Ladies product. 2. Community has therefore applied to product to market testing with a customer in the Payom community market. 3. Action sale. After the Payom community has tested to market and bought the product to improve the quality, then the product is actually sold, which has chosen a distribution channel, both offline that is setting up the shop in the community and selling is in the community, free marketing and online is kitting digital marketing channel, thoughts, Facebook page to sell community product. Result and impact. Result and impact on the community is what found as the result of the Payom community research has developed a new product, Korea Picket Ladies product, which can be seen as a new generation of people who have been influenced by Korea food chain. Such as Picket beverage variants, dishes, and pair with Korea foods. Therefore, the consumer group are increasing demanding to purchase product. The community will product to meet consumer demand. 1. Business policy. Community approve key career increase income and create value and promote its community product. 2. Social community participation. A good relationship between the community and visitor leader and have broad vision. Thank you.
Our next presenter is Assistant Professor Yupa Saruno, who will be discussing on the verification of a causal factors correlation model, report quality and financial success of medium and small sized hotels in Thailand.
Verification of a causal factors correlation model, report quality and financial success of medium and small sized hotels in Thailand by Assistant Professor Yupa Saruno and Dr. Pravet Pen Wuttikul, School of Accountancy of Sri Patum University. Biography. Assistant Professor Yupa Saruno, Faculty of Management Sciences, Master of Business Administration, Accounting, Lam Khamhaeng University. Accounting Awards. Received awards for excellence in poster research presentations. Research article title, Factors Affecting the Preparation of Household Accounts. Case study, Village, Tak Noi, Hin Kong, Sub-District, Mueang District, Ratchaburi Province. Publication source, academic conference and presentation of research results, national and international research, Ratchapat University, Nakhon Si Thammarat, Ratchapat University, 20 to 22nd May 2015, received an award for outstanding presentation of the semester research article title, Marketing Strategies in Relation to Performance of Business Accommodation in Ratchaburi Publication source, National Conference, Academic Year 2017, the second Creative Economy for Sustainable Development between 16 to 17 February 2017, Thep Sri Ratchapat University. Email yupasaruno@gmail.com. Mobile 086 782 324. Abstract. The objective of this article is to examine the relationship, causal and quality factors of financial reports and financial success of Thai small hotel businesses. This was a qualitative research using in-depth interviews to find out the relationship patterns that affect the quality of financial report and financial success. The research area was hotel business in 12 cities. The sample group was accounting and financial executives, the hotel business owner, and the specific method using in-depth interview from the data analysis. The research found that professional accounting skills were associated with the quality of financial reporting and the financial success of the hotel business, and the ethics of the accounting profession in relation to quality of financial reports and the financial success of the hotel business. The management of the accounting department is concerned with the quality of the financial report and the financial success of the hotel business. The quality of financial reports is related to the financial success of the hotel business. The financial success of the hotel business is profits, revenue, cost indicators of cost success should take into account the use of resources, the cost of the time reduced, and the cost of the investment to be recovered in comparison with the results. Results. It was found that most of them gave opinions on the quality of financial report that were reliable. The information has to be accurate. and able use in planning the decision making, emphasizing on the job problem solving skill requiring intelligence, able to resolve cases. It is urgent to make decisions to have knowledge and understanding, to be able to connect the information that is generated and to be used in planning to decide how it affects the organization and have a positive work attitude. This includes the exchange of information to others to understand about the information contained in the earnings report that affects the organization. Summarize information from confirmation interval. The accounting department have professional accounting skill correlating to the quality of financial reports and financial success, cognitive skill, numeracy skill, individual skill, interaction and communication skill, information technology skill, the ethics of accounting profession that affects the quality of financial reporting and financial success of small and medium-sized hotel businesses in Thailand, developed according to the theoretical concept of the empirical data. Results. Description. Results. The management of accounting work affecting the quality of financial reporting and financial success of small and medium-sized hotel businesses in Thailand, developed according to the theoretical concept and empirical data, found that the organization could be successful. It arises from the knowledge and ability to manage the work according to the goals set. The good management must have a human management system and work management. The financial success of small and medium-sized hotel businesses in Thailand, developed based on theory and empirical data, found that the measurement of the success of organization is measured from the goals that are set. Profit and income are clear indication of operation. But when considering revenue, revenue is looked after fixed costs. Management that should be addressed is the cost incurred must be the lowest, either monetary or non-monetary costs, such as resource sharing costs, reduced costs of working time, comparison of the work process, with the target value achieved or not the cost of the investment that we recover against the outcome. Conclusion. Management can use the information to plan and develop the organization operation by giving importance to the accounting department information evaluation process to support planning, control, and decision making in the best interest of the organization. The aforementioned factors are taken into account in policy formulation and operational support in various areas, such as professional skill and professional ethics management aspect of work that affect the quality of financial reports and financial success of the organization. Thank you. All the best for all the best in you.
Our next presenter is Uraiwan Pantachod, who will be discussing on the action research to develop mathematical learning activities by using games.
Hello, my name is Uraiwan Pantachod. I work as Faculty of Education Kamphaeng Phet Rajaphat University. Today, I am going to present the research on action research to develop mathematical learning activity by using game. Introduction. Action research is research that focuses on solving problems. On specific job development, the people in the events will be a cooperator. They will more understand in their works. For the game is a play or learning activity that help the learner have fun for a long time. Belong to the rules action food by play game come from collaboration. From the importance of action research and learning by game makes me interested in doing research by the objective are first to design and develop mathematical learning activity by using game and to study the result of mathematical learning activity by using game. Research methods. Preparation. The preparation was divided into two groups. The first group was 24 students in the mathematics program of the 4-year who worked together to develop mathematical learning activity by using game. The second group consists of 81 students in grade 13 of Pikai Vitaya School. A group used to study the result of mathematical learning activity by using game. Data collection. There were 4 steps to data collection as follows. Planning steps were as follows. Meeting with students to find way to develop mathematical learning activity using game and organizing math learning activity using game, along with assigning each group to design learning activity together. Students took the activity generated from step 1 to practice using simulation scenario and had the remaining student as the learner and essential with the research. After the student experimental activity has been complete, students would complete the mathematical learning activity using game. Based on feedback from essential and research. Coordinating to school, administrators and teachers to organize activity for determining the date, time, and place of the activity. Operation steps were as follows. Perform mathematical learning activity by using game. Encode the caption of number and algebra, measurement and geometry and statistics and probability. This would be separated by course, the caption, organized, and a learning base. Students circulates to participants in activity in each base, which is measured by the student base. The observation steps were performed as follows. First, student takes a form of mathematical academic achievement measurement and student takes off from the measure of teamwork. The process of reflection was performed as follows. First, student and research would meet together after organizing mathematical learning activity by using game in team of activity, reflect and impose point for improvement, and the student meeting result and assessment result were used to improve the mathematical learning activity by using game. To be more complete as a guideline for the next activity. Result first, mathematical learning activity by using game. In each activity has 5 steps as follows. Step 1, content preparation. Step 2, team building. Step 3, learning. Step 4, competition. Step 5, team achievement recognition. And the student has higher approach mathematical achievement than before managing to learn math using the game. Statistically significant as 0.05 level and student performance to work as a team after learning with mathematical activity by using game, and the overall level was high. Thank you.
Next, I invite Srisudha Chongsatipol DBA to discuss on a causal relationship model of the financial performance affecting the return on equity of listed companies in the stock exchange of Thailand during COVID-19 pandemic.
Hello, my name is Dr. Srisudha Chongsatipol. I am the Dean of the School of Business Administration at Siam University, Bangkok, Thailand. My specialization is in finance and accounting. The research topic is a causal relationship model of the financial performance affecting the return on equity of listed companies on the stock exchange of Thailand during COVID-19 pandemic. Since we are allowed to present only 5 to 8 minutes today, I am going to present an abstract of this research. If anyone is interested to have more information on this research, please feel free to send me an email to my email address that I am going to provide you at the end of this presentation. The objective of this research is to explore a causal relationship model of the financial performance affecting return on equity of listed companies on the stock exchange of Thailand during COVID-19 pandemic. The samples include 200 listed firms on stock exchange of Thailand. The path analysis was used to evaluate the causal models and examine the relationships between a dependent variable and independent variables. Dependent variable is return on equity or ROE. Independent variables are liquidity ratios, which are current ratio, quick ratio, cash ratio. Reference ratios include debt to equity ratio, equity multiplier, times interest earned ratio. Asset utilization ratios include inventory turnover, receivable turnover, total assets turnover. And profitability ratios are profit margin, operating income margin, return on assets. The finding of this research is that performance ratios, which are equity multiplier, total asset turnover, operating income margin, return on assets, had positive and significant direct impact on ROE. The causal relationship model had R squared equal to 99%. The rest of ratios had insignificant direct impacts on ROE. Here is the causal relationship model, which has the chi-square equal to 18.58, degree of freedom 16, p-value 0.29093, and root mean square error approximation is 0.029. The implication of the research is that the findings of this research confirmed the DuPont identity even though the study period was in the year 2020, which is during the COVID-19 pandemic. The ROE allows investors to see how much money they are making on the investment. And also, the management is interested in the financial performance of the business by looking the ROE as well. The DuPont identity saying that ROE is affected by three components, which are profit margin, total asset turnover, and equity multiplier. The conclusion of this research is that the company should increase the financial performance, which are profit margin, total asset turnover, and equity multiplier, in order to increase the ROE, no matter what the situation would be. If anyone would like to have more information or would like to discuss about this project, please feel free to contact me by sending me an email to sisuda@siam.edu. Thank you very much.
Our next presenter is Yupadi Panarach, who will be discussing on the best practice in small school management under the Office of the Basic Education Commission, Kampha Ingphat Province.
Hello, my name is Yupadi Panarach. My team are Associate Professor Dr. Wachila Vishuvarnan, Assistant Professor Ulaiwan Pandashot, Assistant Professor Supawat Visisilikun, and Dr. Prani Lertkaew. We belong to Faculty of Education, Kamphaeng Phet Ratchapat University. Today, I'm going to present best practice in small school management under the Office of the Basic Education Commission at Kamphaeng Phet Province. The second decade of education reform focus on give Thai a right time of quality learning. There are three main goals, which are to improve the quality and standard of education learning of Thai people, increase educational and learning opportunity in a thorough and quality way, promote the participation of all sectors of society in the administration and management of education. Some of the key indicators and target value are academic achievement in core subjects from ordinary national education test or ONET, that the average score is more than 50%. From the reports of the National Institute of Education Testing Service, found that the ONET test in academic year 2018 for primary school grade 6 had average ONET test on mathematics and science. For the national 37.50 and 39.93. And for small school is the school had the student less than 120. For the mathematics was 34.11, and for science 37.99. The result reflect that learner quality need to be developed urgently. This is our research object, to study best practice in small school management, affiliates Office of the Basic Education Commission, Kamphaeng Phet Province. For the research scope, The informant and source data. The informants were divided into two groups. The first group is the school director, math and science teacher, who work in the small school that have the mean score of honest test in math and science higher than the national average test in the academic year 2018. And the second group are director and deputy director of primary educational service area office, supervisor in charge of small school, school director, math and science teacher in the school that had average on honest math or science score higher than the national average. And the sort of information are the school self-report document, program, activity related to teacher development, the development of teaching and learning process, and the development of the learner. The content management aspect consists of personal support and management. Learning management consists of curriculum activity and extracurriculum activities. The time periods that are collected during June to September 2019. The honest test in academic year 2018. This is the score that I already explained to you. And then the research method. This research is a qualitative research process as follows. The informant two groups. For the first group is the small school for taking lesson, best practice in management and self-assessment report. For mathematics is Nong Chang Ngam School had 5 students taking exam, and Tung Sai Kindergarten School had 9 students. The average honest score were 77 and 50.33 respectively. For the science subject, Thailand Vitya School 16 had 4 students taking exam, and Tung Sai Kindergarten had 9 students. The average honest score were 49.13 and 52.78 respectively. And there are 11 experts who provide feedback and confirm best practice in the management of small schools. The research instrument include the interview form for the executive, for the teacher, and the record form of school performance and record form for focus group. Data collection and analysis. First, coordinate to the school director to request source of information and appointment for interview, and then interview the school director and teacher. Analyze the document and by content analysis, and then summarize information from the interview and return the information to a school. After that, summarize the information and formulate the best practice in the management of small school. For the last group discussion or focus group with the director, deputy director, and the supervisor, the school director, math and science teacher, who give the feedback and confirm best practice, analyzed by content analysis. Best practice in small school found that there are 2 factors. For the first, administration, including personal, support, and administrative, and learning management, including activity follow the curriculum and activity extra the curriculum. This is some detail you can read on. Okay. Thank you.
Next, I invite Varirat Sampathpong to discuss on the forms of integrated marketing communications for community products by the locals of good agriculture practice, Klongkha Sub-District, Klongluang District, Pathum Thani.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Varirat Sampatpong. I am a lecturer from Department of Business Program in Marketing, Faculty of Management Science, Waraya Longkorn Ratchapat University under the Royal Patronate in Thailand. My name is Thiranantiwaratiwit. I am a lecturer from Department of Logistics and Supply Chain Management, Faculty of Management Science, Waraya Longkorn Ratchapat University, Thailand. I would like to present a research paper about form of integrated marketing communication for community product by the local of good agriculture practice Klong Ha Sub-District, Klong Luang District, Pathum Thani in Thailand. First of all, I would like to keep you on the background and significance of the problem. Klong Ha Sub-District, Klong Luang District, Pathum Thani province in the past, it was one of the area where most of the population had a farming career in the form of monoculture with rice mainly because of the abundance of water resources which show the characteristic of a truly rural community. But nowadays, the way of life of the community has changed according to the economic and social conditions influenced by urban expansion, thus becoming the semi-urban, semi-rural community. That is to say, the majority of their income come from agriculture. People in the community bring the principle of the sufficiency economy philosophy into practice until there is a grouping activity to build a career increase household income. The major problem for the Ban Khong Ha Good Agricultural Community Enterprises Group is the marketing problem in which the products that are sold are not yet known to the general public. Member lack knowledge and understanding of the marketing communication process, and there is a lack of ongoing product publicity. The research team is therefore interested in studying an integrated marketing communication model for community product by the local of good agriculture practice from Ha Sub-District, Klong Luang District, Pathum Thani, and to present the paradigm of the appropriate good agricultural community enterprises. For the objective, the first, to study an integrated marketing communication model for community product of the good agricultural practice group, and the second, to present a paradigm of integrated marketing communication for community product of the good agricultural practice group. For the research methodology, this research was participatory action research using in-depth interview, group discussion, and participatory observation from 5 key contributors. 6 participants. It consists of community research, good agriculture practice enterprise group, housewife youth group, and elderly group, total 30 people. The researcher used a descriptive analysis model based on the research objective and issue or question divided into 4 stages of the qualitative data analysis and follow the first, data interpretation, the second, data consent, the third, data synthesis and conclusion. This is a part of the community products from the Ban Klong Ha community enterprise. These were promoted until receiving the product standard certifications such as Thai chili paste, fermented fish paste, pink chili paste, hell chili paste, and orange crispy noodles. The overall data collection can be summarized into the following 10 key areas based on conceptual of marketing mix and SWOT analysis. Issue 1, product highlight. Issue 2, weaknesses Issue 3, product opportunities. Issue 4, obstacle. Issue 5, advertising. Issue 6, public relations. Issue 7, a sale by a salesperson. Issue 8, sales promotion. Issue 9, direct marketing. Issue 10, what makes customers should to buy product of good agricultural practice enterprise group. According to our study, we developed the IMC or Integrated Marketing Communication model paradigm called the spatial paradigm and synthesis a total of 21 components, which related to the strengthening marketing effort that create valuable products and service to communicate with customers. The recommendation for practice. Firstly, there should be more public relation to the group's website, which must be updated at all times. And the second, there should be developed to be expert in producing quality products. And the suggestion for the next research. Firstly, in the next trial, quantitative research should be undertaken along with qualitative research in order to make the information clear and complement other areas of concern. And the second, the next research should be conducted with the focus group with expert and related person of the agricultural safe community enterprise group คลอง 5 sub district คลองหลวง district ปทุมธานี province to adopt the spatial paradigm to create a focus group to build on the spatial paradigm. And finally, overall results indicated that a form of integrated marketing communication for the community products of the good agricultural practice enterprise group can be developed into a different format of marketing communication and can lead to a real practice. Okay. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Our next presenter is Assistant Professor Dr. Vichit Saing Sawang, who will be discussing on the factors affecting strategic leadership of administrators Saha Vitayak Chonburi 1 under Secondary Educational Service Area Office 18, Thailand.
Hello everyone, my name is Navasanan Wongprasit and the first author is Dr. Vichit Saing Sawang. Our topic today is factors affecting strategic leadership of administrators Saha Vitayak Ket Chonburi 1 under Secondary Educational Service Area Office 18, Thailand. Assistant Professor Dr. Vichit Saing Sawang, hold a Doctor of Philosophy in Educational Management from Durakit Bandit University. Present, he is Assistant Professor at the Faculty of Liberal Arts, Kruk University, Bangkok, Thailand. And I come from Public Health Program, Faculty of Science and Technology, Ratchapat Ratchanakarin University, Cirencester Province, Thailand. The purpose of this quantitative research study were to study the factors affecting strategic leadership of administrators. Sample were the teachers Saha Vitayak Ket Chonburi 1, about 285 people. The tool was questionnaire for estimating 5 levels. Statistics include frequency, percentage, average, standard deviation, correlation coefficients, and multiple regression. The study variables 1. Independence variable were the factors affecting strategic leadership of administrators Saha Vitayak Ket Chonburi 1 under Secondary Educational Service Area Office 18 consists 6 factors. 1. Organizational culture. 2. Organizational atmosphere. 3. Achievement motivation. 4. Social support. 5. Executive characteristics. and 6 personality. 2 dependent variables were strategic leadership of the administrator สหวิทยาเขตชลบุรี 1 under secondary educational service area office 18 have 5 aspects. 1 determining strategic direction. 2 organization resource management. 3 supporting effective organizational culture. 4 focusing on ethical conduct. And 5 appropriate organizational control. The result of the research study were as follows. 1. The level of factor affecting strategic leadership of administrator. Overall, all aspects are in a high level. When considering each aspect, it was found that the highest average factor affecting the strategic leadership was executive characteristics. Next were organizational culture, achievement motivation, organizational atmosphere, social support, and the lowest average factor was personality. 2. The level of strategic leadership of administrator. Overall, all aspects are in a high level. When considering each aspect, it was found that the highest average factor of strategic leadership was supporting effective organizational culture. Next were determining strategic direction, organization's resource management, appropriate organization control, and the lowest average factor was focusing on ethical conduct. 3. The relation between factors affecting strategic leadership was strategic leadership of administrators was high level of positive correlation, statistic significant at the level of 0.01. 4. Factor affecting strategic leadership of administrator สหวิทยาเขตชลบุรี 1 under secondary educational service area office 18 found that the forecasting efficiency was 0.761 or 76.10%. The recommend from this study, the result of the study were found that all factors affects on the strategic leadership of administrator. The lowest level as focusing on ethical conduct factor. Thus, the policymaker should be developed and promote in this aspect seriously, such as knowledge training, understanding, and the right direction. Following evaluation was necessary. Thank you for your attention.
Our next presenter is Associate Professor Dr. Upadi Panarch, who will be discussing on the development of mathematics learning model by using activities-based learning.
Hello, good day from Thailand. My name is Upadi Panarch. I belong to Faculty of Education, Kamphaengphet Ratchapat University. Today, I'm going to present about development of mathematical learning model using activity-based learning. Mathematics play a key role in the success of 21st century because it empowers humans to be creative, be able to think logically and systematically, analyze problem or situation carefully and thoroughly, predict or make a decision when solve problem appropriately, apply knowledge in real life effectively. How teacher improve the student able to be above. That is my research object. To construct the mathematical learning model using activity-based learning, stand for ABL. To study learning outcome after implement the learning model with the student and then develop the learning model again. The sample were two groups are 20x pre-service teacher in mathematics program who participate in creating and developing the mathematical learning model using ABL, and there are 29 7th grade who learn mathematics with the mathematical learning model using ABL. Research instrument. First, the process to use, construct, and develop the learning model I apply from action research that we know the circle of PAOR. And the instrument after implement of the learning model including the mathematics achievement test, the questionnaire about attitude towards mathematics, and the work commitment. This is to show the quality of the instrument. For the data collection, I apply research action from PAOR again, and then analyze the learning model by content analysis. And for the learning outcome, I using t-test one sample to compare the average score with the criteria. And then I use mean and standard deviation to analyze the questionnaire about attitude towards mathematics and work commitment. The result found that the mathematical learning model using ABL by the process of action research. We know plans to construct the lesson plan and developing the material and equipment. In every lesson, I apply the process of action research again to simulate or try out for checks the process learning. And then A. Action to implement with the 7th grade student. In every lesson, I apply action research again. After I implement all of lesson plan, the student did the mathematics achievement test and the questionnaire about attitude toward mathematics and work commitment. And then the first step, reflection. We workshop with the pre-service teacher with the learning outcome and reflect the strength or weakness of mathematical learning model. We found that the mathematical learning model using ABL was an instruction process with emphasis on allowing learners to practice individually and in group in order to develop the knowledge. The competition between groups creates joyful. Everybody has an opportunity to present their knowledge. Compliment from the instructor encourage them to be proud of themselves. The 5 steps of the instruction activity include preparation, learning, group activity, competition, and summarization and compliment. The success of learning model. The role of teacher. First, to prepare activity, media, test, encourage students, advise and explain further for the student to complete learning. Examine the student concept while they present, and teacher should pay attention to every concept and appreciate and encourage students who do well and who cannot. For the student, punctuation of attend class in order to continue doing activity. Responsible for the assignment work. Cooperate and help each other in the group. Present a way of thinking in finding answer. And summarize knowledge creatively. The advantage of learning model. To promote punctuality, responsibility, teamwork, mathematical communication skill. We can check the learner understanding by the competition state and encourage enthusiasm for learning. To using mind mapping to help the student better understand knowledge, and the student can review knowledge as much as they need, because after they finish the lesson, they put mind mapping in one part of the classroom. For the restriction, The activity in the preparation stage should be unique. Is to encourage students want to be in the class. For the suggestion, teacher should control the time of the learning stage. Setting point in competition stage should be clear, and the rule should be established. So everyone in the group can represent equally easy and difficult item tests. The result from using the mathematical learning model, we found that the student had mathematical learning achievement higher than criteria of 60% at the significant level of 0.05. And then we found overall positive attitude towards is highly positive. And we found that they show mathematics can be used in everyday life is high at average. And then the mathematics is a useful subject and they love to study mathematics respectively. For the work commitment, they had high in overall item. We see the student pay attention to their assignment and they're proud of their work is high at average. And then they are determined work on their assignment and try to solve problems in order to complete tasks. And they try to understand the content before starting working, and they try to improve and develop their work by themselves respectively. Thank you.
Our next presenter is Assistant Professor Dr. Araya Oingpai Bonkit, who will be discussing on the innovation model for small and medium enterprises in Thailand.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Araya Oingpai Bonkit. I am pleased to be here today to present to the topic Innovation Model of Small and Medium Enterprise in Thailand. Introduction. The small and medium enterprise or SME are very important to the economy of Thailand. It is the largest volume of business in Thailand and spread in the other provinces throughout Thailand. Help create jobs, create career, and generate income of the community and people in the community. Make people in the community have more income and well-being, but the past SME face many problems, especially the problem of competition. The research used the concept of dynamic capability. This is the idea of the focus and adaptation and change under the external environment that affect the business, from the use of resource and latent talent within the business. Is it the foundation of creating competitive advantage and business success? The dynamic capability development concept is the concept of finding opportunity and adaptation, organization capability, change by taking advantage for the result and capability within the organization in the accordance with the change of the external environment by finding opportunity and combining resource and knowledge to transform them into new talent. This will affect the value of the business and the performance of the organization, enabling business to survive and continue to grow. From research, the review of the literature concept theory of the various scholars and researchers. This relates to the study of dynamic capability that have been proven and widely accepted dynamic capability effect to the competitive advantage. How develop business potential for sustainability business operation. This is the origin of this study. This research aims to study the element of innovation model for small and medium enterprise in Thailand and develop of the model of the innovation model for small and medium enterprise in Thailand. Research design. This study was quantitative research carried out by the following products. First, study to the empirical data, and second, the researcher collection data in the using questionnaire. Key information. One, the area in this study was to study of small and medium enterprise in Thailand, and we determine sample size that are suitable for data analysis with the Lisle program by using the structure equation model. And the researcher used multi-stage random sampling method because the population in the study was large. The innovation model in this research, the creation of research to 6 steps. First, study the related theoretical and literature concept to define the operational definition and structure of the variable. Second, create a questionnaire. Third, link the question. Fourth, modify the questionnaire. 5. Test validity by expert. And 6. The reliability of the questionnaire was tested by 30 participants in not research sample. The researcher has conducted statistic analysis that is appropriate and consistent with the statistical data to meet the purpose of the research. The statistics use the analyzed to data and descriptive statistic Pearson correlation and structure equation model. The findings indicate that the research individual and topic in the 4 parts with in the detail as follows. 1. General information of the responding. Most the respondents are female. Them are 50 to 59 years old and then have experience of work 5 to 9 years. 2. Evaluate data of variable dynamic capability, market orientation, interaction capability, capital, innovation, and competitive advantage. Overall are at a high level. Show the data, evaluate data for variable in Table 1. The research model consistency check with empirical data for analysis result found to be in the harmony with the empirical data. The last one, root analysis result. The result found that the dynamic capability, market orientation, interaction capital has a direct positive influence on the innovation, and innovation has a direct positive influence on the competitive advantage. Furthermore, dynamic capability, market orientation, and interaction capital and have a positive indirect influence on competitive advantage through innovation. The results show that dynamic capability, market orientation, and interaction capability influence on innovation, and the innovation influence the competitive advantage. At the 0.01 level, the results for the research were in line with the two objectives. Thank you.
Next, I welcome our session chair, Professor Dr. Muhammad Israr, Professor from Department of Mechanical Engineering, Purnima College of Engineering, Rajasthan, India.
Hi everyone, I am Dr. Muhammad Israr. I am working as a professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering at Purnima College of Engineering, Jaipur, Rajasthan, India. Thanks for inviting to me as a session chair by IFERP in first international conference on technology, innovative educational and multidisciplinary skills in the 21st century research on 27th and 28th March 2021. In this session, there was total 16 paper presented. So, first, paper ID DI underscore ICTEMR 732519. The name of the presenters was John Lee T. Debelos. The title of the paper, Making and Meet, a survey of adapting flexible learning amidst the COVID-19 pandemic of the BSIT program in the Devodo del Norte College. The total marks is 13 out of 15, in which uniqueness 4, subject knowledge 5 and presentation 4. Second paper was presented by Ratana Tapang. The title was Inheriting the Developing of Tai Liu, singing participant in Chiang Khom, Phayok province. The marks is 14 out of 15. The third paper was presented by Omanang Senojit. The title was Design and Construction of Air Temperature and Relative Humidity Measurement System in the Solar Dry using Android operating system. The marks 12 out of 15. Another paper was presented by Piopong Supanyo. The topic was Tourism Cooperation under the Belt and the Road Initiative BRI and the tourism opportunity in Phayok province, Thailand. The marks is 14. The next paper was presented by Dr. V. Radvid Lerkat Kural. The topic was a comparison forecast volume of outbound container in case of the Bangkok port between exponential smoothing and ARIMA model. The marks is 12. The next paper was presented by Professor Dr. Porphan Pan Triphong. The title was Development Personal Income Tax Achievement Using Skill Exercises Within the Classroom in the Subject of Tax Law of the Student in the Bachelor of Law Program, School of Law and Politics, Suvarnabhumi University. The marks is 14. Another paper was presented by Professor Yupa Saruno. The title was The Development of the Relationship Model of the Causal Factor Affecting the Financial Report Quality and the Financial Success of a Small and Medium-Sized Hotel Business in Thailand. The marks is 12. Next paper was presented by Dr. Mitrat Chanti. The title New Product Development from Radish of Ban Phayam Community, Wang Noi District, Phra Nakhon Si, Atayakonam Province. The marks is 14. Next paper was presented by Professor Yupas Surano. Verification of a causal factor correlation model, report quality and the financial success of a medium and small size hotel in Thailand. The marks is 14. Next paper, Euroven Pantor. The title, Action Research to Develop Mathematical Learning Activity by Using Game. Marks is 11. The next paper, Sri Suda Changupoti DBA. The title, A Causal Relationship Model of the financial performance affecting the return of the equity listed company in the stock exchange of Thailand during the COVID-19 pandemic. The marks is 13. Next paper by Yudapi Panraj, title Best Practice in Small School Management under the Office of the Basic Education Commission, Kamle Province. The marks is 13. The next paper Varisat Sampatong, the title is Form of Integrated Marketing Communication for the Community Product by the Local of Good Agriculture Practice. The marks is 14. The next paper was presented by Dr. Vichit Sengsongong. The title Factor Affecting Strategy Leadership of the Administrator Santhuenkaew 1 under Secondary Educational Service Area Office 18 Thailand. Marks is 15 out of 15. Next paper by Dr. Yudapi Panaraj. The title is Development of Mathematical Learning Model by Using Activity-Based Learning. The marks is 12. And the last paper was presented by Dr. Araya Yungen Bonkit. The title Innovation Model for the Small and Medium Enterprises in Thailand, and the marks is 14. Thanks for all participants, and thanks for invited to me by IFERP. Thank you.
Thank you all for joining the first day of First International Conference on Technology, Innovative Educational and Multidisciplinary Skills in the 21st Century Research, ICTEMR 2021, organized by Institute Innovation Technology Educational and Research for Eastern Institute of Technology, Suvarnabhumi, Thailand, in association with IFERP. Looking forward to all of your support in day 2. Thank you and have a nice day.